What's up, everybody? Welcome back. Today we're continuing Ace Attorney, right from where we left off last week. We are currently embroiled in a bitter case of trying to save our noble Japanese friend from being killed by the English savages. The fucking British savages. Nice Gaylord glasses. Nice fucking band, Chimichanga. Nice band. Band. Is there volume? There should be volume. Yeah, there's volume. Okay, we're good. Rum bum bum. Oh my god. Perfect. Nice. G9 did a 4-hour analysis of the gameplay. Man, all you gotta say is it's Dark Souls 3. Now, there's definitely a lot of fun new stuff too. I think they made it a lot like punchier, which should be fun. Bam, bam. I think it's gonna be a lot less like reactive and sit and wait than Dark Souls 3, which I think is gonna be fun. It seems like it'll reward aggression a little more. DS3 is basically like whoever whiffs first loses. Like, you can just be pretty safe by backpedaling all the time. Seems like Elden Ring is not gonna let you do that quite as easy, but we'll see. But I didn't need you. Alright, let's do this. Let's continue, shall we? So if you'll recall from last time, we're currently trying to save our noble Japanese friend, and there's these weird British couple who are like super suspicious and creepy, and possibly the murderers? But I don't know, I don't think so. Yeah, that's right, we were stuck on this little segment right here. It has nothing to do. I think this is the statement we gotta press them on, or present evidence against. We already pressed everything, all we gotta do is find out what evidence it is. Basically, this person was possibly actually attacked on this guy's beat, but he might have moved the body so that he would still be able to go to his anniversary, because whichever cop's beat the body is found on, they have to do the investigation. So it's possible that he was up to no good, because she dropped their bouquet on the other side of the road, hey. See, that's where the murder happened, was supposedly here. And his beat ends on the left side of Briar Road, right below the Garrett household. But the bouquet was supposedly dropped right in front of the Garrett house, so I think he just moved the body so he wouldn't have to fucking deal with it like an asshole. Yeah, see, his beat runs right down the middle of Briar Road. B-Machine is my savior. Booga! Ba-ba-ba-booga. Dude, the booga is so much louder now, it's glorious. The only problem is now I can't hear it when it goes off. Though I can't during Switch games anyway, so there's no change for this. But it's worth it, because it sounds so much more fucking swag. Swag! You guys couldn't hear it either? No, you're fucking with me. You're acting so out of pocket right now. Could you really not hear it? Let me try. Don't waste points, I'll do it. Let me try it. I gotta see if I can fix this real fast. I tested it right before the stream and it said it was playing sounds. It said it made a noise. Did it not make a noise? It worked during Animal Crossing! Oh, okay, it went off this time. Good. Awesome. Sweet. Okay, so we're back to... What was I talking about in the game? What was happening in the game? I can't remember. Remix says, I've beaten Dark Souls 3 with B-Machine. B-Machine is my savior. Nice. Let's go. Good job, Remix. Did you do the rest of the stuff too, like the DLC and shit? Because that's pretty fun. Yeah, okay, so... London Bobby's good for his word. If anything happened, I would have seen it. Rolly was there to make sure that nothing was disturbed. Maybe I should present the bouquet against this, because it shows that they was in fact disturbed. I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment, saw nothing strange to report. No, we can do this one. Did it work? It's not working. It's working. Jimmy's just fucking with you. He can hear it. Jimmy's just fucking with you. He can absolutely hear it. He's trolling you. He's fucking trolling you. Alright, so, nothing strange to report. There is something strange to report, because it's on the wrong side of the road. Maybe I should present the map against this? Possibly the bouquet. We'll try presenting the bouquet and then we'll present the map.
Objection.
Objection. Oh, it worked! Yes! Sweet. You claim, Constable Beats, that there was nothing to report in the 15 or so minutes you were guarding the scene, but that cannot be. What do you mean to say? In your testimony just now, you explained to the court that when you arrived back at the scene of the crime with the policeman assigned to that beat, the bouquet you had dropped at the victim's side was no longer anywhere nearby.
Objection.
Yes, on the opposite side of Briar Road to where the victim was attacked. Squidward, happy. Oh, for the happy guy? Okay, I could do that. But considering the size of that meager bouquet, if a single sorry bloom can so be described. No doubt it was blown in the wind across the street, back into the gutter where it belongs. Jesus, dude, that's harsh. They're just poor. Meager?
Objection.
But if that were the case, why did Constable Beat not testify to the fact? Yeah, let Constable Beat talk so he could be Squidward. No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. Constable Beat swore to that on Scotland Yard's honor. But the bouquet belonged to me. It has nothing to do with the case. That's why Rowley didn't mention it, I'm sure. No, because sadly, it's not only your bouquet we're talking about here. More than one thing in this case is mysteriously the wrong way. It's all the wrong way round. Why they talk like British people, man? Well, I think it was Equestrian Wyvern who told me that they hired a British company to do the translation for this game. So like, once that was known, this makes a lot more sense. I hate that it's all in British English. He should have said all this stuff is gumped up, because then everyone would understand, you know? If he talks in normal American slang like that, the wrong way round? What is that? Like, how does that even mean anything? That doesn't make any goddamn sense. What are you? See, he doesn't know either. What are you talking about? Speak English good. Think about it. Besides Mrs. Beats' bouquet, there's Mr. Garrett's book. Bum 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 bum. Mr. Garrett's copy of The Lion's Pride, which was thrown out the window by his wife, would have struck the pane of the casement window and landed here, on the west side of the street. And yet, it was actually found here, on the opposite side of the road, in the victim's hand. I think we were actually right last week. I think we might have gotten the happenings correct. It's seeming more and more likely that it was book is thrown, hits the window, because remember it's the top hinges, so it falls straight down. The lady is standing right in front of Briar Road across from the X, so the book lands, hits her on the head, knocks her out. She's face down on the ground. Then the knife hits the window, falls down. That could be where the tip broke off too. Maybe the tip is still lodged in the window. Because remember, the knife has no tip. That was an important part of the evidence. Either way, knife falls down, lands in her back. So it looks like a stabbing, but it was actually just like accidental objects dropping on top of her. And then Rory Beat doesn't want to deal with it, so he drags the body across the road. So it's somebody else's beat, so he can go on his anniversary dinner. I think we actually might have called it last week. We gotta examine that window again. Maybe that'll come into evidence later. Because look, the tip of the knife is like conspicuously broken off and it's never come up yet as a piece of evidence. So that's a little unfortunate. But we'll see, I guess. The tip has to be important somehow. Did I see your idea for a carriage boss for Elden Ring? No, I want to though. I want to fucking play Elden Ring, dude. That game's got carriages up the wazoo. I was so mad that they didn't attack the wagon train during that 15-minute gameplay thing. They've showed that a couple times now, that like wagon train that's being dragged by the huge giant dudes. And he just passed it like it was nothing. He just rode right by it. I can't believe he did that. It was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in the victim's hand. The armor in that game looks so sick. The Enchanted Knight set looks so fucking cool. Everybody's gonna use the Enchanted Knight set if it's easy to find. Meanwhile, according to the testimony we've heard, Mrs. Beat's bouquet should have been dropped here at the scene of the crime on the casts. It says east, but it looked like it said cast because of the line. On the east side of the street. That's really funny. But in fact, it was actually found here, on the opposite side of the road, in front of Mr. and Mrs. Garrett's house. There's no logical explanation for those things, unless somebody deliberately moved them. Oh my god. Yeah, you better fucking attack that damn carriage. I honestly wonder what they're gonna do for the network test. I wonder if it's gonna be like a small area of the map to explore to show off the open world, or like a dungeon. Maybe they'll just throw you into the catacombs with all the other early access people and see what happens. See who shakes loose of the catacombs. What are you trying to say? I honestly think it's probably gonna be a small, like, dungeon area if I had to guess. Because that way you'd see like level design, enemies, and then a boss at the end, like a little boss. I've come to reach you about your car's extended warranty. Oh my god, you come to offer me a cord? Yo, Phoenix is the guy from the trailer, from the Elden Ring trailer with the dragon tattoo over her eyeball. He's offering me my Accord. What are you trying to say? The way you're talking, it sounds like you think my Rolly's done something wrong.
Don't you listen to a word that scrawny lawyer says. Wittering on about books and bouquets. Why should we care? It's nitpicking, that's what it is.
Oh, good. Mrs. Garrett's come round. Come around, thank you. A bone wheel. Dude, the bone wheels definitely need insurance more than anything else. Those little bitches crash all the damn time into stuff. They probably break their tips off when they hit window panes as well. You might call it nitpicking. That's a dangerous word to mispronounce. Holy shit. That was close. You might call it nitpicking, Mrs. Garrett. But deliberately meddling with the scene of a crime is a criminal offense. It's called, tampering, Mr. Naruhodo. But the person responsible for this tampering cannot admit to it, for a very subtle but compelling reason. Objection. Tampering? You've barely heard the term before. Tell us, my learned friend, who would possibly have had cause to carry out such an elaborate deception? Yes, there is someone who tampered with the scene of the crime that evening. All the evidence and all the testimony points to that one particular person. It's gotta be Rolly Beat, dude. Counsel, I must demand that you substantiate this conjecture. Who are you saying is responsible for tampering with the scene of the crime? It was Herlock, I tells you. He's 34? What? Did we know this before? Herlock Sholmes is so old. Wow, that's weird. He looks so much younger than that. I thought they were going for like a young Sherlock interpretation. He's so old. That's very, well, I mean, not old in terms of like actual age, but in terms of like apparent age versus how old he actually is. Damn, that's surprising to me. He like acts young too. He acts very young. Iris Wilson is 10 years old, so it's like only becoming more and more inappropriate that they're roommates. It was probably olive green, to be honest. Chocolate rain. This is what I think could be interesting. A chained up carriage driving around with bone wheels that detach and attack. Oh, that would be fun. That would be kind of fun, yeah. And it could become like a monster itself. Yeah, that could be kind of fun. His wheels himself is the bone wheel skeletons. It would kind of make sense with the carriage that we've seen so far, so maybe you're not even wrong. Because the carriage we've seen so far is like, instead of horses, it's being dragged by people as well. Well, giant monster people, but people nonetheless. So it would make sense if the whole thing was like made of corpses somehow. That would be kind of cool.
Take that! Take that!
Obviously, there's only one person it could have been. Constable Rolly Beat, it was you. What? A policeman? A member of Scotland Yard? What nonsense. Why would my Rolly do something like that? There's no one straighter than my husband. Nobody works tirelessly for the people of London. Except for him, I guess. Mrs. Beat, you said in your testimony that your husband asked you to go to a nearby police box to fetch the officer on duty. The 15 minutes that you were absent from the scene is the only opportunity anyone had to tamper with it. You're making it up. It's nonsense. It's all lies. What about that Japanese man with the whiskers? I bet it was him. He did it. I still love her angry animation of just her using her sleeping husband to fight you.
Objection.
Now that's a Dark Souls boss if ever I've seen one. That's the true final boss of Elden Ring. If that was true, Constable Beat would have seen him do it.
Oh. And forgive me for pointing it out, but when you dropped your bouquet, Mrs. Beat, it was after the defendant had fled the scene. Oh, well.
So, we still don't even know why Van Zeeks is here is the weird thing. Remember they specifically pointed out that Van Zeeks only shows up for trial if it's like a really high case, high profile trial where lives are on the line so that he can kill somebody? But like, what does this case have to do with anything? That's the weird part. I feel like we're like halfway through with this case. I honestly think it's gonna cut and it's gonna be like, go investigate again. Because there's just like, it never talks about the roommate, the other tenant that we never really met. It never talks about that guy who was hounding the other tenant that we never met. And it doesn't explain why Van Zeeks is in on this. It's not even a murder trial. It's like the lady's just in the hospital. First you make accusations about the landlord and his wife, and now you incriminate a policeman as well. But your accusations lack one very important thing. You claim the crime scene was tampered with, but there is only one reason anyone would commit such a reckless crime: to hide something.
That's right, he's right. But my husband and I just happened to be there, that's all. So why would we have anything to hide? It doesn't make sense.
You've offered no motive for this alleged tampering, and until you do, your accusations are mere empty threats. I can't fucking speak today, dude. I'm being sucked in by the Elden Ring. What if the real Elden Ring this entire time was actually Rolly Beat's Beat Patrol? Constable Beat had a very good reason for wanting to tamper with the scene of the crime. That's the key to this entire affair.
Mr. Naruhodo, have you managed to solve the mystery?
Counsel, you have made a very serious accusation against a London police officer. If you are mistaken, I'm sure I need not point out that your reputation as a lawyer will be irrevocably damaged. With that stark warning in mind, will you now explain to the court the motive for this alleged tampering?
Yes, my lord. The Elden Ring Discord server is scuffed. I mean, it's a fucking, like, weird English community manager's version of a Japanese game, so I don't even know if Japan knows what Discord is. I'm not super shocked. They have a bot that gives out rolls and then it keeps crashing. That's fucking awesome. They can't get their fucking rolls because the bot is too dumb. The bot is too broken. What the fuck? That's great. Man, I want to join the Elden Ring Discord now. That's the true Dark Souls, is trying to get your fucking roll on the Elden Ring Discord. You'll go hollow long before you ever get your roll. You'll become tarnished. Mr. Beat's motive for tampering with the crime scene was to hide. I posted the link to it in the Discord. Ooh, I better fucking join in when I get a chance. I want to be in the Discord. Actually, I don't, because maybe people will post like leaks and shit there, which I don't want to see. It's where the victim fell, right? Yeah, because the bouquet he didn't even fucking hide because he's stupid. The book is less important than the victim. Because, yeah, we're trying to, okay, we're building up to it would have been his job. That's what we're building up to. That's what you have to think about when you're doing these things. Where the victim fell to the ground. That is what this Bobby had to cover up at all costs. What?
Where the victim fell? You mean where she was attacked?
I like how Chimichanga paid points for a voice and then this character just doesn't talk anymore. Rolly Beat has not talked once in this whole 20-minute session of the game. What a fucking idiot. What a fucking stupid beat. That's why he got a dented helmet, because his brain was stored in there like Mojo Jojo. He sleeps so damn much because his brain is dented in half. Oh, okay, they have a no leaks rule. That's good. That's actually a lot better.
You mean where she was attacked? What are you talking about? We told you at the very start, didn't we? On the pavement of Briar Road. We saw it happen, remember?
You got scammed? Chibi, I'm so sorry, dude. I know one way I can make it up to you. If you merely invest $1,000 in my new cryptocurrency called Squid Game Coin, you can make that money back ASAP. I mean, you're not allowed to sell or trade the currency. You can just put money into it. But at the same time, like, it's going Elon Musk wholesome Doge to the moon. So as soon as you put money into that, you're going to start seeing so many returns. So, you know, just Venmo, PayPal, anything, any way to get it into my wallet, any way to get it into my crypto wallet. I got a Coinbase. You want to use my Coinbase? I can hook you up. Just transfer about 3,000 ETH into that son of a bitch, and I can get you hooked up with some squid coin for sure.
On the pavement of Briar Road. We saw it happen, remember? It was right here, as if anyone didn't already know.
That's certainly what everyone has been led to believe. But in fact, that isn't where the victim was stabbed at all.
What? What?
Dun 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 dun. This is so crazy. Investigation segment.
I'm beginning to wonder where this tumultuous trial will eventually end, Counsel.
If that's your assertion, then the court is dying to know, my Nipponese friend. Where are you proposing that the crime actually took place that evening? Oh, that's an easy one. Oh, yo, 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 yo. It's over here. Ding, ding, a ding, ding. I should save though, just in case I'm stupid. I think I'm smart, but I could be incredibly dumb, so you never know. If you let Jom scam you, you only have yourself to blame. That's true. Well, I didn't scam him. He paid, you can pay channel points to choose a character who's not one of the main characters in this game to choose their voice. Yeah, he picked Squidward for that happy little policeman fella, and then the character just hasn't talked for like the last 20 minutes. Ever since he bought the voice, the character just has not spoken a single time. He's just been standing there doing nothing. Right here.
But that's...
On the opposite side of the road?
I don't understand.
On the evening in question, Mr. Garrett's book fell directly down from the open window above. And your bouquet, Mrs. Beat, never even moved at all. What did move was the scene of the crime itself.
Good gracious!
Objection! Perhaps you haven't been listening to the ample testimony the court has heard. But these witnesses both saw the moment the attack took place.
That's right, we saw it with our own eyes.
It was 5 o'clock in the evening and already dark. There was typical London fog on the ground when you saw the incident unfold and ran to the victim's aid. That was actually on the west side of Briar Road.
No, that's not true. It can't have been.
Constable Beat then arranged for you to be absent for a while by sending you for help. And during the 15 minutes you were away, he transplanted the crime scene. There she is, dude. She's dead as hell. That's what I'm gonna do to everybody in this fucking stream if you don't fucking give me 8,000 ETH so I can make more squid coin. All I'm trying to do is get squid coin to the moon, and people are being so stingy. People are being so stingy even though this cryptocurrency is bound to explode soon. He moved all the things shown in this print. The victim herself, the 4 books. He moved everything, in fact, to the pavement on the east side of Briar Road.
Extraordinary!
But the constable overlooked one thing.
What? What did he overlook?
The bouquet, I presume? Exactly.
The prosecution told the court just a few minutes ago about the discovery of the rose bouquet. Lord Van Zeek said it wasn't noticed until the morning as it lay where the street lamps cast no light.
Yes, it couldn't be seen in the dark, obviously.
Which is why it was only the bouquet that was found in its original position on the pavement on the west side of Briar Road. And that is the defense's theory about what really happened that evening. How do you respond? Constable Rowley Beat, it's time. He's gonna talk again. SpongeBob. That's what Squidward sounds like.
Well, I'm very sorry.
That's exactly what he sounds like. You guys are so fucking jealous of my squid voice. My squid coin.
I didn't mean to nod off again, but I haven't slept properly in a month. Did I miss anything important? Oh, Rowley. It isn't true, is it? What the lawyer said is all lies, isn't it? I know it is, because you're the most upstanding, righteous man I know.
Nah, man, he's snoozing. He doesn't give a fuck.
I had a dream in time gone by.
Oh, dude, Squidward dropped his fucking tentacles on my ass. Squidward just laid the fucking beat down on me because I tried to put him in Les Mis. Alternate Squid fan game AU where Squidward is in Les Mis instead.
I had a terrible dream. All the things I did that night. Everything come out. Everything exposed.
What the fuck is he talking about, dude? Squidward geeking.
Only it seems.
This is actually like, you could see this being a weird Tumblr fan art of Squidward and SpongeBob in a relationship. Like gender bent human SpongeBob and gender bent Squidward. Or human bent Squidward, rather. He's basically the same squid gender as always. I'm just saying that, like, it's not even outside the realm of possibility.
Only it seems. It wasn't a dream at all.
Good golly! Order! What on earth is the meaning of all this?
Oh, Rolly.
Oh, this is her, sorry.
Oh, Rolly, why? Why would you do something like this? Moving a corpse is a criminal offense, isn't it?
Poor Rolly, dude. He's just sleepy, man. They don't let him fucking sleep. They gotta let the Bobbies have a little bit of rest, man. They're tired. They're tired as Bobbies. It's one thing if you have a job where you have to work all the fucking time if it's like stationary, but if you're a fucking London Bobby and you gotta walk 20 miles and you still are working fucking dusk to dawn, that shit's crazy. Wishing the victim dead should be one too.
Constable, explain yourself. Why would you do this? As a respected member of Scotland Yard, your duty is to protect the good people of London Town.
I can't say, sir.
What?
I really am ever so sorry about all this. For damaging the Yard's reputation. For everything.
I have a possible explanation. I know why he did it too. It's so that he wouldn't be on patrol. He's on patrol. He's on patrol. They call him McRowley. They do. They actually, what's known as, changed his name from McRowley because it was too offensive. So they named him to Squid Squacity instead. They basically rebranded him Squid Squacity and put him right back in Overwatch like nothing had ever happened.
It's high noon.
For why, on that particular evening, Constable Beat felt compelled to move the scene of the crime. Want to know a fun fact? I do. I would love to know one. I can think of one reason. What? How could you possibly know? You, a foreigner, presuming to understand the mind of a Scotland Yard policeman.
And yet, Lord Van Zeeks, it is this foreigner who has uncovered the startling truth of the matter thus far.
Is Van Zeeks not also a foreigner? I don't get it. How is he so fucking racist if he's also a foreigner? I mean, let's be honest, that happens in real life too. It's pretty funny. There are people who are like foreigners who are also incredibly racist to other foreigners. It's like when you're in a burning building and you like have to take the one escape rope and then you cut the escape rope as soon as you're good. You're like, all right, see ya. I'm good now. Good luck, everybody else. His name is Van Zeeks. That's not really an English name, is it? Macbeth was originally called McRowley. That's actually true, guys. I don't know if you know this. You can kind of impress your English teachers. If you're like in literature school, if you're in college for like, you know, any sort of thing to do with literature, you can really impress your teachers by talking to them about McRowley. It's like, you know how like restaurants have like a secret menu? You know, there's industry insider secrets that you can talk to people about. That's one of them when it comes to literature. If you just go up to your teacher and you say, hey, McRowley, right? They'll know what you're talking about. They'll be in on the same kind of path as you. It's not something that's commonly taught, so it's impressive. It'll really give you a leg up over your peers if you bring up McRowley to your teachers. Make sure your professor remembers you as the guy who talked to him about McRowley, and you'll get extra good grades.
And yet, Lord Zeeks, I already read this line. I believe it would be beneficial to the court to hear this extraordinary young lawyer's theory. Counsel for the defense, if you please.
My lord.
Now then, I think you had better show us some evidence.
At once, my lord. England, Japan, it makes no difference where you come from. Human emotions are all the same. And I think I have a fairly good idea of the feelings behind this man's actions.
What gives away the motive for Constable Beat's unthinkable actions?
It should be the, warrant card. Yeah, cause look, if you examine this, I'll show you too, just so you're convinced. Just so we're all convinced before we move forward. Not this part. Any crimes fall under the jurisdiction of the beat in which they are discovered. Body discovered, if you will. This is the really important thing. This is the nail in the coffin. And then number 2 goes along with it as well. If the beat is the location of the crime, the officer assigned to that beat is the one who has to do the investigation. So, when he was super fucking tired and he was about to go to a romantic anniversary dinner with his lovely wife, Martricia or whatever her name was, he was instead compelled by the legal law of the legal land of England to assist with this fucking stupid investigation. So he did what any self-respecting man would do, and he dragged that fat bitch across the street, face first, face down. That's why when we saw her in the hospital, she had all that gravel on her face and no skin on her head. Because, you know, he just kind of dragged her by one hoof. Bum, ba bum, bum. When a crime is discovered on his beat. Yeah. You know what's interesting about this case too? It had actually like the exact same solution as a crime from Ace Attorney, I want to say 2 or 3, when you have to go to the Big Top Circus, which was one of the most fun cases. I love that case. And it was the same kind of thing, right? Like, it turned out, the big twist is that it was something that fell, right? It was something that had fallen from above. But in that one, it was pretty obvious. Like, we all caught on to it really early into that case, because immediately upon getting to the crime scene, you could see this big giant building right next to where it happened. It was like very obvious. But in this one, especially because they started with that flashback just showing the long road, it kind of visually took your mind off of the possibility of like verticality when it came to the crime. It immediately put your mindset into like, okay, how did this happen on a straight, narrow path? Once we got there, of course, we saw that it wasn't. It was a lot more vertical than it looked, but during that original dramatization of the murder that we saw, they did a good job of like taking your mind away from that by showing this long stretch of road. All right, we're gonna present this, the police regulations. Warrant card. The judge is like,
Defense? Why did you just stand there for 5 minutes and not fucking say shit? You're not good at this job, are you?
I realize that I'm a foreigner in this land, and I've only just arrived in Japan, which is why all this information about London's so-called bobbies is completely new to me. I've learned that, though honorable, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world, for example.
Keeping the peace, looking after the citizens on his beat in all kinds of ways. There's no doubt the young Bobby is charged with a great deal each day, certainly.
But for Constable Beat, the day in question was special.
Special? How?
On account of this bouquet, my lord.
Oh, yes. It was our very first wedding anniversary.
Constable Beat had worked so hard to be able to afford this simple gift for his wife, and was so looking forward to taking her out for a celebratory meal, when he and Mrs. Beat stumbled upon a crime along Briar Road. Oh my god. When he saw that shadowy figure through the fog collapse on the pavement ahead of them, what must have gone through the man's mind? Wait, is this even the right guy talking? Yeah, it is. Why is the prosecutor helping me? But sir, but sir, just on one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. Beat puts up with a lot being married to a Bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care. That's why he gave her the fucking clarinet solo, if you catch my fucking drift, bro. That's why he played her fucking clarinet like it was, well, she doesn't have the clarinet, he has the clarinet, but you catch my drift. He was basically playing his nose as though it were a clarinet. SpongeBob style. This is, oh, sorry. Now everybody's Squidward. This is the warrant card that Constable Beat offered to lend me earlier. Inside, among the rules for patrolling policemen, it says, when a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with the initial investigation and help detectives. Constable Beat, is that, or is that not, the reason why you moved the whole crime scene that day? No man born of a woman will harm McRowley. That's so true, dude. No man born of a woman will harm McClunky. McClunky. You guys remember when they changed Star Wars so that Greedo says McClunky before he gets shot to death? That was the best update ever. D. Weatherly fucking told me about that shit, and I didn't believe him because it was the dumbest thing I'd ever heard in my life, and it turned out to be completely real. McClunky. If I ever die, God forbid, I believe that I will be able to discover the technology to transpose myself into a robotic frame before that happens. But should my consciousness ever come to an end, I do hope my last conscious thought and also phrase that I utter is probably McClunky.
Yes, McClunky.
He should have said, monkey. That's also a classic line, but that one wasn't even added in afterwards. See, the difference in filmmaking levels between the people who made the live-action Mario movie, god-tier filmmakers, and George Lucas, who's a shitter, is that they thought of that right fucking away. They thought of that right before they even released the film. George Lucas's dumbass took like 40 years to come up with McClunky. He took like 40 years to come up with that idea. They thought of it right the fuck then.
Everything you said, it's all right.
So, that's it. It was all to do with the boundary of your beat.
Oh.
Exactly. To summarize, the incident actually occurred on Constable Beat's beat.
Good gracious! Constable, do you realize the gravity of what you've done?
He's already asleep again, dude. Oh, no, he's not.
It was the first time since I became a copper that I'd ever cursed God. Stay close to me, Pat. The criminal could still be lurking somewhere. As we ran over to the scene, I had every intention of doing my duty as a police officer. We've got to report this to the station as quickly as possible.
That's such a good Squidward impression, dude. They should basically call me Godward. Yo, SpongeBob, hit me up if you ever need to replace Squidward's fucking dumbass old voice actor, because I could do it even better than he does.
McClunky. But then it dawned on me. I realized where we were, where the victim was lying, and what that meant for me. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with the initial investigations and help detectives. Why here? Why did this have to happen here? And why tonight of all nights? Why?
Poor Detective B.D. Rowley, dude. He doesn't have any fucking PTO, man. He's gotta work every goddamn day. Unless, of course, the body falls outside of his jurisdiction.
It's a copper's job to guard the scene of the crime, so I told Pat she'd have to go to the nearest police box and fetch whoever was on duty. It was then when I opened my mouth to speak. It just came out. I couldn't believe the words that were coming out of my own mouth. This is the next beat to mine, Pat, so you'll have to go to the police box that covers it. Turn right along Meerstrom Street.
You're so fucking evil, Rolly Beat. Curse you! You would have sent an innocent Japanese man to jail. All just to cover up your job. That's pretty messed up. That's not cool. Guys, you shouldn't send people to jail for literally no reason. If you're sending someone to jail in place of yourself, that's one thing. Like, sure, that's fair. But sending someone to jail just because you don't want to have to do your job? Come on now, that's so rude. You can at least have the fucking courtesy to look him in his little Japanese face while you send him off to the gallows. Ahoy hoy, hey, what's up, Equestria Wyvern? Welcome back. You got here just in time. It turns out we were right. The thrilling conclusion.
I'm
a goofy goober. Yeah, oh.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Poor Rolly Beat.
Oh,
No. Oh, why are you feeling bad for this guy? Because he's crying that he got caught? He was gonna send an innocent man to jail. He's a cop. No. It's like a doctor fucking cutting some dude's lungs during surgery because he wanted to go out with his wife for dinner. It's not okay. It's his fucking job. No, absolutely not. We're running this back. Don't feel bad for Rolly Beat.
I just wanted, just that one night, to take my Patricia out for dinner. Oh, Rolly.
I feel bad for Rolly Beat, man. I shouldn't feel bad for him. Logically, I understand that he's completely in the wrong. I can't help it. Look how fucking cute he is. He's so sad.
Just that one night.
Why do I feel bad for him? That makes no fucking sense.
You knew that if the incident was on your beat, your evening of celebration would be ruined. And so you decided to move the entire crime scene outside of your jurisdiction. Just across the street, to the east pavement of Briar Road, which falls under the neighbor's beat care. The neighboring beat's care, sorry.
McClunky's son will be kings. They will, dude. That's the Star Wars sequel we didn't know we need. Son of Greedo, a Star Wars story.
You see, I thought... Well, I was sure the victim was dead, you see.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, of course he did. Otherwise, my Rolly would have never left the poor woman on the freezing cold pavement.
I see your meaning now. McClunky!
But God got me back for my sins, didn't he? That's why. That's why I missed the rose I bought for Pat. Oh no, Rolly, that was all my fault. I should never have dropped it in such a dark place.
Why does nobody feel bad for the guy they were gonna send to jail wrongly? Jesus Christ. Fucking... No. No to all of this. This is all annoying. Who cares? He was supposed to do his job and he derelicted his duty. It would be one thing if he derelicted his duty and it was like fairly victimless. There is a very definitive victim here. The guy who was gonna go to fucking jail to cover this asshole. That's not cool. That's not cool at all.
I should have never dropped it in such a dark place. I'm so sorry, Rolly.
And can you tell us, Constable, how many books did you move from one side of the road to the other in total?
4 it was. Yes, sir. Definitely 4. 3 of them dropped by Mr. Natsumi, and the 4th being the one that fell from the window upstairs in the Garrett household, of course.
But what made you place that book in the victim's hand? When all the others were scattered haphazardly around, I mean.
Oh, well, sir, that's because that's how I found it.
How you found it? What do you mean? Oh, interesting. I was actually wrong. Wow, me being wrong? Impossible. This has to be a glitch. I think the dialogue got glitched up in the translation somehow. What they meant to type was John correct, and then everybody says congratulations and claps at me while the happy song plays. There's some sort of defect in the dialogue happening right now. No, so I think what actually happened is that the book that fell out the window first did not hit her in the head and knock her out like I thought. It must have just landed on the pavement in front of her, and then when she bent over to pick it up, like that meme of the woman picking up the book, the knife then landed in her back. Which makes less sense, because then why was she unconscious? It was like a very superficial wound, it looked like. There's not even blood. Huh? Maybe he's lying, but I don't know. How else would it be in her hand? Did they explain how they have color photography? I don't think so. If they did, they definitely just hand waved it. It's 100% for the sake of gameplay. It's 1000% just for the sake of gameplay. Because it would be like a real muddy mess trying to discover any clues if everything was just shades of gray. It's like 1000% just for the gameplay. Because when you see photos not in gameplay, it's usually black and white, like the newspaper photo and stuff like that. So I think it's mostly just a gameplay caveat. It's like, okay, we know this doesn't make sense, but it's necessary, so whatever. Just pretend. How you found it? What do you mean?
When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So, when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand.
You're sure it was this book, The Lion's Pride, that the victim was holding?
Oh, yes, sir. No doubt about it, sir.
Interesting. The 4th book's information has been updated. It's not even over! Wait, what? How is this not over? He just admitted to the whole thing. Oh, but we still haven't proved. Okay, yeah, we still haven't actually told the court, like, who did it. It's Mrs. Garadev, for sure. But we need to prove that. Gotcha. She's gonna not admit to it. He admits to his culpability, but she's not gonna admit to her part in it.
I thought it was an open and shut case at the time, you see. There were only the two people at the scene, and Pat and me both saw it happen. However which way you look at it, it had to be the fellow who ran off who done it, I thought.
Oh, okay. Oh, I do. Okay, I'll feel bad for him now. I'll give it to him. It's still super shady and scummy, but I'll give it to him. He did actually think that it was the Japanese guy who did the crime. So like, it's still incredibly fucked up, but it's a lot more understandable. It's still not cool at all, but it's a lot more understandable. No, it's still fucked up. Never mind. I take it back. That's fucked. That's not okay. Cops can't fuck with a crime scene because they think that somebody's guilty in order to incriminate the person who they think is guilty. That's actually less cool, now that I think about it. That's actually way worse. I thought it was a good excuse, but it's actually just straight up worse. Like, imagine if you were a defendant, right? And you know you didn't fucking do it, but the cops thought you did it, so they fucked with the crime scene so that you would get a guilty verdict. That's not okay. They're just throwing weed in your car because they think you're a drug dealer? No. No at all to that. I refuse this.
I didn't think moving it over the road would make a lot of difference. I suppose this is it for me now. I've had it.
Yeah, that's actually way worse. That's so much worse, and for some reason I thought it was better at first. John, cops can do that. Cops planted evidence on Jeffrey Epstein. That is true. Free my boy Jeffrey. Guys, please, we have my Facebook page, Free Jeffrey. We've got 10,000 strong and growing. I haven't been keeping up with the news on the Jeffrey Epstein situation, but as long as he remains in prison, we will stay strong. I'm on day 87 of my hunger strike. I have had 86 cheat days, but I'm on 87th day of my hunger strike until they free my boy Epstein. He didn't do nothing wrong. It was all fabricated by the fucking FBI. The anti-Semitic FBI, I should have you know. They never want to see a powerful Jewish king. They never want to see us flourishing. So messed up. So messed up.
My lord. Yes, Lord Van Zeeks.
I believe that concludes the cross-examination of the witnesses. Constable, you may withdraw.
Yes, sir. Mr. Prosecutor, sir. What will become of my Rolly? What will happen to him?
For now, you are free to go home. The police will contact you in due course.
Please, don't punish my husband. This was all my fault.
It really was not.
It's because I'm always moaning at him for coming home late.
Aw, poor Patricia.
Leave it now, Pat. Let's go home. I'm tired.
It's all because Mr. Dang Krabs has been working him to the bone down at the Krusty Krabs, dude. This is so fucked.
All right then, my love.
One last thing, Constable.
Sir?
Let this be a lesson to you. In a criminal investigation, every detail matters, however insignificant it may seem to you.
Yeah, exactly. Here's the thing. The police's job is literally just to preserve and collect evidence in terms of like a criminal investigation. They've got to collect the guy, they got to collect the suspect, and they got to collect the evidence. That's their job. They're not supposed to fuck with the crime scene because they think some guy's guilty. That's the court's job. That's the prosecutor's job to make the strong case, and it's the jury's job and the judge's job to convict and give him the sentence. It's not the police's job. They're not the fucking judge, jury, and executioner. That's fucked.
Yes, sir.
Why does Squidward look like a puppet? I don't know. I think it's because he's over the sea. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's not in his natural aquatic habitat, so like, whenever you see a squid on the land IRL, it's like flat to the ground, right? Because of the gravitas and stuff. Can't swim through the water. So I think basically to maintain a facade of his normal self, he has to be strung up like a puppet. Because otherwise he'd just be all on the ground. Since he's in the, you know, above water land.
Carve that lesson into your mind. And never again make the mistake of tampering with the scene of a crime.
Never again, sir. You mean to say?
Leave, now. This trial is not yet over.
Wait, he's gonna let him keep his job? What? Well, I guess that's for the police to decide.
Sir?
Let's go, Rolly. I still like Rolly, even though he's fucked in the head. He's just stupid, he's not malicious.
Well, quite a startling revelation, I must say.
But do we really want stupid people fucking with crime scenes as a cop? I don't know. I don't know about that one.
Whoever thought a third party transplanting the entire scene of a crime like that?
Indeed, my lord. Nevertheless, there are some immutable facts here. Principally, that the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume, is the only person who could have possibly committed this crime.
No, you stupid! I disagree. Now that we know the scene of the coincident, there is someone else.
The coincident, you say?
Another person who could be responsible for the knife in the victim's back.
Forgive me for being presumptuous, but I believe the prosecution is probably well aware of the possibility already.
Lord Van Zeeks, is this true?
He ain't stupid. He is stupid. He fucked with the crime scene because he wanted to go home. Oh, he's a bumbling buffoon. I still like him though. He couldn't even answer when the prosecution had him on the hot seat and was just grilling him as to what 9 + 10 was. He kept fucking saying 21. He kept fucking saying 21 every single time.
Very well. Name the person if you will, and if further investigation is warranted. The prosecution has no objections to the trial continuing.
John has objections to the trial continuing.
This trial's like 80 hours long!
It's definitely Soseki Natsume, unfortunately. R.I.P. to the homie Nozeki. Doseki's Natsumi. He doesn't always murder fat British women, but when he does... yeah, it's gotta be motherfucking Joan Garrett, unfortunately.
Take that!
Take that!
The defense would once again like to request the cross-examination of a new witness, my lord.
Once again?
My assistant made the same request earlier. In order to finally reveal the truth about this case, won't we have to do a whole retrial though? Because we have to investigate a juror. How are we gonna have a jury's decision on this case? Is she gonna have to vote herself guilty? Just like, you know what, you kind of won me over through this dialogue we've had. Through this Socratic dialogue, you've really made me see the error of my ways. My presuppositions were all flawed to begin with. It's imperative that we cross-examine juror number 4, Mrs. Joan Garrett. McRowley, all the perfumes of Arabia will not sweeten this little McRib. He does say that. I love that book, dude. Macbeth. I like Hamlet more. Hamlet is pretty cool. I like Hamlet because the guy go crazy. He starts geeking. Bam, bam, bam. Was it Macbeth or was it Hamlet where they have the line about the way back is also steeped with blood, so I may as well go forward? I love that line. That line is iconic. That's a genuinely fantastic line. Ba, ba, ba. Me, oh dearie me. It's like basically the sunk cost fallacy in one sentence. It's great.
Objection!
Objection!
That request has already been denied.
But the situation is very different now. Mrs. Garrett, answer me this.
What do you want to know, you little toad?
That's what I say whenever Remix just types John in the chat and doesn't give me fucking information to work off of. Every time, man. He just says, John! Hamlet, yeah, Hamlet's a hood classic, dude. Every time I read Hamlet, I keep yelling out World Star during my 9th grade literature class. Everybody starts cracking up. I mean, they're not, they're just glaring at me, but I can tell they're lolling on the inside. World Star! Every time, you know, something crazy happens. I like Othello. Othello is good too, because he strangles a white woman to death. It's actually what's known as it's a work that was ahead of its time. It recognized the true enemy of humanity all the way back then. And he took out one of them white devils, like, day one. Othello was a day oneer, man. He was ahead of the curve on that one. At the time of the incident, you were engaged in a violent argument with your husband, Mr. John Garrett. In the course of the argument, a minor house fire was ignited. And to clear the smoke from the room, your husband opened a window that looks out over Briar Road.
Well, what of it, you little toad?
You threw this book at your husband when he was cornered with his back against the window. Upon striking the pane of the open top-hinged casement window, the book plummeted directly down, finding its way to what we now know to be the true scene of the incident. What do I think of Hamilton? I haven't seen it, so I don't have any strong opinions on Hamilton. I will say I really dislike the concept, like, quite strongly, but if it's done well, it could be really good. I just haven't seen it yet. I just feel like it's the most, like, wine mom / millennial shit I've ever seen in my fucking life. Like, let's take this really interesting part of history and make it into, like, quotable rap songs so that white girls can do TikTok dances to it. It just seems weird to me. I don't know. But, again, I haven't seen it, so it might be awesome. I haven't seen too many musicals. I really like, Les Mis. Les Mis is my top #1 favorite. I love Avenue Q. I like, Phantom of the Opera pretty good. I think that one's fun. But yeah, I haven't seen too many. I haven't seen a whole lot. I saw the, Spam-A-Lot as well. The Monty Python one. But I don't remember too much about it. I remember liking it okay, but that one didn't really stick with me. To what we now know to be the scene of the incident. Yes, and as I said, what of it? Watch the Les Mis movie. No, don't watch the movie. It's so bad. Watch, like, the anniversary. There's a good anniversary special of it. I really like the old guy who plays Valjean. I always forget his name. The old Irish guy. Colm Wilkinson. He's so good. I love that guy. He's great. Guys, if you haven't seen Les Mis, get on that shit. It's so good. It's amazing. The book is also really fucking phenomenal, but it's a really long read, so it's better to watch the musical. Digga, 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 digga. You've never seen a musical? You should try them. They're pretty good. They're pretty fun. You don't have to go to Broadway these days. You can catch a lot of this stuff online. But don't watch the movies. The movies are generally bad. I liked the Phantom of the Opera movie, but I saw it when I was like 10, so I don't think it's probably actually very good. But I liked it. The singer was really bad. It's got the same flaw that a lot of them do, where like the musical part of it is bad, but I like the acting, I like the set pieces a lot. The set design in that movie is fucking fantastic. The Phantom of the Opera movie. It looks so good. It's got Gerard Butler. He's good, but he's horrible at singing. Sounds like a dying toad. It was like when they cast fucking... What dipshit did they cast as, oh my god, it was in the Les Mis movie. Javert. Javert's actor in the Les Mis movie was horrible at singing. It was super bad. Yeah, it has the guy with Wolverine in the movie. But you probably shouldn't watch the movie. It's not very good. It's not great. I've only seen bits and pieces of it because I lost interest pretty quick once I saw the level of the singing. It's unfortunate too because they have some good-ass singers, but the singing is not great, even for the people who are good at singing. Yeah, Hugh Jackman, phenomenal singer, really good actor, but he's not great in that movie. I think it was just poorly directed or something. During the argument, you were beside yourself with rage. As such, you threw not just books, but anything you could lay your hands on. Yeah, watch Les Mis. Don't watch the movie though. Watch a like a theater production of it. Watch it either at a local theater or watch it online because they have a lot of good online resources for it now. The anniversaries, you should like the 10th and 25th anniversaries are good. Anything with Colm Wilkinson in the lead role is great. What are you fucking watching me, Chug? I'm gonna knock your teeth open, bro. I'm gonna fucking take a little tiny hammer and a tiny chisel, the tiniest you've ever seen, and I'm gonna make a hole right through the center of your tooth, digging for fucking gold in that shit. Let me ask you one more time, Mrs. Garrideb. This knife, the one removed from the victim's back. Have you really never laid eyes on it before? Oh! How do you spell that? What, Les Mis? L-E-S-M-I-S. Or are you talking about Colm Wilkinson? C-O-L-M-W-I-L-K-I-N-S-O-N? Something like that? I don't remember. Oh, he's some old Irish guy with a gray beard. You'll know him if you see him. Les Mis got Anne Hathaway Batgirl. It does have Anne Hathaway in it. That is true. The film version. It's got Anne Hathaway version. It's also great because Les Mis takes place during like a revolution, and you know I love that revolutionary spirit shit. Dude, I'm literally half French and half Mexican. It's like the two people on the planet who throw the most constant revolutions. It's just like hard-coded into our DNA. And I've got a double strong, so I love that shit. It's great. Black and red? Ooh, that's a fucking banger, bro. It makes me want to start tipping over police cars right away. I don't recall it. Seriously?
Am I supposed to remember everything I picked up and threw at my husband? And anyway, the man over there in all that regalia said members of the jury needn't testify, didn't he?
Conveniently, yes.
Objection!
Objection!
The song where they're pulling on the boat. Is that look down? Is that look down?
No, I have no recollection of saying that at all, juror number 4.
Oh!
Make no mistake, your jurors are not special in any way. You are not immune to the judicial process.
If you know, so it looks like he's holding a funny cigar. It looks like he's holding out a funny weed, like a meme. Like a meme where he's holding out a funny weed of sorts.
If you knew something about this knife, madam, let the truth come out.
But that's just a common or garden knife.
A common or garden knife? What?
What? It could have come from anywhere. We have several like that at home. If one went missing, how would you expect me to know?
What's that?
Are you joking? What are you saying, please, Mrs. Garrett?
Russell Crowe, that's the one. Yeah, he's horrible in it. He just can't sing.
Now you listen to me. I refuse to believe all this nonsense. I couldn't bear the thought that I'd injured someone. You hear? I couldn't bear it.
Oh, the poor woman. What are you talking? Why is everybody feeling bad for these people? What's happening? She fucking killed someone with a knife. What do you mean, this poor woman? I feel bad for the woman who's unconscious in the hospital, man. Get justice for her. Justice for fat British woman. Get it trending on Tumblr at twitter.com/Reddit 4chan. You sing it then. I can't sing it worth shit, man. I would be even worse than Russell Crowe. I would be even worse than Russell Crowe. That's what he says in that song.
I want evidence. I want to see hard evidence.
I know the evidence.
You're going to have to prove to me that I threw that knife. Come along now. Chop chop. Do your worst.
We don't have that evidence, do we? We have to see the window again. We have to see the window. There's gonna be the tip of the knife lodged into the window, and that's gonna be the smoking gun. We need another investigation segment. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, if I had evidence like that, believe me, I would have thrown it at her already. Just like she threw that knife at the woman's back.
Then take the stand, juror.
Oh!
The prosecution does not object to the defense's request to cross-examine this Winden.
Thank you, Lord Van Zeeks. Oh, I'm going to have to testify.
Juror number 4, as I'm sure you will appreciate, having observed it with your own eyes today, witness testimony can lead to the most extraordinary truths being unearthed, truths of which the witnesses themselves may not have even been aware.
Remix is away on Wallpaper Engine. Remix, are you making a wallpaper of fucking My Little Ponies, bro? I know you are already. He's making a wallpaper engine of the Belgian king, standing gloriously at his throne.
Oh, dearie me.
So I demand your full and unadulterated testimony, Mrs. Garrett.
I'm still unclear on what wallpaper engine actually is, but I see people on Steam on it all the time.
And mark my words, in this court of law today, we shall extract the truth. Do you concur, counsels?
Certainly, my lord.
Oh, that's what I'm hoping for, my lord. Oh, that's cool. It's like an animated background for your wallpaper. That's kind of fun. This is such a strange... My wallpaper is fucking trash. I would show it to you, but I have too many incriminating documents on my desktop. Such as I murdered Jeffrey Epstein.jpg. My desktop is literally just like a boring, like, nebula. It's just like space stuff. It's not cool looking. It's not fancy at all. This is such a strange feeling. For the first time since arriving in this country, it actually feels real. Whoa! He's ready to be in third-person mode. And the over-the-shoulder cam, so he can run up and take... He could do the roadie run and then take cover against the little, stand. He'll do his curb stomp move against all the fucking locusts. I'm here in the Old Bailey, and I'm a lawyer! Thanks, Rianosuke. That was a really helpful recap in case you just started playing again after 10 years. Oh, yeah, I remember that. Yeah, he's a lawyer. I forgot. I'm saving.
Very good, Council. Do you want a fucking cookie? Do you remember your name too, Council? Oh, Council, do you remember your country of origin?
Please stop bullying me, Your Honor. You can do a Dark Souls wallpapers and Deadly Premonitions. That's pretty cool. That's not bad. I want a wallpaper of Dark Soul.
Witness, state your name and occupation.
Yes, my name is Joan Garridan. And I'm a juror and such like.
It sounds like even she doesn't know if she's a housewife or a maid or what anymore.
The court has decided your testimony is required in order to clarify matters in this case. Do you understand, madam?
Yes, my lord.
You will tell the court everything that took place in the household on the evening in question. And I warn you, do not attempt to hide the truth.
Oh, dearie me. The jiggle physics on her cheeks are getting fucking out of control, dude. That's great. I like the set design for the look down portion. It's good. I mean, it's got the same problem as like I was talking about with the Phantom of the Opera movie earlier, where the like singing parts are not amazing, but then the set designs are really strong. Like visually, the movie looks very good. It's just the musical portions that aren't that great. I don't know, maybe it's worth watching, but I remember seeing the fucking Russell Crowe and I was like, I can't watch this version. I just can't watch this version if fucking Russell Crowe's gonna sing like that the whole time.
Oh, dearie me.
They also have one of the funniest possible sound effect uses of all time, which I will not spoil. But if you end up watching the Les Mis movie, holy shit, they have one of the funniest uses of stock sound effects I've ever heard. It's like a really dramatic death scene, one of the most, possibly arguably the most dramatic death in the entire story. And it's like punctuated with a cartoon splat sound effect. It's so fucking funny. That's like the one thing I remember from that movie.
Chin up, Joni. Nothing to worry about now.
Oh, it's Mr. Garadeb.
Oh, I didn't know you were here, John.
I don't remember his voice.
Wasn't only you in the room that day, old thing, was it? Rather think I ought to testify as well, don't you?
But what about your knee, dear?
Don't you worry about that. Hardly notice it. I'm not the sort of chap to leave a comrade to face disciplinary action alone.
Oh, John.
I presume you are Mr. John Garridan.
Yes, sir. Former second lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment from the 4th Northumberland Fusiliers, sir.
Dude, what if the knife tip broke off on his medal? Oh my god. That might be where the knife tip is. Okay, we gotta try to like press this guy more on everything so we can get a closer look at him. Because remember, she was throwing stuff at him. So the knife tip might be broken off somewhere on his person. Oh, on like his articles. It's probably stuck in the metal. If we get a closer look at the metal at some point, we may be able to find it. Yeah, the knife tip is gonna be like pivotal. That's gonna be the smoking gun. We have to see it.
Seen my fair share of action now, and living the quiet life, as it were. The quiet life? Were you not engaged in an incendiary battle with your spouse on the day in question?
Well, yes, quite. I believe this may represent a first in the proud history of the British court. Calling a juror to the witness stand is unprecedented. However, the court will hear your testimony now, juror number 4, and that of your husband. You will recount clearly and concisely the events in your home on the day of the time in question of the incident and such.
What?
At once, I mean.
You just heard the splat. It's so fucking good. It's so iconic. I love it. The Battle of the Garadeb Dam. Now we have to help Mr. House take over New Vegas once and for all. Hang on. Hold this thought. I will be back so fast. It will be like a lightning in the storm. I am going to go to the bathroom real quick now that we've got a slight break in the action. And as soon as I get back, we're going to finish this once and for all. We're going to finish off the Garadebs. But I will return. So hang tight and I will see you in a few. Be right back. Rangers! Rangers, it's me, Zordon. I want to set up my webcam in such a way that it just looks exactly like Zordon. Like I'm basically just a big blue-green beam of light on top of a giant head. I feel like that would be pretty cash. It would be a little dope, to be honest. It is. I love that fucking sound effect. It's iconic. What a good movie. All right, hang on. Let's continue, shall we? The Battle of the Garadeb. We finally got the fucking culprit right where we want her.
Yes, on the day you're referring to, the wife and I did have a bit of a skirmish. Can't recall the reason now. Knocked a candlestick over and set fire to the carpet. Soon had it out, though, and got the window open.
Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him.
Plenty of knives around our place. Can't say I'd notice if one or two went missing, I'm afraid. If that bolly thing in the victim's back really was one of ours, you'll have a job proving it, I think.
It sounds as though it was quite the battlefield in your household that evening.
Although an entirely one-sided assault, it seems.
Look, it made the metal flash. Yeah, the knife tip is definitely embedded into the metal. I can't see it though. I can't see the knife tip. But it keeps drawing your attention to the metal every time. We'll have to find a way to get him to show it to us. It'll probably be pretty easy to convince him to show it to us because he loves talking about this shit.
The enemy caught us on the hop, sir. Had no choice but to dig in and take defensive measures. To be honest, if the enemy had kept showing us for another minute, we'd have been toast. Of course, a veteran such as myself is only too aware that on every battlefield, you're just a gnat's whisker away from death at any moment.
Are we still talking about a marital quarrel here?
Well, I must say I'm dubious that this testimony will shed any light on the origins of this jackknife.
In combat, one's focus narrows such that surroundings are barely noticed. These witnesses may not be able to offer anything more than they have testified already. This may be a dead end.
Van Zeeks may well be right.
Well, whatever the chances, we only have this last cross-examination to uncover the truth.
Wait, when was this established? What? We only have one more chance? Oh no! Yes, I'm afraid so.
Very well, counsel. Begin your cross-examination.
Bang bang.
On the day you're referring to, my wife and I did have a bit of a skirmish. Knocked a candlestick over and set fire to the carpet. Soon had it out, though.
Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him.
We'll definitely press that.
Plenty of knives around our place.
Can't say I noticed. We'll press that too.
If that bolly thing in the victim's back really was one of ours, you'll have a job proving it, I think.
Okay. So we're gonna present the knife tip against this, is my guess. If that thing was ours, you'll have a job proving it. That would prove it. But where's the knife tip? We'll press this, statement 4, probably? Plenty of knives around our place, won't notice if one or two I'm missing. Because maybe he'll talk about the tip, I doubt it though. It's definitely one of these two. Let's try this one first.
Hold it!
Hold it! Sorry, would you care to elaborate?
Nothing to say, really. Rather partial to a spot of clothing, you see. Pops and whatnot, fishing tackle, you know the sort of thing.
It's a passion we both share. I like to carve little wooden trinkets too. Ah, I see. And then there's my leather work.
Sorry to say, we're always losing knives about the place. And we have dozens of the things.
They sell them at the market sometimes, 20 for the price of 19. Needless to say, I snap them up. John prefers to use 2 knives at mealtimes too, instead of a knife and fork.
What? That's idiotic.
Now, Joan. We don't want people thinking I'm some kind of savage.
Here we go again with the scaldings. Why are they being so evasive?
I imagine it's because they don't want to believe it. They can't bear the thought that it might have been one of their knives that injured the victim.
Which is entirely understandable, of course, but still.
Go on with your testimony, witnesses. Sir!
Okay, so that was a dead end. That didn't do anything. Let's try this one. I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him. Even though the room was on fire? It's on fire! Have you guys ever been on a room that's burning to the ground before? I have. I was locked in there by my evil step teacher so that I would not uncover the secret of the Cretaceous Crunch, if you could believe that, in my young adult adventure novel. It was pretty dicey, I gotta say, but I used the power of my spirit's ghost to escape out of it unharmed. Basically, I said, Orpin Sarsame, and I cast open the spell that Hermione taught me so I could escape.
As far as I was concerned at the time, it was more important to extinguish my anger than the flames. When a woman wants to throw, she must throw.
That is most certainly not true of a Susato takedown, Mr. Naruhodo. How did she know I was thinking that? The Jalopas. Yeah, they basically put the Jalopas in the room with the fire so that they would get like a firepower boost and try to kill me. But I managed to escape unscathed anyway. I used my trademark Susato takedown to escape. They named it after me after all, John Susato. Most people don't know my last name. So please cast your mind back and try to remember. Was a knife among the items that you threw at your husband that day?
In all honesty, I don't recall. But I feel I must point out that I'm no monster. Let me see. Some bread, a cabbage, garlic, a towel, and a sponge, a napkin.
What do you want, Mr. Garubaj?
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Do you have something to add, sir? Mr. Garadev.
Hey, don't shoot! Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon?
Did your wife's remark now just bring something to your mind?
Nothing of any significance now. Just that the barrage of projectiles the old thing launched in my direction was somewhat more solid than she implies. Books, bricks, and the fire poker I seem to recall.
Ouch.
And the woman's aim is uncanny. She landed a direct hit with every volley. Ah! Good grief, woman! We're not at home now.
That's important. She just said specifically that everything hit him. So if she did throw the knife, then it did hit him. 100%. It's gonna be broken off on the metal. It's 100% gonna be stuck in the metal. Because otherwise it would have killed him.
Good grief, woman! We're not at home now. This is a court of law.
Oh, dearie me. Ever so sorry, dear.
What's she even doing with a teapot in here?
Honestly, John, I would never have thrown such things at you, obviously.
Well, take a look at this then. How do you suppose that happened, Your pipe, sir.
Ah. She hit him in the pipe. She hit him right in his little pipe with a knife.
Now, this thing in my hand, as usual at the time of the onslaught, knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles, she did. Yes. And when I went to pick the thing up, it was broken in two. I'd like to see a sponge do that sort of damage.
I see. Your pipe was broken.
It would never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Anyway, I managed to bandage the thing up for now.
Ah, you are one to exaggerate, aren't you, dear?
She said the line. She said the famous line. She basically just hit me up with the... I just still don't know why they say that. It's very strange. I wish they wouldn't say I love her jiggle physics, dude. It's so cool. This is literally gonna make me fail November on day fucking 5, bro. This is not fair. Oh, this just ain't fair. You about to make me act up, Darkside Phil style.
You are one to exaggerate.
Oh, this is her.
Aren't you, dear?
I wonder what we should make of this account. It's super important. The knife broke off on his medal. Medal of honor? Nah, medal of dishonor. Because it's gonna prove that his wife is a no good, down dirty dog murderer. Well, assaulter. She basically assaulted. Medal of honor, European assault as it's known. Quite literally, Medal of honor, European assault. Every word applies. The defense believes Mr. Garadib's remarks to be of great significance.
Objection.
This war veteran's words only tell us one thing. Betray a fiery wife, and pipes, as well as hearts, may be broken. Sentimental wisdom, perhaps, but hardly worthy of adding to formal testimony.
Indeed. Common sense, one might say.
Might one?
In that case, would you at least permit us to examine the pipe, sir?
Well, I don't see why not.
Nah, yeah, it's gonna be on the pipe instead. It's gonna be on the pipe instead, because it's not letting me talk about the metal.
Oh, dearie me. There you go again, trying to ingratiate yourself with a young lady.
I forgot that's what she was mad about. Holy shit, this woman's insane. The whole reason she's so mad at her husband and tried to murder him with throwing bricks at his head was because he bought a used book from the library that had a woman's name in it. That's the whole reason she's mad. She thought he was having an affair because of that. She found like a bookmark with a kissy lips on it.
Very well, if the court will accept the gentleman's pipe as evidence.
Mr. Garrett's pipe.
I hope I didn't speak out of turn, Mr. Naruhodo.
You did! Backhand. Backhand across the room. Welcome back to the 1800s, women. Dun 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 dun. Where's the tip? It looks to be in a sorry state with that bandage around it, doesn't it? But for some reason, it feels slightly ominous to me, like it's trying to shout out a warning. Probably because it's the same blue as Mr. Garrett's dressing gown.
I suppose it must have considerable sentimental value to Mr. Garrett, given that he's gone to the trouble of repairing it like this.
Either that, or he can't afford to replace it. Let's see what's— oh baby! I found the tip of the knife. Tip of the knifeies to you laddies, this is John's septic eye. And that's the case. And I believe that we just cracked the whole case, right there. I would argue that's like pretty irrefutable, yeah? That the tip of the murder weapon is inside of his fucking pipe. That seems slightly suspicious. Anything else about this? There's like the chip, but that's presumably also caused by just the knife. He used the knife to clean his pipe. Oops, snipped ya, that's what the knife says when it falls apart. Oh, something just twinkled inside the chamber of the pipe there.
Yes, I saw it. Something stuck in there, I think.
Let's turn it over and give it a shake. What's this?
It's a tiny fragment of metal.
It looks like
The tip of a blade or something.
the tip of a blade. Surely it couldn't be. This is like razor blades in Halloween candy. Guys, you have to be so careful when you have kids. Alyssa, you gotta protect your children, all right? They're the future. And basically, because that one fake incident of someone putting a razor blade in candy 20 fucking years ago, you gotta check every piece of candy your kid brings home. Otherwise, razor blades. This is the tiny piece of metal we found in the chamber of Mr. Garrett's pipe.
It looks like the tip of a blade or something.
The tip of a blade?
Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo?
I don't really know. There's just something, bothering me. There's something bugging me, but I just can't quite put my finger on what that is.
Perhaps in that case, it would be wise to examine some of the other pieces of evidence again.
Okay, I gotta do it again. I played Russian roulette in SS13 and won 3 times. Well, guess what? I played squid roulette and lost in 1 time, so I'm pretty much the best. Basically, 8 men basically gather around and put their cocks through tiny little guillotines. And then if you lose the game of Octo Roulette, woo, you drop the hammer on that bad boy. You drop the hammer on that little bad boy is all I'm saying. And then pop goes my weasel. And, you know, where am I now? I didn't get jack squat off of that game. Yeah, I'm not gonna say that one, Mr. Naruhodo. You can say that all you want. Especially because he immediately talks about how it was bothering him. Things that annoy you. Fill in the blank, Mr. Naruhodo. He's in public, man. He's gonna get fucking turbo canceled. I mean, to be fair, it is England in the 1800s, so they probably hate black people, but they probably hate Japanese people a whole lot more. Reddit mods defending No Nut November and porn addiction. Like, that's what I don't understand about No Nut November. I thought Reddit like was obsessed with porn, but then they also have this like weird tradition where they all talk about how much they touch their dicks. That part I understand because it's Reddit, but like, I don't understand. It seems like they would love it. It seems like they would never support something like No Nut November. Look here, here's my new fucking, guys, my new fun hip movement. It's called Don't Talk About Your Fucking Jerk Off Life with Strangers on the Internet. Keep that shit to yourself challenge. Impossible difficulty, 2021 challenge. Like, fucking, who gives a fuck how much you're touching your little wrinkled dick? I don't give a fuck. Keep that fucking raisinette in your pants, bro. Look here, Mr. Naruhodo, just at the tip. A small piece of the blade appears to be missing. Wait, part of it's missing? I could be wrong, but I've just got a feeling. You remember this? Ah, that's the tiny fragment of metal we found inside Mr. Garrett's pipe. Yes, and just maybe. Yeah, John, keep that shit to yourself. Exactly, bro, that's what I'm fucking saying. Just because my penis looks like a live-action California raisin and is constantly no nutting in November, that doesn't mean people gotta talk about it, right? That doesn't mean I gotta keep bringing it up. Doesn't mean I've gotta bring it up all the dang time. Oh my, it's a perfect fit. Somehow, I just knew it. Oh, baby. Okay, knife confirmed. It's true, I did it on the DSP's Turbo stream. Well, I guest starred. And then I framed him for it by wearing my perfectly realistic DSP mask. That was probably the funniest moment in streaming history. Was the face that he makes. The face DSP makes while he's jacking it on stream was so good. It's a perfect fit for the missing tip. The weirdest part about that video to this fucking day is I believe that DSP implies that it was like before his scheduled stream time. Like, what are you fucking doing, bro? Why would you jack off 2 minutes before your stream? What is you doing, DSP? This small piece of metal was a perfect fit. Okay, so we've got him now. We can just present the evidence. I was just feeling rather despondent that your request was turned down. Papa. Oh no, it's fine. Thanks to Suzato-san. Thanks to Suzato-sama, we have some new evidence to work with. We should examine it carefully.
Well, thank you for that. Rebuttal, Mr. Garrett. Now, if we can return to the crux of the matter. What can you tell the court about the knife used to attack the victim?
I'm not gonna tell the court nothing. Papa, I believe we got him though. Chimichanga, what the H? You can't post this clip. That's the one where I fucking ripped my hog. Wait, what actually is this clip then? This is from Inside. This game was awesome.
Plenty of knives around our place.
I'm not gonna watch it, but I assure you Chimichanga's trying to troll me. He's trying to throw me under the dang bus, bro.
Plenty of knives around our place. If that bolly thing was in the victim's back, it really was to have a job proving it, I think.
Yes, this is the one. Got him. This should be the end of the trial, yeah? There's nowhere else to go after this. She's the killer. She's Magilla the killer. Either that or this will introduce us to the Garrett M's son, who's the real killer. Remember that theory from last week? I thought maybe that the guy we saw that looked like a Muppet was their son and that the victim was their daughter. I don't remember where I was going with that, but it seemed like a pretty cool theory at the time. Present it. It was when I talked about the Omegle. Oh, my fictional Omegle stream that I made up, yeah. I do remember that now, that was fun. I liked that game, it was cool. You turn into a giant ball at the end, like Katamari. Mr. Garrett, could I ask you to take a good look at this, please?
You can ask, but I can't see a bolly thing.
You can't?
Used to call me Dead-Eyed Deb back in the regiment, of course. But that was some time ago now. Even when I'm trying to enjoy a large print book by the fire these days. I struggle to tell a B from a D, and a P from a Q, and a C from a D.
What is he talking about, bro? Wait, what does he say? Bet-I Beb? What the fuck is he talking about? Wait, is this not even over? Where are they going with this? He can't read? He's like dyslexic at his old age because his eyesight's so bad. Where's this going? What does this have to do with anything?
I struggle to tell a B from a D and a P from a Q, to be honest.
Oh, he does, dearie me. It's rather weary being asked about every other letter and every other word.
You must D very doesy. Shut up, Ryunosuke. Don't talk about his dussy.
What is that? A tiny scrap of metal?
Yes, almost certainly from the tip of a blade. And what may appear at first to just be a tiny scrap is in fact a crucial piece of evidence. Interesting. And where did the defense come by this evidence? It was lodged in the chamber of Mr. Garretib's pipe. It was probably pretty dumb to do, fucking with the evidence without showing the court what I was doing. Like, I probably should have done the part where I removed the tip of the blade in front of everybody. I didn't realize we did that in secret. That may come back to bite us. Because now we have no proof that we actually found it there.
My pipe, you say? By Jove, I wonder how it got there.
And what precisely does this fragment of metal signify, Counsel?
John did a secret hot tub stream on a second channel. I did. I had the fucking biggest hot tub you've ever seen, and I had a banana that I rode on. I had a Pickle Rick floaty that I rode on. That I roadie in on. And let me just tell you, man, that stream was right at the beginning of November. So many people failed their challenge that day. So many people instantly failed their challenge once they saw that Pickle Rick floaty.
What does this mean, Counsel? Are you suggesting that it is in some way related to the matter of the stabbing?
That is true. That's a good point, Remix. You can point out the little nick in the middle of the pipe. I am in a world of shit. Shoots own head off with rifle on the toilet. Now there's a reference for your animes. What does Full Metal Jacket have any relevance to this fucking game? Why would I do such a thing? Don't reference Full Metal Jacket in fucking anime world. It's like referencing Schoolgirl's Paradise in a Quentin Tarantino film. That's not a real anime, I just couldn't think of literally any anime names in time. And that sounds like it would be an anime. What? When put together with another piece of evidence already in the court record, I believe this tiny fragment of metal will unravel the whole truth of the case, my lord. Oh, do you see Miss Garretib was standing on a box because she's so tiny? That was super funny. I didn't notice that at first.
You appear rather confident in that extraordinary statement, Counsel. Very well then, present the pertinent evidence to the court. What evidence, when paired with this fragment of metal, allegedly reveals the truth of this case?
Wait, what? The knife, didn't we already do this? Oh, we didn't present that to the evidence court though. This is the knife that was found in the victim's back. If you look closely, you will see that there is a small piece at the tip of the blade that is missing. A common issue with the inferior blades sold at unsavory street markets. Criminals who use them regularly leave the tips behind in the victim's bones.
And what of this particular knife?
No doubt its tip has suffered a similar fate, now languishing somewhere near the spine of the victim.
Objection.
No, that's not the case. Didn't we just tell them this? The tip of this particular knife's blade is the very fragment of metal we discovered. Oh, that's right, they're still not putting two and two together that the fragment of metal is the tip of the knife. It's the very fragment of metal we discovered in Mr. Garretib's pipe.
Oh!
Good gracious, Lord Van Zeeks!
I don't believe it. The knife from the crime scene and this fragment of metal were a perfect match.
Good golly gosh!
Why you keep saying stuff like that, man? This judge is loco in his choco, man.
Order! Order! Is this some sort of Eastern sorcery?
This is no magic, my lord. This is a miracle.
A miracle?
So Van Zeeks has figured it out, has he?
Counsel, explain the extraordinary coincidence at once.
That guy does got a burned bum at this stage, man. He's doomed. He's already lost. I like how the jury hasn't even showed up in like the past hour and a half of gameplay. They've just been fucking texting on their iPhones. They haven't even reacted to anything. Yes, my lord. The crucial point we have to ask ourselves is this. Is when did the fragment of metal find its way inside Mr. Garretib's pipe? Something that was clarified for us in the most recent witness testimony.
Now this thing in my hand is the usual time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles, she did. Yes, it would never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Oh, dearie me.
During the argument between these two that occurred just as the victim was on the pavement below, He got a burned bum. Mrs. Garrett flung this knife at her husband. It was during the house fire, remember when they had to open the windows? However, the knife missed Mr. Garrett, instead striking the pipe in his hand at the time, which caused the tip to break off, of course.
Oh, good lord!
Yes, and that is when the tiny tip of the blade found its way inside Mr. Garrett's pipe. The tiny box tip of the blade.
The chances of that are 1,000,000 to 1.
And yet, there's no other credible explanation for how the tip of the blade ended up in your pipe. Then, after losing its tip, the knife ricocheted off the pipe and flew out the open window. In short, this knife, which fell from the window of the Garrett household, is the very same knife that struck the victim in the middle of the back on the street below.
Oh gosh! Oh dear! Oh no!
Ba-ba-dee-ba-do-do.
Objection!
Objection! I feel like that would be a much smarter explanation reanimated bit, but I think it's actually just a miracle. I think they're actually just going with it was a miracle. Like, it would make a lot more sense if he was cleaning it out and then it broke off inside, and because they already literally established that he uses it in place of regular tools, right? Like, they said he uses it instead of a fork when he eats. It's not that much of a stretch to think he would also try to clean shit with it because he's a freak. So, like, it would be a lot less coincidental if he broke it off just by being a weirdo, rather than the fucking perfect shot bouncing off of his pipe, out the window, into the street below, into the victim, while also breaking off the tip inside of the pipe. Like, that's pretty fucking insane. But you know what? Coincidences are what court cases are made out of.
A full-bodied theory, I'll give you that.
She was the original Dude Perfect. She was also the original Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 trick shotter. As soon as she saw that kill feed show up, she said, "Oh, get the camera! Oh my god! I can't believe it! That's 100 points for the Soviet team!" I don't know about Metal Gear. I don't know how Call of Duty works. That's 100 points for the Soviet team? That was the worst fucking Metal Gear I've ever said. Sorry, Modern Warfare. That's not how that game works at all. I don't know, man. I just thought it worked like Harry Potter.
100 points to Soviet door.
Just wait for the coincidences. It's so funny, man. The fucking Ace Attorney coincidences are the best. I always think it's gonna turn out to be some, like, reasonable explanation. They're like, nope. No, it's just crazy. It's just fucking insane. That's kind of what I like about it, though. It's so over the top.
A complex bouquet of seemingly trivial points, plausibly arranged to create an almost passable vintage. Allow me to toast my learned friend's characteristically Nipponese approach to bottling his argument.
Sorry.
But after all, it is just a theory. A game theory. And the bottle is corked.
This dude gonna throw his wine and should be held in contempt. He should. He throws his wine into the fucking lamps, and then he flings his wine bottle into the fucking court behind him, into the people seating there. He's gonna take someone's eye out, man. If anything, he should have been the one to accidentally bottle this woman with wine. If we ever find a knocked out person who's just soaked in wine, we'll know who did it. There will be no mystery. That bottle will be firmly corked.
Because you see...
Get your fucking legs off the desk, you dirty boy.
It's spoiled by insurmountable inconsistencies.
An insurmountable?
What? Lord Van Zeeks, explain yourself! What is this inconsistency you claim to have identified?
What is it gonna be? Wait, let's think about this.
An inconsistency of the simplest nature, my lord.
So, she throws the knife, bounces off the pipe, tip breaks off, knife goes out the window, lands in her back. That's the inconsistency he's gonna try to point out. The fact that it landed in her back. Now that we've discredited the fact that the book didn't hit her because she had it in her hand, he's gonna point out that she would have been upright, meaning it should have landed in the top of her skull. That's the inconsistency he's talking about. But we've already found the solution to that. Somebody mentioned, or I thought, I can't remember, that the book lands first, right? Yes, Remix said it, I think. She was bending over to get the book. Yeah, we thought about that earlier. Yeah, so that's not even an inconsistency, really. We just have to point it out. It's a really simple one. Like, if the book falls out first, not only would it give her cause to bend over if it's in her hand, but it also would put her in the perfect spot. It's like basically a giant X underneath a Looney Tunes anvil, right? Like it would put her in the perfect position for the next object to hit her. So it's actually not an inconsistency, it's like the linchpin in the theory. It's the most solidifying part of the theory.
An inconsistency of the simplest nature, my lord. The victim was found with a knife planted in the middle of her back.
Yep, okay, yeah, we got him.
We got him!
Easy. Yes, in her.
Oh,
She's so mean.
That's right, you silly little man.
now, Joan, old thing, what are you getting so excited about?
Let us consider the basic facts of the case once more. The victim was walking along the pavement before being stabbed in the back and falling to the ground. If the knife just struck her had fallen from above... He did, he threw the wine glass. Kung Fu called it. Wine definitely went spraying into one of the people's eyes who's standing behind him. He's definitely just took out some motherfucker.
There's no possible way it could have planted himself into the victim's back. Ah!
Yeah, that's an easy one. That's a gimme. That's actually just a gimme. Order! Order! That's when you have to use that inductive reasoning, like Sherlock Holmes. You can't deduce this because it's just like purely a logical train of thought, right?
Order! Order!
Quite right. You see? That's exactly right. If the knife had fallen on her from above, it would have struck her on top of her head.
Yep. Yeah, get on with it, get on with it. Yubbada hubbada hubbada. Now the jurors fucking pitch in. Come on, I've been so compelling for the last hour.
On a nerd though, what really did happen?
Yeah, you know what? Maybe you've just covered a secret, Kung Fu. Maybe he's not actually drinking wine, he just wants to look cool. Maybe he's just drinking like non-alcoholic because he wants to appear to be cool. It would also explain how he goes through fucking 80 fucking bottles of wine during a case and never gets sloshed. He should be the most stumbling motherfucker by the end of every case.
Your Honor, I've, objection. It would appear the defense has made a rather spectacular blunder.
Oh, the judge is SpongeBob? My bad, I was mistaken. He was actually a SpongeBob.
If a theory has even one inconsistency, it cannot stand. Your little theory, my learned friend, is history.
Dun, 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 dun. He was the OG Kool-Aid man. He invented his very own delicious fruit-based drink. He thinks it's so tasty. We were so close. You see his just big red lips by the end of the game, so he's been drinking too much dang Kool-Aid. Just got powder all over them suckers. We were so close. I could see the truth. I was so sure we were on the right track. But now, the way has been blocked completely. It hasn't at all. It hasn't been blocked at all. Or in other words, oh, Suzato. It's the smart one has finally come to the rescue. We simply need to eliminate that one inconsistency, and the theory will stand.
Miss Suzato.
You mustn't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. You were just caught off guard, that's all, and your mind went blank. But if the path you were on is indeed correct, then a way will present itself. The key to this is in the court record, I'm sure. All the information you need is there.
It seems you have nothing to say, my Nipponese friend. Well, your silence speaks volumes. A tacit acceptance to your theory being fatally flawed.
Yeah, I think Van Dikius is definitely a fucking day drinker, man. Bwang, bwang. He's drinking way too many bottles. It's not okay. No wonder he's been losing all these cases in a row. This inconsistency doesn't mean I was on the wrong track. It means that I need to sharpen my mind and dig deeper for the truth. A test. It is... Yes. If the knife fell on the victim from above, there's no way that it could have hit her in the middle of her back. Under normal circumstances, that is.
What are you implying? Counsel!
Oh, I'm sorry. Counsel! That's SpongeBob. I'm not doing a SpongeBob voice. Fuck off, Jimmy. It's impossible. That was a horrible SpongeBob laugh. That was a terrible SpongeBob laugh. There's a piece of evidence in the court record that can explain this inconsistency. That can explain how the knife fell from above and pierced the victim's back. I don't know why. I think Van Zeeks is just throwing a tantrum, honestly. He's just mad that he's about to get roasted and he knows it. So he's calling me out on everything. He's talking, sure, I got 16 nipples, so? Sure, I've got 16 giant nipples that excrete green milk. Okay, what does that have to do with my competency in the court of law? You fucking Van Zeke. We already have the answer. Yeah, it's true. There's no grape juice in this game. That shit was pretty fucking funny. There's no Phoenix Wright getting down with his grapey goodness.
Goodness!
He only drinks Welshes, man.
Utter madness!
Surely this must be the last time. Counsel, present the evidence of which you speak.
That's SpongeBob. That's SpongeBob! Classic SpongeBob impression. Nailed it! This is the last inconsistency, the final piece in the puzzle. If I can successfully make sense of this, the truth will be laid bare at last. I don't know if you guys have not noticed this, but I do not have a very, versatile range into my voice. My voice is pretty monotone, it's pretty one trick. There's only so many voices I can accurately do. And none of them are SpongeBob. I believe it's just the book, yeah? It was in the victim's hand, yeah.
Take that!
Yes! Good! The pings went away, the pop-pops. This, the fourth book found at the scene. This is the final piece of evidence that, yes, the defense will present.
The burnt book?
Is that not Mr. Garrett's book?
Yes, and to understand its significance, we have to consider how it came to be in the scene in the first place. This photographic print clearly shows the book in question, and the victim holding it in her hand.
But as we all know now, it was the police constable that put the book between her fingers like that.
Quite so, as part of his wholesale transplanting of the crime scene to the opposite side of the road.
That's true. However, Chimichanga, did you see the video of Tom Kenny as SpongeBob saying "insuster"? It's probably the worst video I've ever seen in my life.
An imposter that's sus? Isn't that an insuster?
KB Nenton became fucking obsessed with that video and he's made me watch it 80 times. He basically has me strapped to a chair, my eyes fucking peeled open like a clockwork orange. But instead it's just the orange crewmate from Among Us and he's making me watch it on loop. That's true. However, as part of his testimony, Constable Beat made an extremely enlightening statement on that point. But, what made you place that book in the victim's hand?
Oh, well, sir, that's because that's how I found it. When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So, when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand.
Ding, ding, ding. In other words, the victim had already picked the book up of her own volition. And clearly, that must have been before she suffered the knife wound.
Well, I should say so. After being attacked with a knife, I don't imagine she'd have been doing much of anything.
So the question becomes, why did the victim have that book in her hand? Chimichanga, no. Bad Chimichanga. Guys, get my famous rolled up newspaper. Get my comically oversized rolled up newspaper. I gotta hit him on the fucking snout. I gotta hit Chimichanga on his damn snout for this one.
By Jingo! By George! I think I'm beginning to see what may have happened now.
Oh, dearie me.
We know the book fell from the top floor of the Garrett household onto the pavement below, at precisely the moment that the victim was walking past.
Oh, it's the Insuster video, I see. Well, you don't have to fucking spam it. You could just post it at once. It was a fucking wall. It was a wall of text. Yes, at exactly that moment, a young woman was walking along the street in the light fog, when all of a sudden, a book fell right in front of her.
The book I threw.
Yes, Mrs. Garrett, and what do you think the woman did? What would you do if you were walking along and suddenly a book landed in front of you on the pavement? There is literally a meme for this. You remember that meme image of that like, lady walking along and she finds the book and she picks it up and turns into a fucking nerd? It's like that, but a criminal case. Except halfway through, the knife landed in her back instead. Here's the only problem I have with this setup, is that it doesn't actually make sense, so maybe we're not done here. Here's the problem. Here's the only problem. This would make sense, except for one critical factor that we're just not dealing with. How do I switch to people? There we go. Look at her corpulent form. To put it politely, I don't think a woman of her heft would be able to just bend over at the waist, like a 90-degree bend, and pick up a book off the floor. I'm pretty sure if you're that hefty, you would have to bend down, like at the knees, to grab something on the ground. Now, I could be wrong, but she's like straight up 400 pounds. Like, I don't think she would be able to do that. I think just the mechanics don't work out. With her like legs having the strength to hold up all of that fucking girth, I don't know if that would happen. And I'm not trying to shit on her for being fat. I'm just saying, like, physically, I don't think she'd be able to do that. I think she would have to take it easy. She'd have to take it easy. Go down slow. What would you do if you were walking along? And so maybe this is like a trap. Maybe Van Zeeks is trapping me, actually. That would not be great. What would you do if you were walking along and suddenly a book landed in front of you on the pavement?
Well, I can't really imagine it, but I suppose...
You came out as a white man? That's actually so brave of you, Chimmy. I'm proud of you. Live your truth, queen. My only gripe with it, though, is that I am gonna have to go ahead and ban you, because we do have a firm no whites allowed policy for the stream, unfortunately, so... You are banned here forth, but your name will go down in infamy. It's like I'm Spartacus moment, you know? The whites are finally starting to stand up against the oppression that they face in my stream chat room. Eventually, there will be enough of them to overthrow this tyranny and oppression.
She might have reached down.
No, look at her. She's way too big. She's like, you can even see in this that she's way too big to do this. If she tried to lean any more forward to grab that book, she would topple, man.
And pick the book up.
I don't know if this would work. I think they may be trying to fuck with me. Maybe she's just like not that big as she looks. She does wear a big coat after all. Yes, that is exactly what the woman in fact did. She picked up the book.
Oh, heavens!
And when the woman reached down to pick the fallen book up, what position would her back have been in? That's right, facing the sky, completely and utterly defenseless. It's a potato bending over. Yeah, kind of. I mean, honestly, the mechanics just don't work out. I think I'm being trapped by Banzekius. Then, in the very next moment, while the woman was still picking over the bent up book over, picking up, bending over the book to book the bend, and bending her back to pick up the book that bent over, disaster struck. She was myrtleized. The next object fell from the room above, the jackknife, straight into the middle of her back. And it would also explain the discrepancy that I pointed out really early into the case, where I was like, why is she laying in this weird ass spot? Like, if the crime happened as was described, her position made no sense. Like, not only the orientation in which she was laying, but also all the surrounding areas, right?
But you are
Mexican. Hey, what up, Alul? It's because the Bobby dragged her, so it all adds up now. Except for the bending part. Hopefully that's just not a thing. Maybe I'm overthinking it. A jackknife fell straight into the middle of her back. And at that same time, walking by chance directly behind Mrs. Green, was the defendant, Mr. Sozeki Natsume.
Well, I never.
Have fun on your trip tomorrow, by the way, Alulum. To fucking Ontario. No, he's going somewhere in Canada, but I don't know where. Alulum, you have to go and fight the Quebecois. You have to go and take the war to the Quebecois before they start war on us. It's only a matter of time until they invade. They're just gathering their forces right now. They're baking all their fucking baguettes, and they're getting ready to ride. They're actually getting ready to ride against the rest of Canada. You have to destroy them before it happens. Oh, that's right, you live in Ontario. You're going to Toronto, my bad. Listen, all Canada cities sound the same to me. They should call it American type stuff like New Orleans or Phoenix, Arizona. That makes more sense. It appeared to Mr. Natsume that the woman simply collapsed on the floor. Okay, see, the city of Hamilton, that one is memorable because it's at least named after an American guy. That one I can recall. In the dark and the fog, he didn't see the knife falling on her from above.
Oh!
And from the other direction, the constable and his wife saw no one but the victim and her apparent attacker. So there never was a real culprit to run from the scene in the first place.
No, this was nothing more than a series of unlikely events that culminated in an unfortunate accident. Did I change something for the chat? A little bit. Here's what I did that I can do for Switch games exclusively that I discovered, which is pretty nice. Basically, if I'm willing to get rid of the display capture, so for games like this where it doesn't matter, I can totally do that. I can just look at the game through the OBS capture like everybody else has to see it. And then I can just pop out the chat and have it next to it, since the OBS capture doesn't cover the whole screen anyway. So basically I just have it parallel. Here, I'll show you guys a little BTS. I'll show you guys a little behind the scenes action. See, this is what it looks like for me right now. And then if I switch over to the Nintendo 64 capture, where I'm playing this game on, then look, it looks beautiful. So like, it looks the same to you guys. It looks exactly the same, but then for me, I'm just looking at it through OBS. I'm just looking at it for OBS. Well, yeah, I don't see the infinity. I don't see the infinity. That's just because I switched the captures. But I just see the game in the little screen where the infinity is, and then off to the side, I see the chat. It's very nice. It's very nice. So when I play on consoles, I can see this. If I do like a PS3 playthrough, I'll also be able to read chat super quick. Otherwise, I have to look down at the laptop, which not only is it like harder to tell when people chat, but it's like out of my way, you know? It distracts. Yeah, I'm using that. I'm using the Streamlabs. I just popped it out. That's the only difference. I just popped out their baked in one. Just so I can move it whenever I need to, just for fun. But yeah, otherwise, if I'm in full screen on a Switch game, or if I'm using a PC game where I have to be in the game window, I can't use this method, so it's harder to keep up with chat. I'm looking into like hooking up a TV like mounted behind my monitor TV. I may be able to do this pretty soon, where I would just have chat scrolling so that I could just see it above even when I'm in a full screen game, but I haven't done that yet. I haven't gotten that set up yet. So this is like a stopgap measure for now, and it only works for Switch/PS3 stuff. And that is the real truth behind this case. But yeah, it's pretty convenient when I can. Well, Mr. and Mrs. Garrett Lord John. I recognized John, but I didn't recognize the Lord part. Because it's Smiley 3 Smiley. Smiley 3 Winky. That's my name, don't wear it out. Smiley 3 Winky Sama.
The very first time you showed me that knife, I had my suspicions.
Ah, the kanji is Sama, okay. I know about Sama from the funny internet cartoon that makes fun of anime, the fucking Girl Chan in Paradise. What was it? What was the guy called? It was like, Mobatashi-san Sama! I still remember that, it was a funny cartoon. I don't remember the character's name, but whatever.
I wondered if perhaps it might have been something like that.
There, old bean.
She ain't a bean! She ain't a bean, she's a murderer! Poor Mrs. Garradeb. She's a murderer. You see, this is the character you should feel bad for. I mean, she's an asshole, but she's genuinely, like, not even in the wrong here. She didn't even realize that she had done it. She just was in denial. The other guy, the constable, it was his fucking job to not fuck with the crime scene. He did it anyway. John, son. That makes sense. John, mister. John, mister. Hey. John Sama. I do like being referred to as Lord. Whenever I have to do my taxes and shit, I always put Lord in front of my name. Lord Nigelius Rumplebottom.
Of course, I never meant for anything like that to happen, but it was all my fault, wasn't it?
Oh, you already know Mr. Garradeb is coming back as a pissed off juror in the next case. You already know Mr. Garradeb is coming back as another pissed off juror next time.
I take full responsibility. I let my anger get the better of me. I threw that book, and I threw the knife as well.
Yes, indeed.
Poor Mrs. Garradeb.
John, dear.
It's all right, I know.
I hope she at least doesn't get a harsh sentence, because, like, what did she really do? I mean, she did stab that lady pretty good, but there was no blood. I'm still not convinced she even stabbed her. No, she definitely did. She definitely did. There's no blood, but at the same time, it's like lodged in there. So unless it just got stuck in her big coat, then yeah, she's going to jail. She's going to jail for aggravated assault for sure. That's not great.
It's all right, I know.
Oh, look at her fucking flounder face.
I'm ever so sorry.
Lord's insults be like, you rooster coddling sword swallower. They do say that. They say, "You sniveling tyke, how dare you drag your beriddled, varmint-filled face before me? You pox-infested commoner, get thee hence."
I'm ever so sorry. Truly. I'm sorry!
No! It should play the Shadow of the Colossus music. He caught her! Let's go, Mr. Gate. What a fucking gentleman, man. This entire case was like, he shit himself! What the fuck? Why did he shit himself? Oh, Jesus. I was about to talk about how romantic this case has been, but no, that shitting himself part was, not great. That was less romantic. This was, like, weirdly romantic, though, wasn't it? Like, both of the pairs of witnesses were both just, like, really, lovely couples.
Lord Van Zeeks, what news of Mrs. Garrideb?
Honestly, they were couple goals for sure.
She's been taken to the infirmary. It would appear that today's events had left her especially flustered.
Oh, it's just the fire-burned clothes, okay. That makes a lot more sense. It was so brown that I thought he shit himself. I thought he exerted himself so hard to carry his wife that he shit all over himself. That makes more sense. We good. That would also explain the burned bum too, yeah. I thought Reanimated Bit was just saying like he's caught. He's caught in his lies. He's in a burned bum situation. You know, he's on the burner. She's been taken to the, I almost gave him the Joan Garrideb voice.
She's been taken to the infirmary.
It would appear that today's events have left her in an especially flustered state. However, I believe she will recover in due course. There is no cause for concern. Yes, unbeknownst to themselves, they caused what could easily have been a terrible tragedy. They shall have to prepare themselves for the consequences of their actions. There is some good news, however, my lord. I have just had word from the hospital where the victim is being treated. Her condition is improving steadily, and the doctor believes she will regain consciousness soon.
It's strange. We've been talking about the victim all this time, but we've never once met her.
How wonderful. The woman is out of danger, it seems.
Yes, that is good news.
So, Mr. Soseki Natsume,
He's geeking, dude.
Yes.
on behalf of my fellow countrymen, I would like to take this opportunity to beg your pardon, sir. You came from your distant eastern homeland to study our great British culture, and have been repaid with immeasurable unkindness. Please accept our heartfelt apologies.
It's okay.
Now it is me who should be begging your pardon. Oh no, Mr. Natsume? What is he talking about? That evening, when the young woman just collapsed on the pavement before my eyes, I jumped to the wrong conclusion again in my confusion.
What conclusions, sir?
I was sure that the woman was dead.
Yes.
Oh, because he left her body. Yeah, he was pretty fucked up in that regard.
Constable Beat said the same thing, didn't he? He thought she had been killed too.
I suppose she must have looked completely lifeless. Yeah, so that was pretty fucked up that he just left the body there. Best Buy says coming soon for the PS5. Yeah, it's because it keeps getting fucking scalped, bro! I need a PS5 so bad, and I cannot get my fucking hands on one. I want a PS5 so that I could get Persona 5, I could get fucking Bloodborne, I could get fucking KOTOR Remake, Eldish Ring. I'm gonna get Elden Ring on PC, but I can at least get those other ones. I could try Uncharted, I could try The Last of Us. I could do all sorts of games if I get my hands on a fucking PS5, but they're just nowhere to be found. They're nowhere to be fucking found. It's really annoying. Katana hilts are made from stingrays. What? That's crazy. Stingrays? That's what a weird material to make the hilts out of. That's pretty fucked up, man. What does stingrays ever do to you? Japanese people do eat an absurd amount of sea life. It's not cool. They eat way too much of the ocean. They be killing like dolphins and shit too. That's effed up. Dolphins are adorable. I suppose she must have looked completely lifeless. It's been about a year since I arrived in Great Britain now, but I still can't get used to life here. I can't relax. I'm sure there are evil spirits lurking in the fog, like they're haunting me. Oh, he thought she got killed by a vengeful ghost? So Zeki is such a fucking moron, it's great. Stingrays killed my childhood hero. Yeah, me too, but guess what? I used to be a retainer of the mighty Steve Irwin-sama. So then when he was killed in single combat, I respected the strength of his combatant so much that I pledged my blade to the Stingrays instead. Because they had proven that they were even stronger than Steve Irwin-sama. San-chan. Poor Sozeki-sa. His imagination really has got the better of him.
Yes, poor man.
Yeah, he did get a very British accent. And then characters who are supposed to have British accents just don't half the time like the judge. The voices in terms of accents are quite inconsistent at best. So when it happened, in my defense though, I didn't know this guy was Japanese when I first saw him. No, that's not true, they did tell me. He just looks British. I thought the young woman had been taken by the fog spirits. I should never have dropped my books like that and run away. I should have called for help, for a doctor, for the police.
Beep, 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 beep.
Apparently after Steve got barbed by the Stingray, he wanted to keep shooting. Yeah, he did apparently. He wanted the footage to get released, but then his fucking wife said, no, I don't want them to film my husband's corpse, which is very reasonable. And so then they didn't release the footage. Release the Kraken, if you will. It's a cool job though. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, people always make fun of people like that, which I find kind of shitty. The same thing happened to the Grizzly, man. Like, that guy fucking knew the dangers. It's not like these people don't know the risk of doing these things. They just do it anyway because they think it's important. So I respect it that they're willing to put their lives on the line for it, you know? And if they happen to die, it doesn't make them stupid. It just means they had something they cared about so much that they were willing to die to do it, which I find admirable. I mean, I think there's just a lot of people who feel so little, like they have so little that they care about that they can't even conceptualize that. Like having something they're so passionate about that they would literally put their life on the line for it. I think that's where it comes from, a lot of it. I think that's where a lot of that stuff comes from. People who just shit on that kind of thing. Instead, I've managed to create a rift in the relationship of our two great empires. And for that, I am truly sorry. Timothy Treadwell. Yeah, he treads on my fucking balls well, bro. Who the fuck is Timothy Treadwell? Timothy fucking tread the fuck out of my chat room. Ban. Ban. Get his crispy ass, bullet ant looking ass out of my chat room. Was it a painful death? Probably. It's like a poison. It's like a toxin, right?
One could indeed say that some sort of mischievous spirit has been at work here, I think. One that created a chain of unfortunate mishaps. We were befooled by this spirit and led to false conclusions. But thanks to Lord Van Zeeks and our young lawyer here from the east, that chain has now been broken and the spirit exorcised. I heartily commend you both.
Oh. Van Zeeks, you suck balls, dude.
Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes, my lord. In concluding this trial, I must ask one more time for your decisions regarding the defendant's culpability. Are you ready to present your findings?
So, unless, what's-his-face objects here, I think I was just super overthinking the whole fat woman angle, not being able to bend over to pick up the book properly. Listen, I live in Texas, so, like, I have some experience seeing fat people's mobility limits. Like, when you get that big, I just think maybe since this game is Japanese, they didn't have that much experience with the, like, horrifically, medically obese situation. They don't have the best mobility, it's pretty sad. I'm really not even trying to shit on her at all. I just thought it was gonna be part of the mystery. Like, they have very limited mobility.
Are you ready to present your findings? As the foreman of this jury, I can assure you that we've reached a fair and just conclusion.
I do declare the truth can be extremely cruel at times. Well, I didn't suspect the woman next to me, that's for sure.
You can't sit in for another juror. You can't fucking sit in for another juror. That's so stupid. I love this game so much. This is the most fucking kangaroo court shit I've ever seen.
Sitting in for the old bean while she's out of action, you know. But I know what her decision would be.
Does this mean I'll finally be able to get out of here and start work? Well, it's about time.
I say, I'll have a quicker of a story to tell the grandchildren when I get home, won't I?
Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. I hereby demand your final decisions. Mr. Foreman!
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
That's what he sounds like? My Gyarados voice is better.
Not guilty.
My Nav guy's voice is identical. My Gyarados voice is better than the canon Gyarados voice, no fooling. I beat it, baby! Hey, hey! Yeah, dude, she would have driven her fucking big-ass scooter all over the place. She would have been spinning out on the icy roads, tips out of her scooter, and then the knife lands in her back.
Very well, Mr. Natsuki Sasugi. I hereby pronounce you impossible to pronounce. Oh, not guilty! Yay!
Yeah, that is true. There's been a lot of fire. I do like how these cases have been like very thematic, I will say. It's been quite nice. There's been a lot of like kind of reoccurring incidents throughout all the different cases.
And finally, Mr. Natsume.
Yes, Lord, sir.
You are now a free man once more. It is my hope that you will continue to further your education in British culture.
You would think after the whole situation where the fucking carriage burned down in the middle of the court, they would have taken the 8,000 torches out of the courtroom. They would have some fire control, but no. They still don't know about fire hazards yet in this century, I suppose.
And may you never again be brought before me.
Oh, yes, sir. Of course. On my life.
I swear I'll never set foot in the courtroom again. I am transported to tears. Thank you, counsels. Court is adjourned.
Yeah, in Dark Crystal, they do trial by stones, too. They get high as fuck and then they deliberate their shit. 20th February, 20th, 317. Oh, no! Okay, but here's the bad part. Remember? After the last case, when everything seemed good, Commander Dickhead fucking murdered my client anyway and burned him to death inside of a little cabbage. Cabbage. So, I think our friend might not be good anyway. He may get turbo murdered. Somebody's getting turbo murdered by the Reaper of the Bailey. He's angry, and he needs to reapin'. I'm still not convinced that that was actually a thing, though. I'm still not convinced that Commander Top Hat is truly dead, our first defendant. He was like too evil and cool to kill off in the first case. I think he's gonna come back as like the big bad guy for this game. I don't know, I'm still like torn. The police chief also seems super fucking suspicious, or the head of the judges, the guy who lives in the fucking giant evil clock tower. He seems pretty fucking evil. But the Top Hat Loan Shark guy also seems incredibly fucking evil. I don't know. They both seem remarkably villainous.
Oh, Locum.
Wait, you mean me?
Of course. Is there another Locum here?
Is there even one?
Compared to the original locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, your name has become rather short, hasn't it?
What's wrong with using my actual name?
Oh, at last!
Oh, sorry, it's him.
Why is it showing her then?
Oh, at last, I'm free! Joyful, joyous, jubilant, jubilation! Heady, hearty, happiness, hurrah! Oh, I am pleased. Mr. Natsumi is delighted.
Would it be so hard just to say that then?
Locum, you did it! You saved me from the brink!
Well, what happened to that poor woman was in no way your fault after all. I imagine we'll see him again. I think so too, yeah. There seems to be a lot of recurring characters. Especially as members of the fucking stupid jury that are already poisoned against me. But the thing is, this time, I don't think anybody was mad at me, so we may be fine on that front. I thought Mr. Gyarados was gonna come back next case, like, with a fucking vengeance. But he was like, yeah, my wife is guilty, so I don't blame anybody for what happened. He was remarkably unemotional about it, even though it was like right then, you know? He didn't have time to cool down. I'm just glad everyone can see that now.
No, not that. Lovely, loyal, Locum lawyer.
Yes?
I mean, as I said before, I have just never got used to a life here in Great Britain. Every time I look over my shoulder, I see foreigners. I see towering brick buildings. And from high up windows, I see them looking down on me, laughing. Look at that little hunchback.
Oh dear, I'm sure it's all in your head, Mr. Natsume.
But today, you Locum lawyer gave me the gloom the boot. What? Gave my gloom the boot. You stood firm behind that baronial bench before all those babbling British. You battled to the bitter end, laying bare the baffling truth.
And when I beheld the blinding fireworks among the beams of the Bailey's roof, I bellowed! Behold, the best barrister ever born!
Well, that's very flattering, and we're very pleased for you. Steve Irwin was diving for his TV show. Yeah, he got stabbed by a fucking stingray. He got stabbed by a stingray's poisonous barb. Poor Steve Irwin. He was a cool guy. He liked animals. I like animals too. This has given me a wonderful anecdote to recount to my old friends in Japan. An anecdote? It's what to become of all my hard work? Ah, there you are, my dear fellows. Who's this, Sherlock? It is! I apologize for keeping you waiting. I rose late this morning. Their voices are way too similar. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, what a pleasure to see you. I see I am here not a moment too soon. A disaster has been averted, I'm glad to say. Oh! The trial shall begin presently, Mr. Naruto, and I wish you the very best of luck. It's just finished. What? No! Then my haste was in vain? Ah! It's you! Sherlock Sholmes! Oh, have we met, sir? This is Mr. Natsume, the man you had arrested, Mr. Sholmes. Hang on a second. I'm back, baby. Had to blow my nose real fast. This is Mr. Natsume, the man you had arrested, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, I see. I failed to recognize you at first, because you are Mexican. Our previous encounters have taken place in the gloom, either of your bleak lodgings or that prison cell. I imagine a Matt Berry-ish voice for Herlock. I could see that. Yeah, definitely the like raw confidence thing is what you gotta go for. Just someone who's like so firmly up his own ass that he almost makes a perfect circle. Just like a veritable Ouroboros of a man. I simply couldn't place that curious face in the light. Charming. This is all your fault, Sherlock Sholmes. You're the reason I had to go through this terrible ordeal. I'm gonna give you a blowjob, a piece of my mind. My apologies, sir, but I assure you, I have placed you now. You're the fellow who abandoned that poor young lady and ran off, are you not? Ah. Yeah, he kind of is. Had she been taken to the hospital more urgently, I feel perhaps she would have regained consciousness by now. Oh. But it was unavoidable, I'm sure. We are but human after all. Anyone would have been shaken by such an experience. He fucking got him dead to rights, boy. Timothy Treadwell, aka the Grizzly Man. Oh, that was his name. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, he got eaten by a grizzly. And it was a grizzly that he knew was probably dangerous, too. He was like, most of the grizzlies, he had like written about it. Or he had like conferred with someone or something. I don't remember what it was, but he basically had said at some point like, yo, most of the grizzlies are chill, but there's this one grizzly who's like a real motherfucker. There's this one grizzly who's like really up my ass and is not cool. So yeah, he got like turbo eaten by that. Dark Crystal, Age of Resistance. I never heard about that either. I saw the original Dark Crystal a long time ago, but I never saw any other supplementary materials about it. I do feel very badly about how I behaved. Well, never mind. Now then, what was it you wanted to say to me, sir? Nothing. See, he laughed at him too. Priceless. Oh, I am sorry, really, but that was quite priceless. Poor Sozeki-san. Still, on the bright side, you've had an extremely entertaining experience without paying a penny. And, it would seem, you were not even found guilty. But there is no bright side. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Natsume? Even after this, Oops.
I'm still cursed by the spirits and now by the Reaper.
Ah, Lord Van Zeeks.
I haven't forgotten, you know, what facing that man in court means. Even if you're found not guilty, you're still doomed.
That is true, they're gonna murder him pretty good. But I would like to formally suggest for movie nights, that could be a fun one. Age of the Crystal. Age of the Crystal and Entity by Captain Jean-Luc Picard. I want to watch, what's it called? Dune. I would do a Dooney night, but yeah, I don't have time for movie nights right now.
You're still doomed. It'll be all right, Mr. Natsume.
Oh, it's too late. I'm jacking off the spirit's cock. He's right before me.
If the Reaper appears trying to make trouble, I will protect you. Hiya!
Oh my god. Why does she keep doing the fucking Susanoo takedown, bro?
With a perfectly executed Susanoo takedown.
Much as I like being turned on my head, a bit of warning might be nice next time, Mrs. Zato. So, Mr. Natsume, what do you intend to do now? You mentioned something about recounting your experiences to your friends back in Japan? Japan? Add Dune emojis, that's perfect! That's the literal Dune emoji. The official Dune emoji, combining those two.
Yes, I intend to return to my homeland soon.
Oh.
It has already been a year since I arrived here in Great Britain. I visited universities, libraries, bookshops. I've been honored with the tutelage of professors. I've learned so much about the wealth of literature here, and the city it has shaped. And I've come to realize that it is my calling to sail home and tell my fellow countrymen about it. That's very touching, Mr. Natsume.
Or, in perhaps less veiled terms, you wish to withdraw halfway around the world to escape the terror of the Reaper's curse?
That's not it at all!
That's definitely it.
The more I learn of literature, the more of the strange feeling that claws at my insides. I feel compelled to return to my roots and attempt to pen a work of my own.
Oh, I see. A work of literature by Sozaki-san. Could be an interesting read. So, yeah, I think Equestria Wyvern was the one who told me last time that this case was like named after a famous Japanese novel. So I'm guessing that this guy is supposed to be like the fictionalized version of that author. The one who wrote The Adventure of the Clouded Kokoryo. The one who wrote in real life The Adventure of the Clouded Kokoryo is probably fictionalized here as Natsume Tatsume. Gratsume. Look up a photo of that guy who wrote the book. He probably has the big mustache and the hunchback. And what about Mrs. Zato and yourself, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry, what about us? Will you return to Japan alongside your mustached compatriot? Why would we?
A week has not yet passed since we arrived in London, and only now does it feel as though we have finally found our feet.
And you are accommodated in a hotel at the present, are you not? That's probably the most misread I've ever misread a word so far in this game. Accommodated turned into accomplished. I really need to slow down and read the whole word. That's right, but we need to find lodgings before it bankrupts us.
I've calculated we can afford only another 10 nights before our budget is exhausted. Well then, you could take my lodgings.
Oh, the windowless room? Ah,
but what it lacks in windows, it more than makes up for with a floor, a ceiling, and walls.
Cooking with Coolio. No, that's probably him. That's probably the same guy. He was probably talking about how he was cooking in the witness stand, man. When they turned the heat up on him. Great. Everybody knows Lord Van Zeek's first name is Coolio. Coolio Van Zeeks, as he's known.
And of course, I'd be happy to leave behind the accursed evil spirit. Oh my, an evil spirit. Oh yes, it tries to suffocate you while you sleep.
It's the cat, you dumbass. It's the fucking cat that was in your room, you fucking oaf. Oaf, oaf.
It tries to suffocate you when you sleep. It's an infallible wake-up call.
We'll think about it, if that's all right. Perhaps I can offer a more welcome alternative. Would you consider taking lodgings with me?
Really? We can go live at Baker Street?
Well, a vacancy has conveniently presented itself. Though it's up in the attic, I might add. Are you sure it isn't just a storage loft? I spoke with the landlady this very morning on the matter of a price, and Iris is cleaning the room as we speak. You must come at once. I presume you have no luggage to speak of?
Oh, this is simply wonderful. What an honor to be invited to take lodgings in the great detective's office. Zadok! I'm too overcome for words.
So suggesting we look elsewhere is out then. Then it's settled. Iris will prepare a welcome dinner this evening. And you must come too, Mr. Natsume. I insist.
I'll be busy being murdered. I don't know what to say. Batengu.
Wonderful. Then I'll go and complete the paperwork for your formal release, Mr. Natsume. It shan't take long.
Somebody's happy. Somebody's stabby, because Mr. Natsume is getting turbo murdered before we even get to come to the delicious dinner. The delicious Chinese meal.
Welcome. I knew that you wouldn't let me down. I'm truly delighted to have met you here in London.
Likewise, Mr. Natsume. It's been a privilege meeting you too. It's a shame that we're gonna have to say goodbye so soon. That's foreshadowing that he's about to get murdered.
Well, I've come to realize that I belong in Japan. But welcome. We will meet again one day.
Yes, I'm sure. And hopefully by then, I'll be a successful lawyer.
Hopefully by then, I'll be a successful author. Well, my dear fellow, our carriage appears to have arrived. Shall we go, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes, Mr. Sholmes. He always flips his dumbass cap. I've little doubt Mr. Natsume will be released in time for dinner this evening. Dingy ding ding ding. Hang on, I'll be back in 1 second. I'm back! I had to go blow my Naru nose though again. Bros, no! Naruhodo. Where's the fucking Naruhodo trap remix rap remix is all I'm saying. And so, with Sozeki-san's innocence successfully established, green screen is fucking up. Dun, 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 dun. Hang on, I gotta fucking tighten up the webcam a little bit. There we go, much better. Now with no fucking green screen gonna show. Green screen. Green. With Sozeki-san's innocence successfully established, we rode with Mr. Sholmes to what was to become our new homes. 221B Baker Street. Oh my god. 221B Baker Street. I love 221B Baker Street. That's where Toby lives. Where's Toby, man? I'm still pissed that there's no Toby in this game so far. Sherlock Holmes' bloodhound companion friend, aka the best character, aka the best fucking character, bro. 20th February, 4:41 p.m. Attic room. That's the worst kind of room there is. Stovepipe. Shovel. So this
Is to be our new office. Yes.
our office? I rather like the sound of that.
Me too. It's simply wonderful, isn't it?
I hope you can see this, Kazuma. It's only a small step. Also, spoiler alert, Naruto-san. He can't see this because he's fucking dead. Kazuma got killed. Unfortunately, our protagonist does suffer from short-term memory loss, and so he just simply can't remember the events of the previous 2 days. He's got no idea his old Japanese friend got bonked over that wardrobe by that little Russian girl. She said, "Whoops, killed ya, my bad. Goodbye, everybody." And then she was taken to prison promptly. Sorry, Kazuma's gone. He can't see shit. But I'd like to think we're getting a little closer to your dream now. Just like your brain was getting a little closer to the floor of that boat when you were tragically murdered. So, my dear fellows, how do you like the place? Whoa, yo, look how fucking handsome Horlock Sholmes is. Damn. He's so fucking handsome, it's very ridiculous. It's very over the top. He's just way too dreamy. Like, we've never seen him without his detective getup yet, and it was like actually somehow a glow up from even that. He has so much fucking drip already, and then he just turned up. He turned up the notch even further. He cranked that shit all the way to 11. Ah, Mr. Sholmes, thank you so much.
It's a delightful room, Mr. Sholmes. I simply adore it.
Good, I'm pleased to hear it. Iris and I are delighted to welcome you. Oh god, this fucking thing is back. And then there's this thing. And then there's this thing. It's cause like they couldn't make a character too cool with Sherlock Holmes, so they had to fucking stick this shit with him to just kind of nerf him, you know? It's nerf or nothing, essentially. I'm gonna save too. I hope everyone's hungry. It's nearly time for dinner. I don't remember her voice.
We'll eat as soon as Mr. Natsumi arrives. We have a lot to celebrate.
Iris, you must let me help you.
Alright then, Susie. You can be in charge of the salad.
Splendid.
No, I said salad!
Shoots her with the fucking ray gun. Shoots her dead with her little golden ray gun. Fucking melts a hole straight through Susie's brain. Like the goddamn alien xenomorph leaking its drool on the floor of the ship, except this time the ship is her own skull. This time the ship is Susie's skull. Got gray matter spraying all over poor old Herlock. The Freemasons are hiding ancient knowledge from the public. They actually are. Forbidden Herlock knowledge Mason #1. Herlock Sholmes is the best character in Ace Attorney Chronicles. It's what the government doesn't want you to know. They're trying to hide that knowledge from the public so nobody knows. But I know, I figured it out. I cracked the code. So, Mr. Naruhodo, how does it feel to have your own office in the capital? It's very exciting, actually. I can't help wondering what adventures await us. Those were precisely my sentiments when I first established my office at these premises. Until I discovered the dark truth about the city of London, that is. Sorry. London is a glorious place, full of wonder, opportunity, prosperity, and mirth. But the brightest of lights cast the darkest of shadows. I called it! Woo! Dude, I literally called that line so fucking hard. The only thing I got wrong was that it was plural. It was casts. Shadows? What do you mean? Well, I believe you're well aware of the murkiness that lies behind London's facade already. So, once again, Mr. Naruhodo, welcome to London. Of course, at the time, I had no idea of the significance of those words Mr. Sholmes so casually spoke. But it wasn't long before my turn came to lift the facade and see the true depth of the murk that lay behind it. Dun dun dun, to be continued, and woohoo, we did it, baby! We solved the case of the mysterious Japanese idiot. Oh, but I feel so accomplished now. Woohoo, baby! All right, next case. That was pretty fun. I like that one. It wasn't like the most crazy in terms of like difficulty, but it was, I don't think we even lost a single pip during the trial segment, but it was really fun. It was like a fun case. I liked it. I liked the characters a lot more so than anything else. I don't think the mystery itself was that compelling, but like the characters carried it super hard for sure. The Hound of Baskervilles! Okay, this is the one. This was my favorite story when I was a kid. This is like one of the few Sherlock Holmes stories I remember pretty well. I love The Hound of Baskervilles. A hound it was, but not so much a hound as any mortal has ever seen. Its eyes glowed with a smoldering glare.
It's coming! Sholmes's cry pierced through the thick wall of fog around us. Wisps of vapor flowed over the pistol as I cocked it, and I waited, breathlessly, in the stillness. The silence lasted for what seemed an eternity, until, at last, it appeared. From the shadows of the cloud, an enormous beast sprang out upon us.
Bumpa, look how evil it is.
A hound it was, but not such a hound as any mortal has ever seen.
It's the Hound of Baskervilles, spoiler
Its eyes
alert.
glowed with a smoldering glare. The whole of its ox-sized body was outlined in white-hot flames. Its rumbling pant and hideous howl, so terrifying.
Can you guys solve the mystery of what it really is?
Look well, Wilson, Sholmes declared, gazing upon the mystical beast. For this is the diabolical hound of the Baskervilles.
Bam, bam, bam. Oh my god. That story's fucking goated, dude. I will warn you to remember those characters. Oh, I will. I loved those characters in the last case. I'll remember them fondly. Ba, 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 ba. Big Pooch. You're correct. He is in fact a big pooch. Da-da-da-da, ba, ba. Come on down for your prize. It's a ban. Because you're wrong. He's not a big pooch. He's the Hound of Baskervilles. Our first 2 months in London passed by in a flash. And that disconcerting courtroom experience we were first thrown into on the day we arrived in this country. And in Sozeki-san's terrible ordeal that had followed closely behind, we had emerged victorious. Wait, that took 2 months? However, there then came an abrupt end to our opportunities to appear in court. Oh no, never mind. He's just explaining why nothing happened. Which was hardly surprising, of course, since I was nothing more than an amateur, an unknown student of law from a faraway land who beat the greatest lawyer who ever lived twice in a row. No one would want to hire me. So life in our little office was very quiet. That's the funniest thing that happens in the regular Ace Attorney as well. There's this whole segment in the middle of the game in the original Ace Attorney where he's like, well, you know, it's just me down on my luck rookie, Phoenix Wright, with no business, even though I beat the best lawyer in the world twice in a fucking row. I should be the most talked about lawyer in the entire town. That is, until it was shattered one day by that fateful telegram. Bing, 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 bing. 9:13 a.m. Naruhodo's legal consultant, hey. It's the Hound. He opens up the door and immediately gets eaten by the Hound of Baskervilles. That morning, I was woken by the unreserved knocking on the door by the telegram boy. He said, dance, telegram boy, dance. After he'd gone, Susato-san's behavior became very obviously strange. It was a hypno-telegram. Don't look at it, Naruhodo. It's got a big spiral on the front of it. Yes! Is it time to leave for court already? It does have a little Darumaka on the shelf. I didn't even notice him at first. He's a little poker man. I guess they made it all Japanesey. Oh, that's right, because Naruhodo had that in one of the earlier cases. I forgot about that. He packed a big old Darumaka to bring with him. He brought his little red monkey with him. What else do they have? Fetus in a jar? You gotta bring your fetus in a jar! I'm not just gonna leave him at home. All my fucking friends would forget to feed my fetus in a jar. In my absence. I'm not gonna come back to no fucking shriveled ass raisin fetus because nobody was fetusing the fetus. They got the scales of justice. That's kind of a gimme though because they're lawyers. They're lawyers. I feel like Susato should be the main character. She's like smarter than the protagonist and she's also more confident and competent. What does the main character provide that Susato doesn't do? I mean, he does get Susato takedown, so I guess that's his role. Let me see, what case is today? I don't think I'm scheduled to defend anyone at the moment, am I? Oh, no, of course not. How silly of me. But I think Iris said she would make us breakfast this morning. Oh, that was him. So shall we go down to Mr. Sholmes' Sweets? Yes! Iris makes the most delicious breakfast food. She does, doesn't she? And once our bellies are full, we can leave for court in fitting fit form. Fighting fit form, sorry. Let me see. What case is it today? Here we go again. What are you geeking about? Telegramaki-sama? I can't remember her name. It's like Sozuma-san. Fuck, why are they all Japanese as hell? I can't remember. Sozeki-san was the defendant, that's not her. She's... I legitimately can't fucking remember right now. Susato, that's her name, Susato. The telegram. So, what was it about? The telegram that was delivered this morning? I mean... Oh, a telegram? I don't know what you're talking about. Yes, you do. Don't lie to me, Susato. Or else you will be takedown with your own Susato takedown. Sorry, but you're not gonna get away with that. Well, I didn't think I would. Actually, don't give it a moment's thought. It's nothing. Nothing interesting. Boring, in fact. It was just a boring old telegram. That's 3 times now that she's tried and failed to convince me it was nothing.
I promise that I'll tell you about it at some point.
All right, I understand. This is fucked up. It's part of that weird fucking conspiracy, dude. Remember when what's his face, Katana Boy was still alive? He was also geeking. He also kept having dark secrets that he would never tell me. She's in on it. She's in on this fucking conspiracy. And I'm left in the fucking dark. I'm left in the fucking dust. Every other character keeps talking about, ooh, we know something you don't. Then tell me. They won't tell me though, because they're actually that fucking jealous. Sozeki-san. I suppose Sozeki-san will arrive back in Japan by now, won't he?
Yes, I should think so. He left immediately after that terrible ordeal. Which would mean he should have completed the voyage already, or be just a few days away.
A fortnight ago, we had that very long telegram from him, do you remember? Complaining of seasickness. But by and large, it seems the voyage has been going well. Yeah, he's basically going to go visit the land of Fortnite on his boat. He's going to go visit the Martin Luther King Jr. map, and so that he can floss in the separated bathrooms.
Is something wrong, Naruhodo-san?
I was just wondering, what might have become of Sozeki-san had he stayed in London, that's all. I'm shocked he's not murdered, to be honest.
You mean, as regard Lords Van Zeeks? The Reapers?
Yes, Ziz. I can't help wondering if seasicknesses would have paled in insignificance in that case. The Reaper! Reapers! What if the Reaper has to report to a fucking Zordon, bro? What if they have a Reaper in every Bailey in the fucking Europe, bro? There's like a French Reaper and they're the Power Reapers together. That shit would be so cash. Oh, let me meet the other Reapers. Reapers! They got a big Reaper Zordon living in Germany or some shit? What is it they say? That no one who stands in the dock can be saved from the Reaper, right? Oh my god, no! It's so warm over there! Dude, you can even see in the background that the Reaper of the Bailey is toasting marshmallows in the fucking murder wagon. That's messed up. If you're gonna burn a man alive in the dang murder wagon, you could at least not roast marshmallows on his body. That's disgusting. That can't be sanitary either. That's some contaminated ass food. Yeah, that's where our first, if you guys missed it, our first defendant in London, who was a huge scumbag, like, loan shark, he met his tragic end after we got him a not guilty verdict because, Van Zeeks locked him in a wagon and burned him alive. So, yeah, shit didn't go well for him. Shit went pretty poorly for him. Like the way that nightmarish trial ended on the very first day we arrived in London.
Even 2 months on, the cause of that dreadful fire is still a mystery.
Yes, but at least Sozeki-san is safely out of the country now. Presumably, that means
that the curse of the Reaper can only take effect within the confines of the city of London. In the city.
Even if that's the case, it's little comfort. I have a terrible sense of foreboding.
If the legend of the Reaper is to be believed, it would mean he wields the sword of justice himself.
Can you walk us through all the cases? I've only seen 3 of them. I think there's only been 3 of them. No, there's been a couple. There was the very first one in London. There was an evil British exchange student who, like, turbo murdered one of her English professors. And I was on trial then. It was my first job as a lawyer. And I got off, but she was politically connected, so she got off scot-free. She just went back home instead of getting arrested in Japan. Then, on the way to England from Japan, our friend who was supposed to be the lawyer, we were just supposed to be his assistant, got murdered by a little Russian girl on a steam cruiser because she thought that he was gonna rat her out for being a runaway. So she murdered him by accident, then she went to prison jail. And then the cases, the most recent ones. Then it was just all the England cases. So it was that guy who got murdered in the wagon, and then this guy, Sozeki. Yeah, so I think the only one you missed was none of them? Which one am I not thinking of? Was there another one? Is this the 4th case? I think this right now is the 4th case, so I think you've actually seen all of them. Which one am I forgetting? Boat murder, Japan murder, the guy who burned in the carriage. Yeah, the 4th case was just this one with the book. Yeah, okay, so that's all of them, that's all of them. Yeah, you're caught up, you're caught up. Yeah, the boat one was just the little Russian girl, the little ballerina girl. She was basically, she thought that he was gonna go rat her out, so she like tried to confront him and then he fell. She like shoved him and he hit his head on the wardrobe and died. It was like an accidental killing. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. So kind of similar to the last case where it was like an accidental murder. If the legend of the Reaper is to be believed, he wields the sword of justice himself. The loan shark simply faked his death so he can grow his empire. That's honestly kind of what I think, Remix. I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of on the same page as you. I think McGillicuddy or whatever the fuck his name was might have faked his death. Because honestly, here's the thing. If you follow that train of logic to its conclusion, it's like, why would he go to that extent? The reason would be because he gets the heat off his back and he also makes the Reaper look bad. He like incriminates the Reaper as being a murderer. He keeps his reputation of being like a squeaky clean, you know, nice guy, and then the Reaper looks bad for murdering him. People will start gossiping about that. So it's kind of a win-win for him, right? If he did fake his death. I think he might still be alive. But as far as the game is concerned, he burned alive. That's what they're trying to convince us of. Come to think of it, I wonder what he's been up to these past 2 months. Surely, not wielding that sword against more acquitted defendants. See, even they think he's murdering everybody. No, I don't think so. Apparently, Lord Van Zeeks hasn't appeared in court once since our last encounter. Oh. Yes, since Sozeki-san's trial, he's withdrawn from judicial service again, it seems. Really? Just like before, when he wasn't seen in court at all for several years. So, it's just been me who's had to face him in the recent spate of trials then? Ah, just my luck. I wonder if luck doesn't come into it. Sorry? What was that? Oh, nothing. Never mind. What, Susato? Speak your mind! What are you talking about? She knows something. She knows something that I don't know and it's pissing me off. Just fucking tell me, dude. We're supposed to be law homies. That means we ride together or we died together. Mostly just dying, but we do some riding. Check out my sweet armband. It means a great deal to me, you know, that you cherish his armband so, and wear it each time you appear in court. Well, it's very important to me. It shows that I'm a lawyer. And whenever I wear it, I feel as though it gives me strength. Through Kazuma. I absolutely can't be without it, especially when I'm at a critical point in the trial. But just the other day, I noticed you were wearing it when we went to visit that park. Sometimes I forget to take it off. Ding, ding, ding. The loan shark got the mark of the outsider. What the fuck is the mark of the outsider? Now you're on some magic shit, Remix. Now you're talking about some fucking wizard warlock stuff. He said, I make my monster grow, and he threw his big spear into the cabin and it launched on fire. He threw his spear right into the cabin of that little carriage and it just launched everything on fire. He basically made his monster grow, if you can believe that. I wonder what this blue thing is. Dishonored? I haven't fucking played Dishonored. You know I ain't played Dishonored. Ah, this must be the telegram. Let's see. Egg! No, you mustn't look at that. Not under any circumstances. All right, I won't. Jeez. I'm sorry, Naruhodo-san, but you can be very mischievous at times. Then put the telegram away if you don't want people looking at it. That's not how that works. If you don't want me rifling through your personal belongings, you shouldn't have made them so tantalizing. Alright, let's go have breakfast with fucking loser. 15th April. Sholmes is sweet. I don't know why I'm bullying this 10-year-old child, but she's annoying. She should have been regular Watson.
Morning, Rudo. Morning, Susie.
Good morning, Iris. Iris? What are these sweet tunes caressing my ears?
What is it, Rudo?
What is that terrible noise? Sounds like a cat being stringieled.
Ah, yes. You noticed that, did you? Hurley isn't in the best form this morning, it seems.
Oh, poor Herlock, what happened to him? Hello. Hello, Mr. Sholmes? Good morning. What happened to him? Good morning to die, perhaps. Oh, isn't that his fucking opium, dude? He's having opium withdrawals. Has something happened, Mr. Sholmes? You look miserable, and the way you were playing the violin before. My analytical mind is dead. Music is dead. The world is dead. Damn this blanched existence. That's all it is, my dear fellow. Nothing of consequence. I'm afraid I don't understand. Well, Iris, isn't it time we ate? She does look like that fucking kid from Breath of the Wild. Oh my god, dude, that character was the worst! Yeah, she is kind of just like that. What was her name? Puro? Something like that. Except Iris doesn't even have that excuse. She's legitimately just 10 years old and somehow already a doctor, an inventor. It's some fucking Nichijou stuff for sure. Some dry toast and insipid coffee for me, if it's not too much trouble. What? There's a cat? Oh, it's so cute. It wears a little bow tie. Oh, look, it's Wagahai. What the fuck kind of name is Wagahai? Is he an Urukai? Did you have a orc for a cat?
Wagahai.
Oh, he's pretty adorable. Is that the Mr. Natsume's cat? This fucking dickhead left his cat in England? I think this dickhead might have left his cat in England. Good morning, boy. Don't speak to me, woman. That's what Wagahai says. I translated for him. He's so fucking cute. He's so fucking cute. Holy shit. That must be some sort of tiny door for cats to use. But how did it get there? It used its Wagahai strike.
Well then, everyone, time for breakfast.
Oh, wonderful. Let me help you, Iris. Pours scalding coffee on her brain.
Ah!
Ugh, it would indeed be a fine day to die. I knew something looked different. His stinkoscope is gone. Something's missing from Mr. Sholmes' desk. Aw, poor Sholmes. Wanting to die. Wanting to die is a pretty good prompt. I want to look at Wagahai first. Wagahai. Soka Toa. Wanting to die. You seem to be very unhappy this morning, Mr. Sholmes. What's happened? It used to be the case that in my hands, this violin sung like the dawn chorus. Its melissonant tones would make the flowers bloom. It would? But now, the muses are unamused with me. The goddess of music has thrown me over. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? For hours I have bowed, for days even. Through the night I have endeavored to no avail. That sound, my tone, is lost. That brilliant, clear, unwavering tone, gone forever. No more recitals of unbridled emotion.
Well, you haven't been practicing much lately, have you, Hurley?
Don't worry, I'm sure it'll come back to you in time. In due time. Parapari. Paraparu. Trying to fix my fucking chair, it's geeking. Nah, that's fine. My chair can geek if it wants to. Heed my words, Mr. Naruhodo. The goddess of the arts are fickle. The goddess is sorry. One day they bestow genius on a man, and the next they unmercifully withdraw. Oh, dear. Why is this happening to me? If they take the turn I have for the violin from me, what is left for pity's sake? What is left? Deduction perhaps? Isn't that what you're known for? The missing machine. What did he do with this fucking missing machine 19, bro? He fucking threw that shit in the dumpster for no reason. Mr. Sholmes, I don't like to pry, but... It's gone. Your desk looks rather empty today. Ah, well done, Mrs. Zato. Your observational skills do you credit. Oh no, Mr. Sholmes. They pale in insignificance when compared to yours. You'd struggle not to notice, wouldn't you?
You mean Hurley's great analytoscope? That's Windibanks now.
Sorry? At a windy bank?
No, Windibanks. The pawnbrokery.
He had to sell his decascope? No wonder he's so fucking sad. Poor Sherlock.
What?
You mean you've pawned that enormous machine of yours? It has some considerable value, you see. Quite undeservingly. But isn't it a very important machine to your work? I do wish you had consulted us if your situation had become so desperate. I would have gladly passed what little income I have to you. Dear madam, things are far from desperate. But the pawnbroker has your wonderful machine. How can it be anything but desperate? Making use of a pawnbroker is quite ordinary here in London, I assure you. It is? Doesn't sound ordinary at all. I love that they gave him like a specific depressed Sherlock model. It's pretty good. It would seem that neither of you fully understand how pawnbroking... Pawnbroking? That's a way better name for it, but it's actually pawnbroking. Oh, what's to understand exactly? Pawnbroking is the Australian version where they just trade each other shrimp. How pawnbroking works. What did you mean when we said we didn't fully understand it? To the people of London, pawnbrokeries are akin to banks. What? Is that true? England, you should learn how banks work, bro.
Banks?
On Mondays, merchants relinquish their finest jackets and trappings to their pawnbroker of choice. With the money they receive in return, they are able to trade happily through the week.
And then on Saturdays, they go to recover their things with the monies they've earned.
I had no idea. This has been a fascinating lesson for us.
Everyone does it, you see, especially people in inner London.
And should they have money to spare, they would purchase another fine jacket. Not to wear, obviously, but to pawn, should the need arise. Oh, how ingenious. That is ingenious. That's like the original Dogecoin, bro. It's a sure bet. I never knew that either. They may have made this up, but I don't think so. That seems like way too specific. That seems way too specific to be made up.
So whenever we have something that's getting in the way, we leave it at Winterbanks, you see.
A pawnbrokery can be thought of as an extremely secure vault. Who would have thought that even pawnbrokers are different here in Great Britain?
Of course, you have to watch early with it. Sometimes he pawns things he really shouldn't.
But you are Mexican.
But you are Mexican.
Don't you, Ellie?
Damn, it was like 1 second from being on a Sherlock line. So close. What does it matter? The world is dead to me now. So what did he pawn by accident? His fucking coat and hat? What's missing? The bust of Napoleon is there, the shoes there, the letters there. I don't know what else is missing. Aside from the giant death machine, of course, the giant death ray. Queen Victoria's initials are still shot into the wall. All the classic trappings. The little porcelain dog is here too. No, Sherlock is still remarkably sober. Kind of disappointingly so. He's still extraordinarily sober. For a man of his addiction, he has not even injected himself, not once, not twice, not 0 times yet, to be honest. What up, Iris? Tell me all the funny things you could say. Wagga hi! She really did say funny things, I knew it. Mr. Natsume's cat seems to have settled in. It is Mr. Natsume's cat, cool.
Oh yes, and I've become very attached to little Waggy.
It would appear his previous owner was completely forgotten to him. Cats are unfeeling creatures. Their mews as empty as the hearts of the muses. That's adorable.
If Mr. Natsume had no intention of taking Waggy back to Japan, I wonder why he kept him in the first place.
I expect he would have taken him if he could. But pets are strictly forbidden aboard steamships in our experience. And for good reason. Terrible things can happen if the rules of passage are not obeyed. Yeah, that was you know how I mentioned that the way that main character's friend died was by tripping and busting his ass? The reason he tripped was because when that girl, like, tackled him when she was trying to stop him from going to tell people about her. Her little cute kitten that she brought with her secretly on board, even though it wasn't allowed, was right at his feet, so he tripped over it. He tripped over her stupid little cat and broke his neck and died. It was quite unfortunate.
Well, I don't mind, because Waggy is adorable.
Yes, he really is. Oh yes, what about the door? I don't remember seeing that tiny thing in the main door before. Where did that come from?
Oh, you noticed? You are observant, Rudo. Look, I used this. It's my latest invention.
What is that?
I call it the cat flapper mat.
Gosh, a machine for making doors just for cats?
That's right, it can make a cat flap for a furry little friend like Waggy in seconds. And it can do it in any door at all, no matter what it's made of. It's very powerful, you see.
Wouldn't it have been quicker just to make the cat flap rather than making a machine to make a cat flap?
Well, yes, maybe. But now I can make cat flaps anywhere I like.
That's stupid. Oh, I think it's wonderful. It's not, it's stupid. Here's the thing, too. Keep remembrance on the fact that they pointed out the way the pawnbrokeries work in this country, because I feel like that's going to be important in this case. Because otherwise, they probably wouldn't have bothered to mention it. The pawnbroker stuff is going to come in big. It's going to come back into play big. The pawnbrokers are going to be the center of this newest drama, The Hound of Baskervilles. I think it's wonderful. Mark Hamill voice acted Professor Skeksis of the Dark Crystal. Really? I didn't know that. Mark Hamill's a good fucking voice actor. It's kind of ridiculous. When most celebrities are voice actors, quote unquote, it's just them doing their own voice as a character 90% of the time. So it's interesting when people are talented at both acting and voice acting. It's a rare overlap. It's rare. But he's really good. He also did the Emperor from Avatar. I watched Avatar The Last Airbender for the first time recently, and he was like the Emperor dude, the evil Emperor. And I didn't even realize until like the very last episode, the big long one, because he just doesn't talk that much throughout the series, and he sounds so different. He's great. Very good voice acting. Yeah, he's also Joker. He's also Joker, very famously. He has an amazing Joker voice. He says, "I'm a scary clown." See, like, I might have just scared you guys too much, so feel free to click off the video if my Joker voice was too frightening. If you got a little too scared and you became an angry clown from that, I apologize. My Joker has been known to radicalize people into violent incel gamers because it's just so spooky and scary and cool. I think it's wonderful. He's also in Metalocalypse. Is he really? I never knew that. Wow, I watched Metalocalypse when I was younger too. In middle school, I would watch that like every day before school. Musto, Crackish, Thunder Horse, all the classics, dude. Deaconland Coffee, that was the first episode, I think. I wonder if Mark Hamill would be a voice actor if he didn't get in a car crash. Almost definitely he wouldn't, because he was like a Hollywood boy, and then he messed up his face, which you can't do in Hollywood. I think that's why he became a voice actor at all. Wait, he is Toki? He's one of the main cast? Holy shit, I never noticed that. That's shocking to me that he's one of the main cast. Who could he be? I don't even, like, none of them even sound remotely like him. Okay, it's not Nathan Explosion, and it's not the little dude with the mustache, William Murderface. It's not Murderface, it's not Nathan Explosion. It's gotta be Toki or Squiscar. Yeah, if it's one of the main casts, it's probably Toki, you're probably right about that. You must make one for the door in our office upstairs, Iris. She really knows how to come up with unconventional inventions, this girl.
Hey.
What was that? Wagahai! Wagahai's dead, guys. I got bad news. He got ate by the Hound of Baskervilles. What was that? Oh no! Oh, he plays the original Senator Stampingson? Oh, so he's not one of the main cast. Okay. That makes more sense. I don't remember that character. I'd have to listen to it again. I remember the business guy. The businessman, like their manager. I remember him. I remember the main cast. I don't remember many of the side characters, though, like the more minor characters. It's been a while since I saw it.
Wagahai's tangled up in your violin.
How does that even happen?
I think he thinks it's a toy.
No, what's he doing to it?
Oh dear, Mr. Sholmes' precious violin.
He doesn't even give a fuck. Why should I care? What? I shouldn't be surprised. If the cat is a more accomplished musician than me. He's really down on himself, dude. Poor Mr. Sholmes. He's also, fun fact, voiced by Mark Hamill. Every time I open my mouth, I'm just doing the lip flaps and Mark Hamill speaks for me.
Mr. Sholmes really is in the poor spirits, isn't he? Well, anyway, I'll put it back where it lives, shall I, Ollie?
Out of the cat's reach, if possible. Maybe we should assess the damage. He also plays one of Pickle's family members. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I should rewatch that show. It's been a long fucking time. I don't know if it holds up at all, but I liked it when I was younger. When I was in middle school, I would watch it all the time. I thought it was quite good. The first episode is still so good. I will stand by the pilot for that show as being so fucking funny. The one with the food library and everything. It's really funny. The only thing I do remember about that show is it started being like less comedy as it went on, where I started to lose interest a little bit. Like they had less focus on the jokes later on. Which is fair, but like I came there for the comedy show rather than the music show. So this is the violin, is it? It's a Stradivarius, one of the finest violins in the world, made by the renowned Italian luthier. Luthier? Antonio Stradivari. Hey, wait, that was Sholmes. Shit, no wonder. I was gonna say, how the fuck does my character know about that? It's a Stradivarius, one of the finest violins in the world, made by the renowned Italian luthier, Antonio Stradivari. Oh, I see. It doesn't really look anything special to me. Yeah, that was what Pickle said with the lobster. You are a G-MILF. It is a grandmother that I would like to... That's a great episode! It is called Food Library. Food Library. I happened upon it covered in dust, languishing in a pawn shop down in a nondescript back alley. The broker had no idea of its value, so I was able to purchase it. For a mere 55 shillings. He's talking so fucking slow. How honorable of you. And until today, it has been my faithful companion in every great Paganini-inspired performance I've made. I ask you, is there a reason to live in a world devoid of music? To tolerate this blanched existence? No! There is none. But you are Mexican. That's such a good line. Ah, that scene's so fucking funny, dude. Every time that part gets me. It's so good. That's like the perfect line, the tampon bit. Because like every time I forget about it and every time it makes me lose my shit. You have women's tampons inside of it. Metalocalypse is fucking funny. Every time, every single time. I remember the food library. I remember the lobsters. I remember the G-MILF. I remember when he's like singing metal into the fucking loudspeaker. I always forget the fucking, I always fucking forget the tampon. I always forget the tampons in the cart. It's so funny. Such a stupid fucking show. Mr. Sholmes? Why does it make me laugh so hard every time? It's just like the dumbest, like, not funny joke that like your friends would pull at a supermarket. And then they do it in the stupid Scandinavian accent and it makes me lose my shit. That's a good show. That's a good fucking pilot. That pilot is so fucking good. What, dear madam, what? My thoughts are preoccupied with fancies of release from this dull routine. It has tampons inside of it. Well, it's about the violin. It looks very different to normal, don't you think? What do you mean, Mrs. Otto? Oh, it's playing itself! It's playing itself! Mr. Sozeki Natsume was right all along. There are fucking ghosts in England! We're out of here, Suzato! Picks up Suzato over my head like a Donkey Kong and runs out the door. Runs out the dang door. I'm going back to England, fucking Japan right now. Fuck England, there's too many ghosts here. Violin ghosts, worst of all. Got the whole orchestra outside the window, I can hear them coming in. Yeah, that's a good part too, where Nathan pushes his face through. Psst, glass all over the fucking sausages.
Oh, Susie's right. Yes, the tone of the wood is completely different.
And that's not all. I'm sure there was no crack here before. Wait, it's not even the right size, is it? Oh no, he pawned his violin. Sherlock Holmes pawned his famous violin. That's why he can't play it right. Oh dear, what a conundrum. He pawned it at the beginning of the week, and then when he went to get it back, he bought the wrong one. Oh dearie me, that's no good at all. What's this? I'm terribly sorry to have to tell you this, Mr. Sholmes, but the instrument isn't a violin at all. Then what? It's like a fucking viola or some shit. I love the Gmail thing, yeah, it's good. The best one is definitely the tampons on side of the cart, but I always forget that line. I always forget that part. I believe, like, they were just on fucking fire when they did the whole supermarket scene. That whole segment was so fucking funny, and it never gets topped in the whole show. That's the one thing I didn't like about Metalocalypse is, like, it peaks in, like, scene 1, episode 1. It never gets better than that supermarket scene. It's just like banger joke after banger joke constantly till they leave the fucking supermarket. I believe it's an entirely different instrument called a viola. What? What? Oh, Mr. Sholmes, are you all right? You're right. You are quite right. This isn't my faithful Stradivarius. So what, pray, is this piece of stringed flotsam? Not your faithful performing partner, then. Food library. That's so good. I love the Scandinavians. They're funny.
I say this is what must have happened.
You do, Iris?
This is just a simple mix-up.
It sounds like Iris might be able to tell us exactly what's happened. Is this theme of Iris? Schnappa, schnappa, schneep, ya pop. Yoda, yo hat, yed, yed. Yub, 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 yub. Mix up, mix up. Yub, 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 mix up, mix up. Dig, dig, dig. What did you mean by a mix up, Iris?
Well, you see, this violin, sorry, this viola, I mean, was at Winterbank's until last week.
Yup, he accidentally pawned his violin, guys. I got bad news. At the pawnbrokers? You're a lady, Squiscard. Yeah, that part's fucking very good, too. No, I'm not! God, that pilot is so funny. That like, supermarket scene is so good. They never top it. It's just too good. It's the best part of the show. Not Mr. Sholmes' beloved musical partner. There is a proverb from the East with which you are no doubt familiar, my dear fellows. Always let a beloved child travel. Yes, indeed. So you sent your beloved violin to the pawnbrokers in the hope that it would experience personal growth? Oh, what a wonderful idea. Last week I pawned my great analytoscope in order to release my precious instrument. But it would appear Mr. Winterbank mistakenly furnished me with this tawdry fiddle instead. But my ears cannot be deceived by the hollow timbre of this piece of timber. No. Oh no, but your every sense was deceived by the fact that it had just had strings and such. Sure, a fine state of affairs this is. And why I always say, Mr. Naruto, never trust a pawnbroker. They will try to fiddle you every time. But earlier you told us that you could think of a pawnbroker as an extremely secure vault. No, I didn't say that, no. Sewn back together wrong. Yeah, I remember that too. That's the end of the episode, I think. It's time to awaken. They have Thunder Horrors. They got a bunch of bangers. They got Murder Copter. I think they had James Shetfield on for that one. Come, Mr. Naruhodo. Dilly-dallying will get you nowhere. Mermaider, that's one of the best ones for sure. Mermaider, mermaid murder. Dilly-dallying will get you nowhere. Sorry? Crunching your toast with that vacant aspect. Pressing your coffee so obtusely. Are you not a little embarrassed by your own conduct, considering the urgency with which we are faced? We must visit Mr. Windibake's brokery at once. Isn't that right, Mr. Sholmes? Precisely, Mrs. Otto. Without a moment's delay. But I haven't finished my bacon and eggs. My dear fellow, you surely do not still intend to crunch your bacon with an increasingly vacant aspect? To press your eggs ever more obtusely? All right, say no more. Let's go then.
Don't worry, Bruno. I'll be happy to hit it up for you again later.
Oh, thank you, Iris. As it happens, I am rather curious to see what a British pawnbroker looks like. Pawnbroker! Ding, 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 ding. Let's move. Wait, it still says exclamation point here. It still says exclamation point here. But not Iris, because she's already done talking. I don't know what else to do here. I'm gonna go to the pawnbroker instead. I'm gonna go to the pawnbroker. Head into the pawnbroker. I remember that too, the blowjob. Yeah, that show was pretty funny. That show was quite funny. I also liked what's it called? Around that same era, there was the other show that was like the late night Adult Swim thing. Super Jail? I liked Super Jail okay, but I never saw it that much. I watched a lot of Metalocalypse, but I only ever caught like 2 or 3 episodes of Super Jail. But I remember thinking it was alright. Winterbank's Pawn Jewelry. Yeah, I don't know many people who watched Super Jail. It was just on in like a weird time slot too, so like nobody saw it. I only caught a couple episodes, but it was fine. So this is a British pawnbrokery. Satanic Dog Show? The Hound of Baskervilles? It's all related to Sherlock Holmes. I never saw the Satanic Dog Show. I saw, Moral Oral. There are all sorts of tools and contraptions in here I've never laid eyes on before. Sazato-san, that spark of wonder in your eyes. You can't wait to scour the shelves, can you? I get the impression you enjoy places like this. I love pawn shops in real life, especially antique stores. I like antique stores the best. Yeah, Moral Oral was great. It was a good show. It was super fucking dark, but it was good. It was a good show, I can't lie. I don't really watch any Adult Swim stuff anymore. I just don't know of anything good on that. I don't know why, but seeing such a lot of things I don't understand is a real thrill for me. My dear fellows, let us not forget why we are here. The last like Adult Swim type, like American adult cartoon I saw was Mike Tyson Adventures, which was pretty fun. The Mike Tyson Mysteries. I liked it. It had the Norm Macdonald pigeon, it had Mike Tyson, it had the whole crew. I never saw too much of it, but I liked what I saw. Let us not forget while we're here. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. We are calling on matters of business, not pleasure. But yeah, he fucking punched her on the side of the head, Jesus. He fucking did what we all wanted to do to Miss Sozato the whole time. He gave her the Sozato takedown himself. Here comes a guy, boom, give her the old 1-2. And clearly Mr. Sholmes means business too, judging by the spark of fury in his eyes. And by the fact that he's punching her in the ear. Mr. Sholmes, sir, welcome back. Did you hear that brazen welcome? Well, yes, we are potential customers after all. We are disgruntled customers, Mr. Naruhodo, and it's time to inform Mr. Windibank of our ire. Come, the fight is afoot! The Brack Show. I never saw that, I don't even know what that is. Oh, I remember Aquatine. Aquatine Hunger Force was also fun. Same with Robot Chicken. Master Shake, they got them fucking meatball, meatwad. Meatwad be like, oh, guys, it's me, Meatwad. Oh, I'm a little wad of meat. That's what it sounded like. I don't remember what any of the other characters. I don't remember what Frylock sounded like. I don't remember what the milkshake sounded like. I just remember the fucking meatball. Hey, what's up, Razzico? You're looking particularly British as well, my good sir. Now, this guy right here is looking the most British I've ever seen. Hang on, I'm saving. Oh yeah, I liked Carl. Fuck, what was his voice? He was like, hey, what's up, you nightbags? He sounded kind of like that or something. He had like a weird New Jersey voice. Give me the violin, you son of a bitch! You stole it! You stole it! Naturally, you will recall this, which I retrieved from you some days ago.
Yes.
The second red fiddle is not my faithful instrument, Mr. Woodenbag. The color of the wood is different. It has holes in it. It's not even the same size. A wonderful summary of our observations, Mr. Sholmes.
I'm so very sorry, sir. How utterly unforgivable of me. An inexcusable mistake for a pawnbroker. There's only one way to make amends.
Fucking spills his belly right then and there. Oh, I thought he was. What? What the fuck? No! Don't do it. What was that animation? Why was that so much more animated than anything in the entire game? What the fuck? That was so well animated. It looked fucking rotoscoped. That was the most realistic run animation I've ever seen in my fucking life. That was a roller coaster, dude. First of all, I thought he was just like leaving. I thought he was just running out the fucking back to escape Sherlock Holmes. And then he comes back with a fucking gun, thought he was gonna kill us, and then threatens to kill himself.
I shall have to take my own life.
Do it, pussy! Do a backflip! I don't think that will be necessary, do you? The guy who plays Monster Man in Aqua Teen is the voice of Archer. Oh, I never saw Archer. I should watch Archer at some point. I hear it's fun, but yeah, I never watched it. I never watched Arthur, neither. Wait, no, I saw Arthur, I didn't see Archer. Hey, it's Franklin. Killing himself with a pistol. Now, that's the same pistol the other character had, though. They're reusing that asset. You can't fool me. You can't fool me, video games. Guys, as we all know, it's a cardinal sin to reuse an asset ever in a video game. You have to make the horse testicle shrink every time, or else the game is lazy and dumb.
If I may say one thing before I pop off.
That's dark, dude. Don't make puns about your own suicide. Yes. Frisky Dingo. No, I didn't see either of those. I didn't see either of those shows. Frisky Dingo nor C-Lab. You know what show I used to always see on fucking late night Cartoon Network, like Adult Swim, and it would scare the fucking shit out of me? This is when I was real young. I would go to like sleepovers and stuff when I was like real young, probably like 4th grade or like 3rd grade. And on fucking Adult Swim, they would always play like the animes late at night, right? They would have like Ghost in the Shell and shit. Well, they would have this one anime, the fucking really good guy with the hockey stick, that little like demon kid with the hockey stick who would murder people. That would scare the fuck out of me. Like every fucking time. That shit would come on at like 1 a.m. and it has the creepy ass intro. It has a fucking super creepy intro and it would scare the shit out of me. I never remember the name of it though. It's the one with the little kid with the hockey stick. I can't remember what it's called. The intro would be like, everybody knows what I'm talking about. It was on Adult Swim and it would scare me when I'm a child. Everybody knows this show. This show that scares you by going, Aba Hoobie Hop. It's a classic. It's an American tradition.
It was you, Mr. Sholmes, who took it upon himself to remove the item the other day. I believe.
Sorry. Fuck, what is it called? It's called like Psycho something or like Memory something. It's something like that. It's a weird psychological supernatural thriller.
As I recall, I entered the storeroom to fetch the violin when I heard, here it is.
You did?
And when I turned to convert you, you had taken the viola and left, sir.
Oh, Herlock, you lovable oaf.
However, there can be no doubt that the blame lies firmly at my own door for allowing you to leave. So I shall not grumble or grouse any longer. May this guilt die with me.
No, stop, my dear fellow. The fault is mine.
I'm doing it anyway. Goodbye. Aw.
It would appear that the fight is over. What was that show fucking called, dude? I can't remember. It was really creepy. It's made by that guy who makes all the really fucking weird psychological anime. It was like that auteur dude who made all like the super good animes, but now he's dead. Satoshi Kon? Something like that. That might be him, I don't remember. What was it called? The intro is all the weird smiling people dying horrible deaths. I don't remember what it's called, I forget. But yeah, it used to come on during Adult Swim and scare the fucking shit out of me when I tried to sleep. It would be like funny robot chicken episodes, and then it would be that fucking horrifying show. Yes, Paranoia Agent, thank you, that's what it is. I always forget the title of it. That's how the intro goes. It's a good fucking show, it's really fucking cool. I love it now. I think that show is amazing. It's genuinely great. But it's really fucking creepy. The intro is super creepy. It's just a bunch of weird Japanese people laughing as they die horribly. And I would watch it as a young child and shit myself. I would watch it as a young child and piss myself because I was just watching, you know, Darth Vader slap his dick against the counter in Robot Chicken, and then it would turn to that shit. Bit of a jarring change.
I do humbly apologize, Mr. Winterbank. Evidently, my questionable disposition precipitated this tragedy.
Well, you wouldn't be Mr. Sherlock Holmes without that questionable disposition, now would you?
No, I guess not, Mr. Gildegank. No, Midori's pretty fucking dark. Midori is not even like that dark conceptually so much as it is just fucking gross. There's just constantly fucked up shit happening for no reason. Just for no reason. It's just all this random shit happens and then it ends. It's great. I love that movie. Oh, I love that movie. He just steps on a bunch of dogs and then he gets shot and then the movie ends. It's like, okay, thank you. Thank you, Midori, for your service. Should've just climbed in his bottle and rolled away. Yeah, the puppy stomp is rough. The puppy stomp is definitely the roughest part of that movie. It's not great. I don't like watching movies where puppies get stomped. At least it's not too gruesome. It's just mostly funny because the puppy just fucking explodes. It could have been a lot more gruesome, but instead the puppy just like explodes when the guy steps on it.
Well, you wouldn't be Mr. Sherlock Holmes without that questionable disposition, now would you?
I do believe you may be right, sir. It's either laugh or cry, I suppose. Oh, sorry. It's either laugh or cry, I suppose.
You are, it must be said, one of my more challenging customers. I'll need to remind you of the peculiar collection of items you've brought to my door in the past.
Oops.
Oh, peculiar items.
That's true, he was posing as a girl during the clown show, the sideshow, and then they eat the dog. Yeah, that was a weird fucking movie. That one was a little strange. That was probably one of the weirder movies I've had the misfortune of seeing. But I did like it. I gotta say, I like movies that make me uncomfortable. If a movie can make me feel something, that means it's at least evocative in some sense, you know? That makes it pretty memorable. And boy, did that movie make me feel some emotions. Mostly disgust and what the fuck is happening. But emotions nonetheless.
In the extreme, ma'am, for example, the unpublished manuscript of an eponymous work, the novels of Sherlock Holmes or some such.
Oh my, a new full-fledged novel. And unpublished? A story I have yet to read, you mean?
Forgive me.
Wait, before you die, you must tell me more. This guy kills himself all the damn time. Save him. Yeah, the most impressive part of that movie is the fact that it was just like one dude's completely unfettered vision. Now, it was a weird fucking stupid vision, but it was cool in that regard. I really liked that part about it. It was very authentic, for lack of a better term. It was not like watered down through 30 different people's interpolations. It was just this one dude making his movie. Unpublished story.
I must know more. Tell me everything.
Wow, Susato-san's really fired up now.
Is there really an unpublished story under this very roof?
Oh, well, one day the gentleman here brought in an old metal chest, you see.
I should like to entrust this to your care for a while, Mr. Winterbank. It's Scarred Remix for life. Poor Remix.
For a chest like that, 1 shilling, sir, not a farthing more.
It houses something of very great value indeed. The latest manuscript, recounting the adventures of one Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, beg your pardon? A manuscript? You wish to deposit a manuscript?
Indeed I do, for I am confident it will be quite safe here.
And that was that. As such, Mr. Soames's latest tale of otherworldly mystery lies dormant in my storeroom.
Mr. Sholmes, is that really true? Man, I want to watch Paranoia Agent now. That show rips ass. You know what else that same guy made that was super fucking good was Paprika. There's an anime movie called Paprika that's really fucking good. It's like Inception, but like way more interesting than Inception, and also before Inception came out. But it's like the same basic concept. It's like people inside of each other's mind, and it's fucking really fucking weird, but it's cool. Do I sense that someone doesn't want to talk about this? I continue to pay your fee, do I not? Then kindly continue to store my belongings securely.
Of course, sir, of course. They're safe and sound with me, I assure you. On my life.
This is all very strange. Yeah, I'll say, the guy trying to kill himself all the fucking 2 seconds. I wonder, could I ask you something?
Ah, a gentleman from the east, I see. Yes, that sable suit. I suppose I could offer you 6 pence for it. Without wishing to offend, the tone is somewhat dull.
Sorry. How do the fucking pawnbrokers make their money in this economy? People just put stuff into the pawnbrokery and then retrieve it later for the same price. At what point do they make money in the transaction? At what point does the pawnbroker make money?
But for your splendid attire, ma'am, 4 guineas, no less.
My guess is that it just takes advantage of people who are like really destitute, so you put it in and then you can't afford to retrieve it and then he can just sell it. That's probably the business model, right? You're just betting on the fact that they won't actually be able to pay to get their shit back.
The colors are exquisite, the design exotic. Eastern artistry at its finest, may I say.
Oh my, 5 guineas you say? How interesting.
Why do I feel as though I've suffered some sort of defeat here? She's gloating too. Actually, I was hoping to ask you about your business. I've heard it said that pawnbrokeries are used rather like banks here in London.
Yes, sir, indeed. Many of my customers utilize the establishment as you described. I appraise their items and offer them a proportionate loan and 2 months of secure storage. If in that time they repay the original sum to me, plus the agreed interest.
I see, he also gets interest on it, that makes sense.
Their items are happily returned.
But what happens if they don't pay you the money?
Then the items are offered for sale in my shop, as you can see on the shelves behind me.
So you never sell the items before the 2 months has passed then?
That's right, ma'am, that's right. Which means some considerable responsibility rests on my big, nasty little fucking Huxtable wearing sweater ass fucking shoulders. Should a customer's precious belongings be lost, the only recompense is for me to end it all.
Jesus. Jesus Christ. Why does he wear so many fucking Urkel ass sweater vests? So I don't understand. I don't understand that part of being a pawnbroker. The very idea, Mr. Winterbank, is an absurdity. One should never talk of one's demise so casually. Says the man who was telling us all it was a good gay to die only this morning. And let us not forget that I have already helped you take measures to ensure such a tragedy never occurs. Oh, what sort of measures? I engineered a simple device which Mr. Winterbank has installed here in his shop. I call it the Red-Handed Recorder. Is that not so, Mr. Winterbank? Oh, this case is gonna be so fucking complex, dude. Hey. Why do they all say hey? I got a quick question. Why does every fucking character in this stupid Ace Attorney Chronicles say hey? So far, there's not been a single character who does not say hey. I don't know what it means, and it fucking weirds me out. Is that just the noise British people make? Yeah, this case is gonna be absurdly fucking complicated. It's gonna revolve around this shit. So let's remember, let's go over it, shall we, class? They have 2 months to get their belongings back. They have to pay interest. If they don't pay interest, it goes on the shelf. If it gets stolen before the 2 months are over, this guy has to kill himself. Sherlock Holmes invented a red-handed recorder to film people stealing shit if they steal it. His manuscript is stored in a trunk in the pawnbrokery, and it has been for some time, I don't remember how long. And his violin is stored in the pawnbrokery for a couple weeks. Well, I think we're all caught up. Is that all the facts as we know them so far? I believe so. What was that deep sigh about? Red-handed recorder. What on earth is the red-handed recorder? Use your eyes, my dear fellow. They are just 2 below the ceiling.
I can see what appears to be a camera attached to some sort of timing device.
Very astute. It is indeed a camera furnished with some 100 pieces of celluloid film. And every 30 minutes precisely, the camera automatically records the appearance of the shop. I see. So it's every 30 minutes. Got it.
Here I have an example I can show you.
This goes into the evidence bank. Okay, keep track of this, fellas, because this is going to be important. We got a sculluloid, we got a trunk, we got a dolly, photograph of a dog! Of a hound of Baskervilles, if you will. And a clipboard and another photograph of some random shit. And then a door. And then a door. And then a door. Ah yes, a print from the camera set to record the activity of the shop counter. I developed a special type of film so sensitive, it produces a crystal clear image even in the darkness. Really? That's extraordinary.
Yes, you can clearly see the counter and the door behind it, look.
Oh yes, don't look at my 6 black nipples. So you see, were someone to enter the premises with the ill intent, his identity would be summarily exposed.
But did you not say that the photographic prints were taken at 30-minute intervals?
Indeed, as you say, my dear madam.
Then what if the incident were to occur in between the times?
One could only say that would be a cruel twist of fate.
I must confess your devices have been giving me some cause for distress as of late.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Winterbank. Surely they are anything but distressing. Reassuring is the word.
It's the cost of the film, sir. You most graciously placed not 1 but 2 cameras in my shop, which means I must pay for the nigh on 100 utterly useless prints every single day. I'm afraid the cost of the film will break me before I'm very much older.
Nevertheless, a small price to pay to ensure the safety of my preferred pawnbroker, you know? My dear fellows, we verge on an age where safety and security come at a price.
Oh, heaven help us!
Poor Mr. Windybank, he doesn't want to spend his money! I can't help but notice that, like, every other character in this game is fucking hugely morbidly obese. They're all morbidly obese and over here in the city of London. Now, if you guys want to see a real world location where everybody's morbidly obese, then you just gotta come down to Texas, man. We're built Texas tough here, and by that I mean we're 800 pounds overweight. It's pretty dope. It's a pretty cool little twist of fate, if you could believe that.
Now then, Mr. Soames, allow me to return your precious violin.
Ah, the very thing. Thank you, Mr. Winterbank.
Perhaps this might mark the end of the peculiar items you try to pop them. Because if anything were to happen to one of them, this would be the only answer.
I really think you ought to stop waving that gun around. Someone could get hurt.
Fair enough.
Sorry.
I've only loaded a single bullet, so no one but myself could possibly be armed.
I see. So there's also 1 bullet in the gun, that's important too. That's not really what I meant. Good day to you then, Mr. Winterbank.
It's been a pleasure as always, Mr.
Sholmes, yeah, looks like it, man. Looks like you're having a great time, Mr. Winterbank. I like Mr. Winterbank, he seems like a straight up fella.
So, Mr. Naruhodo, now we can explore at last.
I do like clocks. I'm a bit of a clockman, as it's known. I'm a fan of clocks, I'm not gonna lie. I don't like the creepy old dolls, that's weird as shit. Where's the swords? Where's the swords? I see a boogle. I see a booga. Booga. I see a cactar. I see a potted plants. Oh, you better believe I see a dolls. And then whatever the fuck this thing is that like a Nickelodeon? Nick.
Now what do you suppose this rather enormous machine does?
It seems to have 2 little windows for looking through. Allow me to enlighten you, my dear fellows. What you are looking at is a stereoscope.
Ah, a stereo's fascinating.
It is aptly named, I assure you. Look through the eyepieces and see for yourself.
Oh, I should be delighted to. Excuse me a moment while I just have a look.
Just before you do, there is something I should point out. My dear fellows, in order to see the image properly, stereoscopically as it were, you will need to be cross-eyed. However, if that is beyond you, it is of little consequence today. What is that supposed to be?
All right then, I'm going to try it.
Ba-da-ba.
Ah! Mr. Naruhodo, you must see, at once.
Oh, all right then. So I just need to be cross-eyed, like I'm trying to look at my own nose? What? That's the maid. That's the maid that was the fucking juror, man. They're reusing assets. Help! Help! Gamers! Gamers! We have to call the Gamers Legion because they're reusing assets and this will not fucking stand, bro. This will not fucking stand. This looks like it was made on Ocarina of Time because they're reusing dang assets. Ooh, you better believe I'm calling in my fucking Red Dead Redemption 2 squad. They'll have words to pick with you, you fucking Japaneses. You fucking Japanesers. Making reused assets and such. How dare you! I don't believe it. It's just a photographic print, but it seems like you could reach out and touch it. Yes, the sense of depth is startling, is it not? Stereoscopes are one of London's many fads. They are often found in little stalls in the park. People queue for hours to see them.
Why? Why are people meddling with such black magic?
It is no magic, my dear madam. It is, well, far too complicated to explain at present. We shall save this lesson for another day. He doesn't fucking know how that shit works.
Oh.
Ba-ba-bam, yub, 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 oh, yeah. Dude, this is fucking sick, man. I love the pawnbrokers. The adventure of the unspeakable story. You're banned. You're banned. You're all banned. There's a gong. There's a bit of a gong or something. None of this seems terrifically important. Maybe I should talk to that guy again. I'll click on this first. There's like a calendar. That's not a calendar you could easily miss, is it? 15th of April, today's date. Yes, that's not for sale, I must point out. It is an Eastern-style page-a-day calendar. Every night at midnight, I tear off the front page to reveal the following day's date. The perfect calendar for a tearaway fellow such as yourself, Mr. Winterbank. And who was it who walked out of here with the wrong violin before? Well, when the agreed storage period is passed without repayment, articles are forfeited, you see. So I have to keep a close eye on the date. It's something of a pawnbroker's obsession, you might say.
Oh yes, I can see you're very dedicated to your job.
Okay, so, calendar, also important, the date. April 5th. You know why? Because there's cameras all over the fucking place. So one of the cameras probably catches the date. It's just like that case in Ace Attorney 3 with Luke Adme. Oh, we need to investigate more? More? Let's go back here, shall we? There seems to be a little door hidden behind that curtain there. That leads to the storage room, where Mr. Winterbank keeps articles that are currently in pawn.
Ah, I see.
There's nothing of particular interest inside. I certainly wouldn't recommend any lascivious activity. Recommend it or not, it's not something I tend to do. There is but one key, and Mr. Winterbank keeps it in his pocket at all times. Before he sleeps, he places it into a small pot, which he slides under his pillow. How on earth do you know about that, Mr. Soames? I am a detective, sir. It is my business to know what others do not. I am frequently assailed by information that I neither care for nor wish to retain.
Mr. Sholmes, you are a wonder.
And the prime suspect of this pawnbrokery has ever burgled. That's pretty funny. This game knows how to do good gags, you know what I'm saying? 1 minute you'll be talking to Mr. Keister, and the next minute he's trying to shoot himself in the brain for no reason. Classic Mr. Keister.
What an assortment of things there are on these shelves. crockery, footwear, clocks and watches. Almost anything you'd care to imagine.
Those are forfeited items offered for sale by the pawnbroker.
What does that really mean, though?
When you pawn, or colloquially pop, an item, the pawnbroker lends you money against its worth. He stores the item for an agreed period of time, after which the loan must be repaid. If not, he is free to display it in his shop for sale, at a price of his choosing. Oh yes, now you've explained it, I'm noticing little price tags on everything. Of course, simply by paying the agreed interest on the loan, one can extend the period of safekeeping. So, you may pawn that black garb of yours without fear, my dear fellow. My treasured university uniform? Never! It embodies my student spirit! It embodies my dead fucking friend banging his head against the wall and eating shit, honestly, too. Alright, we good now? No, we still need to investigate more pawnbrokeries. All up in my dokery. What else do we need to investigate, huh?
Hey! What else do we need to investigate, hey?
We still don't have any evidence either. Ah, here we go, the desk. Wait a minute, this desk looks different than it did in the photograph. No, it doesn't, it's just from the other angle. No, this looks exactly the same, actually. It's just, I think the lamp and the gun were not there before. But then everything else was. I remember the dog photo, I remember the scales of justice, I remember the book, the quill, the little thing, the little clipboard. I remember the thing hanging off. I didn't know what it was, but it's 2 books now, we know. Look at that enormous ledger open on the counter there. Mr. Windibank is, if nothing else, very particular about recording the items he accepts. He'd have to be, otherwise he'd get himself into all sorts of trouble. Which might explain the thing that catches my eye far more than the ledger. This revolver here. Oh, it's not a reused asset, it's the same gun. Do not entertain even a single thought of pilfering an article herein, my dear fellow. I assure you Mr. Windibank would not hesitate to draw that weapon with a speed belying his portly size.
Oh, you don't mean he'd...
blow his brains out? Indeed. In recompense for his blunder. He doesn't even shoot the thief, he just immediately shoots himself. He's like the fucking... He's like a motherfucking opossum of this land. He's like a motherfucking human opossum, the worst superhero of all time. Anytime villains show up, the human opossum just falls over, passed out dead.
Oh my. But in any case, of course we would never do such a thing. How could you even suggest it?
Alright, now we're done here, surely. Yeah. No, we're not done here. In Mr. Deaconberry's basement. What am I missing? What am I missing? Maybe the clocks for some reason?
Look at this! Look at this lovely, big, shiny box bee!
You don't know what a clock is, Susato, you dumb bastard? Oh, it's a music box. Bad news, guys. The dumb bastard was me. I thought it was a grandfather clock. Did I not click on the grandfather clock? That, my dear madam, is a music box. Surely you have such things in your country.
Oh my! Yes, but I've certainly never seen one so large before.
Shall we listen a while? Every day is great at your Juness.
What a sublime sound. It's like the music of angels.
I've never heard anything like it before in my life. This particular specimen is of the larger variety, commonly found in public houses and restaurants. There is a metal disc inside on which the notes to be played are recorded. Simply by replacing the disc with another, any music you care to imagine can be played. Play Freebird! Herlock, play a Freebird! If I leave here tomorrow, would you still remember me? I'm as free as a Naruhodo.
My goodness, what a delightful machine.
Indeed, though their popularity has waned recently with the development of the gramophone, of course.
Science and technology advance at such an overwhelming rate.
Ding, 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 ding. Oh, I did click. Okay, the grandfather clocks are unclickable. Click the unclickable. Row, row, fight the power. Play Undertale. Guys, I'm gonna help all the Zoomers feel more at home. Play Undertale. Play Epic Skeleton Song. You're gonna have a bad... Oh, what is this thing? How did I miss that shit on the floor? Look at this. Whatever could it be used for? I have no idea. Ah. Oh, it wasn't on the floor at all. There's a small catch just here. Look. We're gonna open it, aren't we? Oh my. Oh my, that's amazing. It has some sort of spring-loaded mechanism, which we'll never manage to put back to the way it was before. What are you two doing? What? Us? Nothing. No, nothing at all. Whatever this device is, it seems to have a pair of little windows to look through. I feel as though I've seen something rather similar to this elsewhere. What? Only tuppence for it? That ain't fair, you know it. Oh, sorry. That article is barely worth a penny, miss. I cannot offer more. Sounds like there's an argument brewing over by the counter. Bro! There's another camera in the place. There's another camera in the store, and this one Herlock did not set up. This one Herlock did not set up himself. There's another person spying on the pawnbroker so that they can fucking break in and steal everything, dude. Oh my god. Come on, that can't be right. Have you even had a proper butcher's at it?
I've seen all I need to see, young girl.
Is it Lestrade again? It is! It's Lestrade, she's back. Everybody clap. Woo! Wait, don't we know? I'm sure I recognize her. Oh, yes, it's the young lady from Mr. McGilded's trial 2 months ago. Her name is Gina Lestrade, my lord. She is a chancer, earns her crust among large crowds, relieving people of their purses. What's commonly called a pickpocket. Unfortunately, I kind of gave her voice to the new girl, Iris, but whatever. Gordon Bennett, you lot! She re-stole the gun? Oh my god. Hello, Miss Lestrade. I hope you've been well.
Hey, what? You remember me then, do ya?
Well, I remember being completely surrounded by smoke, that's for sure. She did. She re-stole the gun. That's hardcore. That's next level. I respect the hustle. There are very few criminals that will steal the exact same object again after they already got caught.
So what are you lot doing in here?
I'm still shocked that she was actually a fucking pickpocket. I thought for sure she was gonna be secretly a cop like that guy from the first trial. Her hair is like so fucking fancy. She has the fanciest haircut I've ever seen, and she's like an urchin? I don't think so.
Down and out like the rest of us? Nothing to eat? Come to pop that black weasel. Sorry, coat, have ya?
What is it about this black uniform that makes everyone comment on it? Ah, good day. Unless I'm much mistaken, you would be the young pickpocket who stole our experimental smoke grenade launcher.
Ah, Mr. Sholmes.
So, you have something of value to pawn, do you? Allow me to see the article, and I shall negotiate with Mr. Winterbank on your behalf.
Pull the other one. I only know help from some stuck-up D. Get out of my business. Go on, or I'll make trouble for you.
As you wish, Miss Lestrade. I will happily remove myself from your presence. I will dissolve into nothingness for you, my dear. He's really done it. He's gone.
I'm sorry, but as I said, there's really no room for negotiation here.
What is that thing he has in his hand? Some kind of metal disc. It's a song! It's a beautiful song to play on the music box. Ba-da-bap-bap. Do-do-do-do. That's what it's gonna sound like. She is a Zoomer, so it probably is. Some kind of metal disc?
And you, go on, leave me alone.
Oh, Miss Lestrade, just pretend we aren't here. We shan't be offended in the slightest. Susato-san can really stand her ground when she wants to.
Whatever.
To shape your head. Yeah, it's for the music box. It's for the music box, though. Where did she get something for the music box? You thief! Thief! Rat! Street rat scoundrel! Pawnbroker's customer. That's her third title. Somehow, I didn't really think you were the sort of person who'd use a pawnbroker, Miss Lestrade.
Yeah, well, I am, alright? I'm a Londoner just like everyone else. That a problem, is it?
No, not at all. It's just that, well...
Oh, I get it. I know what you're thinking. That thing probably don't even belong to her. Probably got on the dive, didn't she? Yeah, I can see it written all over your Chevy Chase.
What? Don't bring Chevy Chase into this. He is too successful for you to drag his name through the mud, Lestrade. You haven't earned the right to invoke Chevy Chase. I hear Chevy Chase is a giant asshole in real life. Honestly, who cares though? He's just an actor. Actors are allowed to be assholes sometimes if they need to be. Well, I might have been thinking something like that. You're not going to deny it, Mr. Naruhodo? Alright then, I'm just going to come out and ask you straight. Do you pawn things that you steal from other people?
Well, I don't know how to answer that, really. Suppose. Sometimes.
Great thing to admit it right in front of the pawnbroker that he's storing stolen goods. You're not gonna deny it either, Miss Lestrade?
But not this time, alright? I swear, that thing belongs to me.
The disc that Mr. Windibank is holding. Perhaps we should see what he has to say about all this. I can see it written all over your giant Japanese assholes. Little known fact, back in the day, in ancient Japan, they just like had circles cut out of the back of their articles of clothing. For convenience. Whenever you need to go to the bathroom, you don't even need to pull down your pants. You just go wherever. It's the more convenient life for sure. She can see the assholes conspiring against her. What's up, pawnbrokey? Miss Lestrade's disc. Mr. Windibank, what exactly is this metal disc that Miss Lestrade has brought in? It's a song! It seems to have tiny hundreds of little bumps and such.
Well, that's because it's a fucking song, you dumb bitch. For use inside a music box.
And a music box?
What, you don't even know what a music box is? Your Eastern lot ain't too savvy, eh?
I know what a music box is. I've just never seen one of these discs before.
There's small protrusions on the side of the metal disc encode the tune to be played on the music box. You simply insert the disc and set the machine going. A beautiful music playing.
It's so incredible. Tell us, what tune is on this disc?
Well, I'm afraid I couldn't tell you that. There are so many different types of music boxes, see? British made, German, Swiss. I've no way of knowing which particular machine this disc was made for.
Ah, I see.
And that's it in a nutshell. I wouldn't have any customers for an item like this, even if the young lady forfeited it. Really, I'm already offering more than I should at a penny.
That's a packet of lies. He told me he did. He said it was, well...
He? Who?
Who, he?
I love the fact that this character of Mr. Naruhodo has now just resorted to making monkey noises. He has completely stopped trying to communicate in English.
Never you mind. It just ain't right, that's all. That disc's worth good money, I know it is.
Well then, you have to try your luck at another pawnbrokers, won't you?
What do you think about Lestrade? Let's just like gossip about her when she's standing right here.
She's been in before, of course, this little tatterdemalion.
What the fuck is a tatterdemalion?
And brought some dubious articles or other with her every single time, might I add.
Dubious? What are you trying to say? I'm an honest customer, me.
So?
Oh, so, is there something dubious about the disc she brought in today? Dubious disc is an item in Pokemon too. That let Donkulon evolve.
Well, if only it were that simple.
Sorry, what do you mean?
What she actually brought in is a storage ticket.
Ah, a storage ticket. So, Miss Lestrade has actually come to redeem an article from you today?
Yeah, that's right. A girl like me has a lot of stuff when he's storing.
Alright, yes, that's definitely dubious.
The article in question would have been forfeited at midnight tonight, but as she gave me the ticket for it and repaid both the loan and the interest, I was obliged to return the article to her.
But what was the article? Do tell us, Mr. Windibank.
The little scamper's wearing it, ma'am. It's the overcoat that she redeemed.
Oh. I thought it was gonna be her dope trademark hat. She has a super cool hat with 2 eyeballs on it, so I thought it was that one.
It's the overcoat that she redeemed.
Oh.
The coat. What's wrong with that? It fits, don't it? I mean, it's mine, so of course it does.
So, what about the disc then? How does that come into all this?
The disc is something else. A new article to pawn if the girl and I could agree a price.
This is a weird subplot, I'm not gonna lie. This is a fucking strange little subplot. Nah, this is a conspiracy, bro. This is all a fucking conspiracy. First we found this dubious device, and now there's a dubious disc as well? And she's pawning stuff despite being like super poor and not being able to know if she can pay the interest on time? She's up to something. This cantankerous little runt is up to no good. She has a devious plan in mind and I gotta find out what it is before she springs the trap. What could she be up to? She's trying to gain access to the storage and steal shit, I bet you. She's trying to find a way in there. She's got this shit set up here to spy on the store. And then she's got her little goods back there as well. Probably had some sort of device in the overcoat too to sneak on him. To sneak on this poor innocent young man. Look at Mr. Windibank, watching diligently over his shop. Still so many things I'm curious about. I don't believe this is a time for browsing, Mr. Naruhodo. We should probably see whether or not that argument's been resolved. Oops. Wait, what? Wasn't there something else I had to ask him? Oh, there we go. New article to pawn. I'm confused. I thought you said Miss Lestrade brought in a storage ticket today.
It's really quite simple. Yes, the trailer brought me a storage ticket and the money owed on it, as you say.
For this heavy black coat, which you returned to her care, as I'd understood it.
That's right, yes. And rather unsurprisingly, as soon as this little ragamuffin put the thing on, she went rifling through the pockets.
Oh, you mean...
What? Don't you know it's rude to stare at a lady?
Ah, I see. So it came from the pocket of the overcoat, did it?
If you mean this disc, then yes, exactly, ma'am.
And she immediately tried to pawn it?
For quite a high price as well. This is all rather suspicious, I think.
Give it up. I'm just trying to pawn something like anyone else would.
Miss Lestrade, may I ask you who deposited the overcoat here in the first place?
Well, me.
It doesn't really appear to be your size.
Me old man. It's me old man's, ain't it?
You're a liar! She's a remarkably bad liar for a thief.
Is it, Miss Lestrade?
Yes, this is definitely all rather suspicious.
Out of my way, please.
Oh my god, who is this idiot? Who is this picture postcard English motherfucker? This guy's name is Colonel Dinkelstein, I'll have you know. His name is Lord Reginald Rumplebottom for short. Good day to you ladies, gentlemen.
What's your problem, eh?
There is no problem as long as you remove yourself. I have a matter to discuss with the proprietor. And if you intend to make a problem of it, I shall see you outside, little girl, for the hiding you deserve.
Look, ain't it obvious? I ain't done talking with him yet. If you think you're such a gent, you should know to wait in line.
Well, you are an impudent little brat, aren't you? As well as a pickpocket.
Hey? Who are you? How'd you know who I am?
The question is, how do you not know who I am? You haven't the courtesy to even remember the faces of your victims, it seems.
What? You mean, from you? Broker?
Yes, sir.
I believe this filthy pocket thief has just redeemed an article from you, no?
Yes, sir.
The article in question belongs to me. I demand for it to be returned at once. Oh my! That doesn't look like his coat. That doesn't look like his coat. That's not nearly fancy enough for Lord Reginald Rumplebottom is gonna be seen in that coat? Nah. He's pulling something. He's pulling something here. He's pulling some sort of trick and or trap. And or possibly also a treat, but I'm not sure about that part yet. But he's not on the up and up for sure. Because that coat's just not fancy enough to be his. Maybe he's the one who put that other device in here, that weird creepy device camera we saw in the corner. It would make more sense than her doing it, because she's like a fool. She doesn't know how to use cameras and stuff. She doesn't know how to use devices.
That's a lie. What are you trying to pull?
Give me back my overcoat, you wastrel. And needless to say... he does poses. Any music box discs too.
No, you can't have it. You just can't. It's me old man's. Or it was. That was mine.
Goodness, Mr. Naruhodo. This is a very awkward situation. Yes, I think perhaps we should hear both sides of the story in a little more detail. No! We should just agree with whoever has more likes on Twitter.com. Fucking stupid ass Suzato. She doesn't even know how the fucking internet works, bro. Whoever got more likes on Twitter.com is right, and the other one is fucking cringe and also ratioed, plus they fell off. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows that's how it works. It's widely agreed upon. The gentleman's accusation. Miss Lestrade, is what the gentleman is saying?
What do you think? It's all lies, ain't it? Obviously. I swear on me life, I ain't never laid eyes on that dandy before.
Let's hear it now, you little ragamuffin. You stole it, didn't you? That ticket you brought in here just now.
No, I swear it. I swear to God.
It was barely an hour ago. I was walking along the street, minding my own business, when this little gutterling ran into me. I knew at once what had happened. I've been robbed yet again, I thought to myself. Those wretched pickpockets. Yet again? Oh yes, as you can see, I am a man of impeccable style. This isn't the first time that I've been targeted by these backslum scoundrels. I mean, this is real easy to fucking settle, isn't it? Just fucking check the logs, man. Check the logs on the ledger on the table. Check the logs for when the ticket was put in. Also, this dude should probably fucking remember the guy who runs the pawnbroker. If it was like a tiny little pickpocket urchin or a giant rich dude dressed head to toe in white, they look slightly different. Now then, relinquish my overcoat.
Come along now, Mr. Lestrade. Give the good gentleman his coat back. If you're gonna cause trouble, I shall have no choice but to call the police.
Hold on. Why does everyone think it's me? Just look at his dandy coat. Ain't you think I'm the dodgy one?
I'm sorry, but no one's gonna believe you.
Well, what about evidence? Yeah. What's your evidence I've stolen something, eh? Come on, let's see it.
Oh, I have evidence, my natural dear. He didn't say that at all, he just said naturally, but for some reason I thought I said my dear. It didn't say it. It didn't say anything, it just said naturally.
You what? You what, mate? I'll do your head in.
All I'm saying is that Lestrade would probably go to soccer riots and tip over people's cars because England didn't score enough goals. In the footy match.
Come on, England.
Evidence. Evidence that the article Miss Lestrade redeemed actually belongs to this gentleman. Of course, we need only consult Mr. Windibank's ledger to know the truth. We'll be able to look up the name of the person who deposited the article. Yes, brilliant.
I'm very sorry, but I'm afraid that won't be possible.
Why not, you dumb old bastard?
I never ask customers' names. That's a strict policy of mine.
But why not?
Well now, as you can imagine, some of my customers have circumstances to consider. A great many of them prefer to maintain their anonymity.
Yes, I see. But then how can you know if an article belongs to the person asking to redeem it?
Oh, it's quite simple. Good sir. Might I trouble you for the watchword associated with the article in question?
Of course, it's... Professor!
Yes, that's right. And all the evidence we need. This gentleman is the rightful owner of the article, without doubt.
A watchword? Interesting. Interesting. So if this really is Lestrade's, and she's getting fucked over, her last chance was jumping in at the same time when he was saying the password. That, like, she's fucked now. But now it's kind of obvious what happened, right? It's this thing. It's not actually a recorder like I thought, a video recorder. It's an audio recorder. It's a listening device. So he was listening in on her when she was depositing this thing. And so he learned the watchword of her thing. But why does he want her coat? Why does he want that music disc? Why does he want the music disc? He was listening to her. Watchwords. Watchmojo.com. So about these watchwords, Mr. Windibank.
As I just explained, I'll never ask customers' names when they deposit items with me. There are many reasons why certain customers would like to keep their activities secret.
That wasn't exactly a subtle glance at Mr. Sholmes now, was it? He's playing with that little stereoscope. He's not paying any attention to this mystery. Great detectives have no dark secrets, none at all.
Yes, well, anyway, that's why I always ask for a watchword whenever I accept an article. In many ways, it's like the secret combination of numbers used to unlock a vault. The data deposit, a description, and a watchword uniquely identified to each item. And of course, then I give the storage ticket to the customer. When someone comes to redeem something, I ask for the ticket and the watchword.
So Lestrade said the watchword too. And if that someone tells you the correct watchword, you return the article?
That's right, sir, yes. Just as soon as the requisite fee is paid.
And I have supplied you with the information you require already. But for the avoidance of doubt, the article in question is an overcoat, deposited 2 months ago on 15th February. With a watchword of Professor.
All perfectly correct information, sir.
But how? Really, this is beyond a joke now. There is no further room for doubt. Yeah, I think it has to be a listening device, right? It has to be a listening device. That golden thing we found on the wall. Because how else does he know? How else does he know all this? Also, Lestrade would have had to know the watchword as well, so she can't just be lying. She had to know the watchword as well to even get the code back in the first dang place. So what's the deal with they're not even bringing that part up? But here's the question is, how did he learn the date? How did he learn the date that this happened on? It's gotta have something to do with the tearaway calendar, but I can't figure out exactly what yet. Because they did very specifically mention the tearaway calendar as being important, but in what regard does that have to do with that guy discovering that thing? Seemingly not much, right? What's up, you blue baboon? This picture postcard prick is hiding something. He is rich though, I'll give him that. He does have very striking blue eyes. Excuse me, but who are you? One would expect the inquirer to introduce himself first. Though clearly, you are not British, so perhaps our ways are foreign to you. Oh, sorry. Yes, we're from the Empire of Japan. We're studying here. Oh yes, Japan. I've heard talk of the place. He's dancing, baby! He's dancing! This guy's basically Michael Jackson for a whole new era. This guy is dancing as Michael Jackson for our own amusement right now. He is the original K-pop star. Its inhabitants live on some fiery brown-colored soup, dressed up with exotic spices. You might be thinking of somewhere else. What was that theatrical gesticulation about? Perhaps. Anyway, if you are a gentleman, sir, you offer your own name first, before inquiring after the name of another. Of course, yes. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a lawyer. Well, a student of law, really. My name is Susanoo Mikotoba. I am Mr. Naruhodo's assistant. I see. My name is Benedict. Yes, Eggert Benedict. Come on, man. They didn't even try for that pun. They did not even try on that pun. Eggert Benedict? Hey. Also, they mentioned that he had a theatrical gesticulation very specifically, which is interesting. The theatrical gesticulation. What if he has to do with the circus? We still had talk about the circus in the last case that just never came up ever. There was a whole, there was elephants and shit. There was fucking rings of fire hoops, and we never got to see any of it. There was just the pamphlet for the circus that was inexplicably in the old lady's pocket, but it never came up. It was never a plot point. Maybe now. Maybe this guy's in the circus. My name is Eggert Benedict. Enchanté. He's so refined in how he holds himself and how he speaks, but that name is suspicious. Now to the matter at hand. My overcoat! Return it at once to someone with the style to carry it off.
Every move he makes, every step he takes, I'll be watching him.
They actually made that exact same joke. I just did my own version over it. That was my bad. I didn't think they were gonna do it.
So that brings us to the matter. Thank you for your custom, Mr. Eggert Benedict, sir.
That's definitely not his coat. Yeah, what did she say? Yeah, she said every move he makes, every breath he takes, I can't stand watching him. That's straight up just a fucking pun for that song. That song about the fucking weird stalker guy.
I'll be watching you. Abba-hee-ba Snoop. Yabba-dee-ba-doop.
Why would they reference that song? Now that cannot have been in the original Japanese script. That is purely a localization goof. That's purely them goofing around. How dare you goof? They're goofing too much.
And thank you for your custom, Mr. Eggert Benedict, sir.
He's dancing again. With such reasonable rates of interest, I may even decide to come back.
This is why I hate grown-ups. Just because I'm a diver, everyone thinks that makes me a liver.
You lied earlier, you little rodent. And the contents of the coat pockets, if you please, broker.
Well, of course, sir. Here is the disc for you.
That's true, it is the police. I was trying to think of the name of the band. That's hilarious. It's like it works on two layers too, because not only is she a scoundrel who gets accosted by the police, but her name is Lestrade, which is the name of the police chief from Sherlock Holmes stories. And this one, just this one.
Pardon, sir?
I was expecting another, and that is, I deposited another. Another disc?
Oh dear. I regret to inform you, sir, that what was deposited with me was merely the overcoat. The disc happened to be in one of the pockets, but I was completely unaware of it until now.
So, Gutterling, you're hiding more of what's rightfully mine, aren't you?
Turns no way, I don't know nothing about it.
Very well. Then I shall bid you farewell. Say goodbye to style.
Wait a minute, that disc is mine.
Well, what do you think you're doing, you little tramp? You've drawn blood, you filthy animal. Oh my, yes, there's blood on the disc.
Blood on the disc.
Blood on the disc. It's because of all those sharp little bumps. The man must have scratched his fingy on them. No, he's wearing gloves, bro. How fucking sharp could that shit possibly be?
I found it first, alright? I mean, it belonged to me, old man. So you're not having it? Or you take it.
Me?
If I hang on to it, they'll have me off again. So you keep hold of it.
Miss Lestrade, why is this disc so important to her?
You there, in the black library.
Hang on a second, I want to look at the disc. Shabba bit hop for McGilded! What? He's alive! He's alive! Oh my god, he's alive! Confirmed! Confirmed! McGilded strikes back, dude. Holy guacamole. I can't fucking believe McGilded is alive still. Well, I mean, we all called it literally immediately, but still. We all called it literally immediately, but I mean, fuck, it's confirmed now. He's alive. The plot thickened. The plot thickened fucking considerably, man. This plot is a veritable gelatin at this point. That shit thick. It's got a gross, nasty ass film on the top of the plot and everything. This shit's so fucking thickened. Holy guacamole. I had to sit up in my chair for that one. McGilded lives. That's so cool. Yeah, so that means that there's multiple forces at work here. There's the conspiracy involving Naruhodo's friend, Suzato, and the Chief Justice guy. There's the McGilded conspiracy with Lestrade. And then there's this new faction with Blue Guy, who's trying to fuck over McGilded. There's so much going on. There are so many forces at work here beyond our comprehension, to be honest. And it's all gonna culminate at that fucking cultural festival they were talking about, the World Fair. Oh, I can't wait to see where this game is going. I can't wait to see where this game is going with all this, because they're setting up some crazy shit. I hope there's payoff. Oh, there's a little scrap of paper stuck onto the reverse side of this. Look, and a scribbled word or two. It looks like somebody's name. For McGilded? McGilded? It couldn't be. But it is, Mr. Naruhodo. A name I shall never forget for as long as I live. But why? Why is his name on this? It says for McGilded. Yo, yo, yo. I got the blood too. Look at all the little bumps on the disc. They're so tinny. So here's my guess as to this current thing going on. Like, clearly she didn't fucking draw blood, right? When she tried to grab the disc. He's got gloves on. And it also, like, it's like smudged. See, it doesn't even look like an actual injury from what just happened. So what probably happened is he did this in advance, right? Like, he must have done this ahead of time. When we weren't looking, he must have done this on purpose so that he would have an excuse. When she tried to take the disc back, he would be like, no, look, she attacked me. She attacked me. She's evil. Go arrest her instead. There's no way he cut himself through his gloves, right? They specifically drew him wearing gloves for a reason. Look at all the little bumps on the disc. So tiny. Yes, the protrusions are called pins, and they pluck the teeth on the comb to make notes. I'll fucking pluck your teeth out if you don't stop talking to me, Suzato. Oh, they're silk gloves. Okay, yeah, that's possible then. That's possible then. Yeah, I guess. I'm still not convinced it would leave such a fucking clear fingerprint through the tiny cut in the glove, but maybe. Yeah, it's possible now. Now it's definitely possible. It's the robots! Dun dun dun! It's the robots! Alright, I'm banning the robots. Goodbye, Cusius. Banned. I don't think that one was a robot. I think that was just somebody trolling. Because it's got an actual profile picture. The robots never have profile pictures. They just have like their own little faces. Like the little default profile picture face. I think Cusius was a real person masquerading as a robot. But either way, they got turbo banned. Fuck out of here, Cusius. Get thee to a nunnery, motherfucker. Mother Cusier. Just on the edge, there's a small amount of blood. Yeah, that's where I fucking did Cusius's Eden, mate. He didn't even score nearly enough goals in footy. Yes, the blood of the mysterious Mr. Eggert Benedict. N-word Benedict.
When Miss Lestrade tried to grab the disc from him, the pin scratched his fingers, it seems. Like when you're grating some daikon radish and accidentally catch your finger.
Oh, we can all relate to that, Susato. I love it when I'm grating daikon radish. Ouch, just thinking about it hurts. And puts me off eating radish. Nothing else of note to me. If I was a genius at musical boxes, I could tell you exactly what this song would sound like, but unfortunately, I've got no idea. It probably plays the theme of Hubert Benedict Cumbersnatch. We'll save. We'll save. You there, in the black livery. Hand that disc to me at once, please.
No, don't. He's lying. Grown-ups are all liars.
What do I do now? How am I gonna resolve this? Digga, 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 digga. Beep, 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 beep. Look at those piercing eyes. He's clearly in no mood to talk. We have to do something quickly, before this mysterious gentleman leaves to fetch the police or something. I know what to do. Swap it out. Look at Mr. Windibank watching diligently over his shop. There's still so many things I'm curious about. Okay, never mind. I thought I'll have to switch out the music box for that other one. And I'm fairly certain we can just find the great thing we need among the articles here in the shop. No. Are you not gonna read the note? It's probably not important. It's probably not important. Probably just had to do with, like, you know, daikon radishes or something. Rating them specifically. It doesn't let me. It just says for Mr. McGilded.
The surname of the man whose innocence use occurred in the trial 2 months ago.
Yes, a trial I'll never forget. Not least because of the tragic accident that followed, in which McGilded was killed. But why would his name be on the music box disc?
I'm afraid I have absolutely no idea, but one thing seems certain. This surely cannot be a simple coincidence.
Dun 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 dun. It won't let me read it. Why? Why doesn't it let me read the note? It seems so important. Well, you know what? It's his decision. Ding 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 ding. Wow, Miss Lestrade is really looking daggers at that mysterious gentleman. We need to do something to calm things down before she loses control and attacks him again. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, that was not much of a tragic accident, was it? It was more so a tragic, completely intentional. So who was really in the carriage then, now that Mr. McGilded's alive again? I mean, I don't want to think it. But there is one character from the first trial that we very notably never saw again, which is Old Beppo. Old Beppo never came back after that first trial, so he could have easily been consumed in the flames. Also, the Hatter guy. I thought the Hatter was the juror in the second trial, but I think they just looked similar. I think he just looked similar to that juror who kept sticking it to me in the second trial. So I think it's either the Hatter or Beppo was the one who was really murdered in the flames in the Fuego. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, I think you're right about that. I think that's what it is. I think the music disc is how they're passing information to him. Because we don't appear to be able to get anything else out of the note. It was deposited 2 months ago, so it doesn't confirm McGilded is alive. Ah, but it does! Because what's-her-face Lestrade would have no kind of attachment to the disc itself, right? Like, why would she care about Mr. McGilded's random-ass disc? And she's poor. It's not like that's pocket change to her, paying all the interest and paying the fee to retrieve the disc. If she was really not in his employ anymore, if she was really out of Mr. McGilded's employ, then she would have no real incentive to come back and grab that disc as far as we know. If it says it's for him too, it's not like it's her disc, it's for McGilded. So, like, the fact that she's coming back to retrieve this disc very much means that he's alive to me. She could have just left it there. She very much could have just left it there. They explained that if you don't come to retrieve something, after 2 months, they'll just put it up for sale. So she could have just washed her hands of the whole situation and been done with it. But she didn't. She went back to retrieve the disc. I thought about that too. But the fact that she came back for the disc is very telling. The fact that she came back for the disc is very telling as to whether Mr. McGilded is alive or not. Mr. Windibank is clearly at a loss here. We have to do something about this before he reaches that revolver of his. He's walking towards it in slow motion. I'm running. Oh, I'm not, never mind, I'm not running. I thought I was gonna run out the door with it. It says, are you sure we've asked everything? Mr. Holmes, of course! Forgot about you. He's too hidden. Mr. Sholmes, what are you examining with such keen interest there? As you enjoy a bar of caramel, I see. He's dead. So, you found me at last, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry. After that young pickpocket sent me on my way, I was forced to lurk in the shadows. Cruelly ostracized, as the rest of you partook in the jovial atmosphere of fellowship. I don't think that's what's happening here. I had nothing to occupy my mind, but was too ashamed to let society see what my downfall had done to me. So feigning mock interest, I pretended to examine the tedious trinkets in this desolate place. Whilst, as you shrewdly observed, gnawing on the only friend I have left, the 7% solution of caramel. Pray, do you claim to understand the depths of my despair, Mr. Naruhodo? But how could you? I was so lonely, so desperately lonely. Then why on earth didn't you rejoin the conversation? Things have gone from bad to worse here, you know. Yes, I overheard much of your conversation. Or rather, in my craving for human contact, my ears devoured every word that was uttered. You really were sad, weren't you? Poor Mr. Sholmes. I feel simply awful for you. I don't. It would seem that my inferences are correct. Oh, surely you're not about to tell us that you've solved the entire case once again? My dear madam, sometimes I wonder, were my genius for deduction to be commoditized? How much could I pawn it in for? It seems Mr. Sholmes has had another of his flashes of inspiration. But who knows if it will help to resolve the situation between Miss Lestrade and the mysterious gentleman? What's the right thing to do here? Listen, why would I leave it? I want to listen to his sweet-ass deductions. Sherlock Holmes' great deduction. Well, Miss Lestrade, it would appear you find yourself in something of a predicament.
Where the blue blazes have you been, eh?
Pardon?
When a lady's in trouble, the True Jet's supposed to be there to help. Straight away, not an hour later.
Harsh.
And who, pray tell, are you?
I'm the guy with the same voice as yours, just slightly deeper, Mr. Egbert Benedict. You have, in my eyes, a veritably encyclopedic array of his curiosities about your person. Nevertheless, there are two immovable conclusions I have drawn. I beg your pardon. The first is this. The true reason for your visit to this pawnbrokery today. Pawnbrokery? I can't say it. I can't say pawnbrokery. It's too hard. It's a prawnbrokery. It is something you have not yet revealed. And the second is this. A considerable crime is in contemplation. One, you will orchestrate, with intent to steal a vast sum of money. Well, Mr. Benedict, what say you to my deductions? Ow! He's turned as white as a hard-boiled egg! It would seem that once again, Mr. Sholmes has made a flawless deduction. Just who do you think you are, sir? Ah, yes, as I had hoped. That is precisely the pained expression I was looking for. Do your great deduction. So, shall we begin? The time has come for yet another of Sherlock Sholmes's logic and reasoning spectaculars. Honestly, this time I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm the most lost I've ever been during one of these right now. I've got no clue what we're supposed to do here. Mystery man's aim. What is he doing this for? Why does he need the music box thing to steal from the pawnbroker? First of all, we must ask ourselves on what business you ventured to this pawnbrokery today. You claim to have followed this pickpocket here, having had the redemption ticket stolen from you on the street. But that is most certainly a lie. The real truth is something quite different. He's got a thing in his hand. What is it though? What is it though? He's got a thing in his hand, but what is it though? But what is it though? He's got a thing in his hand, but what is it though? I don't know. As was revealed by that which you hold in your hand. Yes, what brought you into this shop in the first place was the staff recruitment flyer. This piece of paper in your hand is a staff wanted advertisement from this very shop. Yet even the most unobservant would soon realize that a man of your appearance has no need of such employ. In other words, there is some ulterior motive for your actions. The cane, which you unwittingly clutched to your person, exhibits an incontrovertible contradiction. What utter rot! I've had this cane for years. A contradiction of which I speak is, of course, the missing ferrule. What? It had bad initials, you fool. The end of any walking cane would be terminated with a metal ferrule to protect the wooden tip. And yet, detailed analysis shows the wooden tip of this stick to be utterly bare. AG! Woo, what does AG stand for? Arnold Schwarzenegger? Arnold Schwarzenegger, perhaps? Therefore, there is only one conclusion. The rod that you hold in your hand, which appears to be a walking cane, is in fact no cane at all. You recoil, sir. Is something wrong? And in your recoiling, you inadvertently facilitate the answer of the next conundrum to present itself. Namely, what is the truth behind this rod that you bear? Yes, your reaction betrays the truth. The handle, which you evidently would like to conceal, is the key to understanding this riddle, you see. From the moment I saw it, my suspicions were aroused. What walking cane demands such a stout handle, mused I. But of course, as I said, this is no walking cane. No, that rod. It's a shovel! Oh! It's the broken handle of a shovel. Why? Why would he have a shovel? Are you insane? And now, having determined this undeniable truth, the conclusion is clear. Your true motive for coming here was to take employment at this establishment in order to excavate the ground beneath the premises. What a calculated crime you have conceived, sir. A wickedly calculated crime. It's a tunnel underneath the pawnbrokery. Yeah, he's trying to do the classic real Sherlock Holmes story, but this is the fake anime Sherlock Holmes story, so that doesn't happen. Now, Mr. Benedict, let us continue. But we must expose the details of this elaborate crime you have in planning. This is the Mr. Naruhodo mystery, okay? It's my turn. It's my turn! This is utterly absurd. You suggest that I, a gentleman, intend to excavate the ground beneath this pawnbrokery with a broken shovel? What on earth do you propose I could expect to find there? Oh, I do a little dance. Oh, I do a little dance. Some long-forgotten treasure, I suppose. Save for such fanciful theory, what possible reason could I have to do as you say? Oh, but there is ample reason. As you are only too well aware, Mr. Benedict. Ah, your furtive glance is more telling than I could have hoped. What? Let us consider what would motivate a man to infiltrate a shop such as this and covertly dig beneath its floor. The answer is revealed by the council notice on the counter to which your eyes were inadvertently drawn. The letter gives notice of public works to be carried out in the local area. And according to the enclosed plan of the upcoming sewerage works, beneath this shop runs a sewer that adjoins another, one that runs under the bank on the opposite side of the road. This madness has entered the sewers now, has it? By excavating the ground beneath our feet, you would gain access to the waterway that flows in the very close proximity to the great vault of the financial institution opposite. What do you... In summary, sir, you devised a master plan to pull off an elaborate bank robbery by dint of the underground tunnels. Master plan? Which brings us at last to the final chapter of this lurid scheme. With what plunder did the thief hope to make off from underground the vault of the bank?
Are you quite serious?
Having consulted with the Scotland Yard some days ago, I happen to know the answer. But naturally, the answer is no secret to you, is it, Mr. Benedict?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Allow me to present a rather interesting piece of evidence. Oh my god, it's a picture postcard! It's got Eiffel Towers on it. There are a few things more rewarding than seeing those you love and care about realize what they are capable of. So true, Wakapi. What did you fucking read that shit in a fortune cookie? Huh? Where'd you get this little nugget of wisdom from, Wakapi? That's true though, you're not even wrong. However, I will argue that you probably found that inside of a fortune cookie that you stole off of a homeless Asian woman. This picture postcard tells us all that we need to know.
A postcard of the Great Exhibition? I'm afraid you've quite lost me.
Currently in the final stages of preparation, the Great Exhibition will soon be underway, and the government has provided extra funds to complete its centerpiece, the Crystal Tower. Funds that currently sit in the vault of the bank, on the other side of this road.
Pardon?
Yes, the considerable crime you have been contemplating is the theft of that which sits in the vault of the bank, the special reserve funds for the Great Exhibition. Of course, that is top secret police information, so keep it under your hat, please. Herlock, you fucking lost me too, bro. What is he talking about now? Bing a bing a bing a bing a bing 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 bing. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this pawnbroking puzzle. 17 years ago today, The Incredibles released in theaters. Woo! That movie was pretty incredible, to be honest. It was so cool. They got the kid that runs fast. They got the stretchy woman with a giant ass. And they had Mr. Strongman who punches cars and makes it explode. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, an impressively upbeat deduction for a detective racked with loneliness, would you not agree? Was it true what you said about the bank over the road and what it has in its vault? Indeed, though few know of its existence, it is one of the government's most closely guarded secrets. Gregson told me, in the strictest confidence. Which was misplaced.
But you just announced it for everyone to hear. Rather loudly, in fact.
Ah! And if it's such a big secret, how would Mr. Benedict have come to find out about it? There can be one explanation, but yep. Clearly it is because the man is a criminal!
But what if he hadn't known anything about the money in the vault? If he's a criminal, as you said, then buying a brand new shovel is sure to be the first thing he does now that you've revealed the secret.
Oh. Or if he doesn't, maybe Mr. Windibank will. He already has plenty of shovels here, after all.
I'm not saying I'm not so unscrupulous.
You celebrate Diwali? I do! That's the song. That's the classic Diwalian song. Is that the day of lights? That's the Hindu day of lights, I believe? I don't know. All I know is they bury they dead in the river. I'm like, hey, Indians, get that shit out of the river. That shit's nasty. I'm just trying to take a swim. Well, hopefully this has taught you a valuable lesson. Sensitive information must be handled with the utmost of care. One can never be sure that someone privy to secrets won't disclose them. And once the word is out, it's out. Perhaps I'll think twice before confiding in you next time, Mr. Sholmes. An excellent idea, Mr. Naruhodo. An excellent idea.
Yum, 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 yum.
Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, do you know what to do?
Yes, let's listen to that great deduction again and see if we can massage it into shape. Ouch! Very well then, let's start once more from the top. Of Herlock Sholmes' magnificent Diwali celebration! This game better at least have one Diwali-based mission. Let's be honest, Diwali gets no fucking representation in video games, dog. It's messed up. They show, Shristmas all the time. Hallows-Eve, they show that one too. But Diwali? Ain't never in any fucking movie I ever seen. I'm saving. So I've got no idea what the end goal is here for this guy. My guess is that he wants to break into the back room of the pawnbrokery, right? And how does redeeming the coat help him do that? Maybe he does. Maybe he just wants the music boxes, but I don't know. Then how does he know they're there? It all has so many questions. It has to do with that golden device for sure. What business did you come for? The wait for Spider-Man's No Way Home's next trailer has been caused by Marvel Studios' disagreement. The feature Mr. McGear and Andrew Garfield. Oh my god, dude. So much drama for a movie I'm not gonna watch. I might watch it because they got Tobey Maguire in it. They got Lizzie McGuire in it.
You claim to have followed this pickpocket here, but that is most certainly a lie.
The real truth is something quite different. There it is! What is this thing? That which you hold in your hand. What brought you to this shop is the staff recruitment flyer. So, by Mr. Sholmes' reasoning, Mr. Benedict came here in order to apply for a job so he could dig down through the floor. Yes, in an attempt to tunnel into the sewers to get money in the vault of the bank across the road. But he wouldn't get very far with a broken shovel, would he? No, I think it's fair to say his motives lie elsewhere. Question is, where? What did bring Mr. Benedict here at this particular point in time? Tobey Maguire was a good Peter Piper. Peter Piper picked a peck of boy should be up. Does he have someone in his little hands? He does not. He wants his world famous dog photo bag. He wants his gun photo bag, bro. It certainly is a flyer for Mr. Windibank's shop. Let's see. Windibanks wants you. Pawnbroker's assistant required. It is an eye-catching advertisement, that's for sure. It is an advertising flyer, okay. There's something on the back of it then. I've seen the same flyer up here inside the shop, I think. Perhaps Mr. Windibank is always in need of more staff. So Mr. Benedict came here to apply for a job? That's just too hard to believe.
Yeah, Snoop! Gag, 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 gag. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, yeah.
I never saw the Andrew Garfield Spider-Man movies. No, I saw one and it sucked my fucking balls. It was the one where he breaks his girlfriend's head open on the concrete and I said, woohoo, woo. But then he turned into like a lizard. The lizard kept turning people into lizards and I said, knock that off, you dang lizard. Just cause, you know what they say, lizardy loves company. He just wanted more and more lizards all the fucking time, man. It got out of pocket, it got out of hand. He was making entirely too many lizard people. One or two I could overlook, but at the point where he's trying to turn the whole fucking city into dumb lizards, went too far. Look at all the scribbled notes on the back of the flyer here. I don't believe it. What is it? Listen to what it says. Name, Gina Lestrade. Height, 5'2". Ha, she's short as hell. Gina Lestrade, you're a loser. 5'2" is ridiculously short. That's so short. At least she passed the 5 foot mark. That's just sad when you don't get past 5 feet. Green cap, scruffy waistcoat, grubby white shirt, blue satchel, ragged. It's a detailed description of Miss Lestrade. It's also like a cute little drawing right next to it. Goodness! There's even a sketch of her hat and all. Although if he showed it to her, she'd fire that smoke grenade launcher in his face for sure. And look, the details of the shop have been written down here too. Windibank's Pawnbrokery, Baker Street, redemption deadline 15th April. Which is today's date. Why would Mr. Benedict have all that information scrawled on the back of that paper? Info about Miss Lestrade. There we go. Yeah, she is only 17. They mentioned that earlier in the case where she was in. I liked the first one, but the second one was fucking trash. I don't think I saw it. I saw whichever one the Lizard Man was in, with the Andrew Garfield Spider-Man. The rest of them I just didn't see. I haven't seen any with the new kid, Mr. Gorbachev. I don't even know about his Spider-Man at all. I saw the Avenger movie, but that's it. Yes, what brought you to this shop in the first place was the info about Miss Lestrade. Quite so, my dear fellow. It would appear that the writing and sketch on the reverse of the flyer pertain to the pickpocket, Miss Lestrade, and to Mr. Windibank's Pawnbrokery. I can't not say Pawnbrokery. Every fucking time I say Pawnbrokery. You originally told us. Just try saying Pawnbrokery 5 times fast, you'll see what I mean. That you had merely given chase after Miss Lestrade, stole the redemption ticket from you. But that, sir, is a thinly veiled lie. It is the information on the back of the flyer that led you here today, by which I mean, here to Windibank's Pawnbrokery. Today, the redemption deadline of that overcoat. So, you waited outside for the young girl matching the description you have written down to arrive. and you have gone to some lengths to hide the reason for your pursuit of Miss Lestrade. In other words, there is some ulterior motive for your actions. AG. That doesn't have anything to do with Mr. McGill. The cane which you unwittingly clutched your person exhibits an incontrovertible contradiction, Durable. He's had this cane for years, even though it says AG. I think Tom Holland plays a good Peter Parker in Spider-Man. I don't know, I haven't seen him much. What's a fair rule? It's the metal cap commonly found on the end of a cane, Mr. Naruhodo. Ah, the bit that makes the nice clacking sound on the pavement. I unwittingly clutch my balls. They also make a clacking sound on the pavement, if you could believe that. Whenever Alulim walks, he drags his balls on the floor like a caveman. He has them in a special protective metal case behind him that makes the trademarking clack sound. He keeps them in the bottle from the movie Midori. Yes, exactly. And Mr. Holmes is right. It appears to be missing on this cane. But it doesn't actually look broken, does it? No, it doesn't. But the gentleman certainly did recoil when Mr. Sholmes identified it.
But you are Mexican.
But you are Mexican. In other words, there's some secret about the cane that he would rather we don't know. It's a sword cane. Guys, it's a fucking sword cane if I've ever seen one. This is what's known as a deadly Mexican sword cane. Look here, Miss Susato. There are some letters on the handle. Andrew Garfield! Holy shit, Wakami was right! Oh my god, I'm such an idiot. How did I not realize sooner? It was literally staring me right in the face who owns this cane. Those must be the initials, I think. In the West, it's customary for people to engrave their belongings with the first letters of their names. So Herlock Sholmes would be HS? That's right. And the initials on this cane, obviously. Oh, AG? Why does it feel as though that's not quite right? Initially.
Take that!
There's a bunch of movies in Japan about a blind man with a sword cane called Zatoichi. Is that true? I do like me some sword canes. I like the one in The Simpsons that Hans Mole Man had. That's the one I know about the most. That's my sword cane. Hashtag not my sword cane. The contradiction of which I speak is, of course, the Hans Mole Man cane. A most astute observation. Wouldn't you say, Mr. Eggert Benedict? It should have at least been Egbert. I feel like Egbert was right there and they went with Eggert, which doesn't actually sound like a name at all. He should have most likely been called Egbert Benedict, as far as I'm concerned. We are led to believe, sir, that your initials are EB. EB Games. That shop is fucking extinct, bro. Yet in a most possessive manner, you have in your grasp a cane bearing the initials AG. An incontrovertible contradiction indeed, would you not agree? No, you're wrong. This cane isn't... You said before that you had that cane for years. Don't try to tell us you just borrowed it from a friend or found it in the park. In short, though you hold yourself to be a gentleman, you have withheld your true name. You recoil, sir. Is something wrong? And in your recoiling, you inadvertently facilitate the answer to the next conundrum. Namely, what is the truth behind this rod you bear? Yeah, they could have flipped it too. Benedict Eggert would be fine. It sounds a little bit more like a last name. I think Andrew Garfield nailed Spider-Man's snarky sense of humor the most. I also think Andrew Garfield nailed his cane choice the most. I mean, it's pretty fashionable. Green and gold, you can't really go wrong with that. Green, gold, and brown is a pretty good color combination. Yes, your reaction betrays the truth. The handle, which you evidently would like to conceal, is the key to understanding this riddle, you see.
What?
Let's consider the bare bones of what's happened here. Miss Lestrade redeemed that ticket, and now a mysterious man has appeared, introducing himself with a fake name, and claiming that the overcoat belongs to him. But we know he actually identified Miss Lestrade from a written description, which suggests that everything else he's told us is untrue. So what we need to do here is somehow prove that the overcoat cannot belong to him. This one is giving, like, way too many hints, but it's because it came out of fucking nowhere. Like, this one definitely, like, kind of came out of nowhere. You don't have many hints going into this. Yarshnayord! It doesn't fit him. He ripped that shit wide open. Benedict Egbert Snatch. I was following the Penglings, I tell ya.
It wasn't me, mate.
I remember when he was like the heartthrob to end all heartthrobs for a couple years back there. Oh, the seam on the shoulder there is coming apart, look! Oh, that was her talking. She just got a really deep voice for a second. So it is. Do you know, a moment ago when Mr. Benedict was surprised by something that was said, I thought I heard him make a rather strange noise. It sounded a bit like a tiny growl. But now that I think about it, it was probably the sound of the seam ripping open. If you look closely, it does seem to be a very tight fit. The sleeves are stretched to bursting, and you wouldn't have a hope of fastening it at the front. If you were to run around in it, I'm sure the whole thing would fall apart.
That I'd like to see.
How can we make Mr. Benedict run around? He's really giving this some thought. I guess I could try just presenting the split seam. We don't have much time left, so I'm trying to just kind of rush this final segment. We'll end the stream after this, and then we'll just pick up next week from this. Like, as soon as this ends, we'll just cut it there, and then we'll pick up next week. Same time, same place. Don't miss the next session. Fridays, 4 to 9 p.m. Central. We're streaming all of this, Ace Attorney Chronicles, till it's done. You can check out the YouTube archive in the bio down below the stream. A funny little bio below. There's a link to the YouTube archive. All the old parts go up there. Tonight, this part will go up as soon as it's done exporting to YouTube. And you can catch whatever you missed on the playthrough so far. All the other story games are there too. I also stream Thursdays through Sundays, 4 to 9 p.m. Central Time, but Ace Attorney is just Fridays. Just Fridays. Tomorrow we're doing Phasmophobia, so if you like that game, be sure to show up for that too. The split seam is the key to understanding a riddle, you see? Ah! Yes, because the overcoat is rather obviously a poor fit. For a poor git. Having forced yourself over your broad shoulders, the seam is already breaking apart. My suspicions were aroused from the outset. Yeah, sure they were, dude. When you so boldly lied about your name and so boldly waylaid this pickpocket. Eh! This catalog of untruths has all been for one very specific purpose. To steal the article that the young girl redeemed from Mr. Winterbank. Oh, now he got him. But what really irks me is this. The considerable crime I initially imagined has been considerably curtailed. Boing. Dun dun dun. To abscond with a redeemed item. Salt. So what is the true crime? Now, Mr. Benedict, let us continue. We must expose the details of this elaborate crime you have in the planning. This is utterly absurd. You suggest that I, a gentleman, designed a wheeze to filch some tawdry article of pawnage? Have you forgotten that I redeemed the article in the proper manner, using the watchword? Ooh, look at my moves! Had I not been the one to deposit it in the first place, how could I possibly have known the relevant details? N'est-ce pas? Oh, but the watchword can be discovered. As you are only too well aware, Mr. Benedict. And your furtive glance is more telling than I could have hoped. What? Let us consider how one might come to learn a secret watchword relating to the pawned property of another. The method is revealed by the council notice. What? It's probably the ledger. It's gotta be the ledger. The direction of the deduction must change rather dramatically now, I think. Yes, no more talk of tunneling into the sewers. Which is a pity, because it all sounded rather exciting. Anyway, you can't deny that this mysterious gentleman did know the watchword. Yes, Professor. If you didn't know that word, Mr. Winterbank would never allow you to redeem the article. Or, looking at it another way, if you did know that word, Mr. Winterbank would allow you to redeem the article, whether it was yours or not. So the question is, could this gentleman have found the watchword out somehow? Oh, we can't check the ledger. What about the notelet? What about the butt? Look at this, Mrs. Otto. Ah, it appears to be a memo Mr. Winterbank has scribbled to himself. Let's see. What does it say? Oh, Professor! Mr. Winterbank must make a note of the watchwords his customers give him, right before their eyes. And an alarmingly clear script as well. Oh dear, I don't know where to look. Who knows what other secrets I might see? Notelet. Note 'em! Woohoo! This is the easiest one so far of these little mini games, but it's because they gave us nothing going in, so they've made it really obvious. Like the other ones where we had to do this great deduction thing, you're already supposed to like have a little idea of what it's gonna be, right? This one is just like very on the fly. The method is revealed by the notelet on the counter to which your eyes were drawn. Yes, the broker here follows the same procedure whenever a customer comes to redeem an article. He asks the customer for the watchword and notes down the response uttered on a notelet he has to hand. Then he consults his ledger and confirms whether or not the watchword matches that of the article in question. I would expect nothing less of a diligent pawnbroker. But his diligence clearly has its disadvantages. What are you talking about? It is increasingly apparent that you were present in this shop before your accusation against Miss Lestrade. In all likelihood, you followed her inside and then observed her talking to Mr. Windibank. When the diligent broker made a note of the watchword, as was his common practice, you observed him writing the word professor on the notelet beside the ledger. And that, sir, was the master plan you devised to steal the pawned article from young Miss Lestrade. Master plan? Which brings us at last to the final chapter of this lurid scheme. Why would you go to such lengths to redeem that particular article from this pawnbroker? Are you quite serious? For an ill-fitting overcoat hardly seems to justify the effort, much less a worthless music box disc. Wait, what if this guy actually works for, Mr. McGilded? Maybe Lestrade is, like not working for him anymore. Maybe she's gone off on her own path as a maverick renegade. Because she did say all adults are lawyers now. But McGilded's a lawyer. Or sorry, an adult. He's a lawyer. He can't be a lawyer if he's also her boss. Maybe she's just really cynical and she works for him anyway because she thinks all people suck. I don't know, but maybe she's off on her own path. I'm kind of thinking this is a new faction though. This blue freak. I think he belongs to a new pack of ghouls that we're not familiar with yet. We'll see, I guess. Naturally, you had very good reason to make them yours, didn't you, Mr. Benedict? I have no idea what you're talking about. Allow me to present a rather interesting piece of evidence. You see, this picture postcard tells us all we need to know. Nah, it's the musical disc. Yeah, it's the musical disc. According to Mr. Windibank, it isn't even worth a farthing. Yet this man went to such lengths. Why? I wonder if perhaps we already have the evidence we need. Could we? Really? I better have a thorough look through all the evidence. It's only 2! It's only 2. Well, which part do I present? The 2 Mr. McGilded or the disc itself? I mean, I still have all my pips, so I'll try presenting the disc, and then if it doesn't work, I'll present the note. Yeah, okay, it works. Good. You see, this music box, Dix, tells us all we need to know. What's that on the back? It reads for McGilded. Ah! There he is! Look how nice he is. Guys, Mr. McGilded is not evil. You're actually so stupid if you think Mr. McGilded is a villain. He's a hero to all the downtrodden and poor of the town. Look at him. So magnanimous. He's got rings for days. Ah, Mr. Magnus McGilded. The unfortunate philanthropist who perished in curious circumstances at the Old Bailey 2 months ago. Yeah, cheer for McGilded. Woo! America's greatest hero before America even existed back in the Paleolithic era that this game takes place in. A prominent man in London, though his loan-mongering demonstrated a distinct lack of scruples. No, that was a coincidence, Sherlock. He's still a good guy. So you're an associate of his, are you? Or perhaps a subordinate? Or perhaps a rival? Mr. McGilded was a man of unusually small stature. In fact, he was precisely the right size for that overcoat that you've squeezed yourself into. Your true identity remains shrouded in mystery, Mr. Eggert Benedict. But the final conclusion here is crystal clear. The reason you came to this pawnbrokery, I can't not say it, it's impossible. The reason is because Walkerby said so. It was to retrieve an article left behind by the late Magnus McGilded. Ah! Oh, you got me, Sherlock! You got me! Woohoo! We beat the great crime. to acquire an item deposited by Mr. McGilded. I feel like their relationship is still kind of up in the air for me personally. Is he a subordinate or is he a rival? Because Lestrade is also a subordinate of McGilded. So why would he need his subordinate to steal from his subordinate? Unless one of two possibilities. Either that guy's not a subordinate and it's a rival, or Lestrade is no longer his subordinate. One of them is no longer working for McGilded. One of them is now off on their own path. All right, we'll end it here. We're going to cut it right here. We're going to leave it on the greatest of cliffhangers because we are 5 minutes over time. So that's all the time we got for this week. Next week, this will pick up right where we left off. So again, be sure to check the YouTube archive if you want to catch up on stuff that happened and you'll know where we are in the story and all that. But beyond that, I'm out of here. So we will be back tomorrow, 4 p.m. Central Time for Phasmophobia. Until then, I'll catch y'all later. Good night to all you as well. Peace out for now, everybody. Have a good night.